The author of the novel abuses symbols and makes many spelling mistakes, which makes it difficult for me to convert the text into audio. So I hope you all understand if there are any errors. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos, and don't hesitate to make requests for the novels you want to listen to. Chapter 351, Never-Ending Issues. They were almost back to the moon base when a distress call came through to Terminus. Not from the Reavers, as they had expected, but through their newly activated emergency beacon. It wasn't a mayday call, so the ship wasn't in immediate danger of death, but a pleasure yacht from the Innu had broken down in the Clem territory while sightseeing the vicious alien insects. Like Terminus, they lacked the capability to replace their crystals, and so they lacked both the ability to form a warp field and the power to open a portal to go home, relying on their organic power packs as backup power. Hold tight, former colony ship Terminus is on the way to effect your retrieval. Max responded, well, we wanted to know what was over there, and there aren't any closer intelligent species, since the Corvus went the other direction I think, so we have a good reason for a journey, Max told Nico. Live science test, I will link in Uncle Lou while I set up the portal generator. Terminus wasn't equipped with one, they took the conventional warp journey here despite the time required, but we can retrofit it without changing the outer hull. It operates much like the gravity field generator, only with a warp field integrated. This is going to be amazing. Nico cheered, already sending messages to engineering, design, the Admiral, and Uncle Lou about her impromptu plan. And how long would it take to get there if this doesn't work? Max asked, trying to put some realism into her enthusiasm. About a week in a cutter, or a couple of months in Terminus. They're way out there, Nico replied, bringing up the full map on a nearby terminal screen. From the looks of it, that is right in the heart of the Clem territory as well, so there will be fully colonized planets, with active queens and full forces capable of defending against intruders. Max pointed out, that's what makes this so much fun. But their yacht is only 100 meters long, even in a cutter we could drag it aboard and return, as long as we didn't bring any mecha. Nico responded, knowing that the Clem had no way to catch the vessels. That was a lot of data just for a portal array, Max pointed out as Nico sent out the data she wanted everyone to work on to carry out Max's orders for a rescue attempt. Oh, since not everyone can be on the same project, I sent them the data of the organic power packs. If they can properly create them after they get the next generation of medical replicators online, we can start moving to industrial scale production and converting the ship's power backup systems. As it is, I suspect that the process to open a portal large enough for Terminus will take upward of 15 minutes, due to power use constraints, even with our enormous power output. There is a better way, I am certain of it, but the only solid data that I have is for the platforms that they used to get around the ship, and this isn't really the time to be wildly experimenting before we have made the base design function. Nico replied, she really had made the best of her time with the aliens, while Max had focused on a progression path that might lead to them not needing to fight an endless war for resources and territory. One of the items that they didn't speak of, but that Max had noticed, was that some of the star systems listed in the museum had a creation date. A recent creation date, not something gradual over billions of years. Humanity might never reach the point where they were creating entire star systems for their own use, but knowing that it was possible meant that obtaining the resources to do it was also possible, and no matter how powerful the Reavers grew, they would likely never need that much raw material. It took them over an hour to get Terminus ready to begin the initial testing that would allow them to test their portal theory. Well, perhaps it was more than a theory since they had the same equipment as one that they knew functioned, just a different model and power output. 5th Battalion, 3rd Battalion, to your cutters. We don't know if there are active Clem on the other side of this portal. We will open it here outside the system to give us room to fight, but it is possible that we will get hostiles the moment that it opens. Max ordered. The 2 battalions scrambled to their mecha, which were already staged in the cutters as a matter of standard practice, and Max waited for their ready call before beginning the experiment. Cutters 3 and 5, launch and get in position to intercept possible hostiles. Max ordered, sending the 2 sleek vessels into the vacuum of space. Ready to begin portal activation on your order. The engineering team reported, sending Max a stream of data on their expected power usage and the targeting data to open the portal 1,000 kilometers from the last transmission. Activate. A shimmer of purple light, the same as what the Narsians used to move between worlds, lit up the void near Terminus, much smaller than their own colony ship. It was right on target, and Max could see the strange, alien design of the vessel, which somehow resembled a hybrid of Terminus and an actual nautical yacht. It was possible that the 100-meter-long vessel was actually capable of both, given its size and shape, making it a pleasure yacht in the truest sense of the word. Terminus, is that your portal? We will come to you. The captain of the yacht hailed them, and Max realized that this technique would be far more deadly than expected. He didn't need to send Terminus places, he could send just the cutters in an instant, and bring them back, along with any other damaged vessels that they might come across. The ship was on reserve power, but with only 1,000 kilometers to cover, it took them only a few minutes to make their way through the portal and line up to dock with the former colony ship turned cruise ship and flagship for the reavers of Ray 5. Welcome to Terminus. Our technology might be lacking, but we have a wide variety of materials available to make repairs, as well as a working knowledge of crystal-based warp drives. Our staff will be with you soon, and will escort you to the luxury suites of the cruise ship, where you can wait while your vessel is repaired if you should wish. Max informed the Innu aboard the yacht. Chapter 352. First passengers, thank you so much. We weren't expecting trouble so far out here, with nobody in portal range. It's a miracle your species heard us at all. The young Innu female who seemed to be in charge informed Max over a video link. You can actually thank the world ship Corvus of the Noctum fleet for that. They were the ones who only just yesterday provided us with the new radio technology to meet interstellar standards. Max replied, and the Innu in the background cheered. Are you guys seriously a cruise ship though? How lucky is that? We expected to have to wait for a freighter to take time out of their route since the resource usage for an interstellar rescue portal was more than our insurance would cover. The Innu asked with infectious enthusiasm. We really are, though that's secondary to us being a reaver trading vessel. We aren't actively touring right now, but the amenities are staffed. We haven't fixed the temperature control systems at the hangar bay doors though, so you will have to wait a while before you exit. Max replied seriously. All good, all good. Nobody at school will believe we were on a human cruise ship, we will be the most popular kids in the class for an entire semester. The girl brushed off his concern, and Max heard the Admiral chuckle in the back of the room. In total, they had picked up 25 Innu college students on an unauthorized vacation in one of their parents' yachts plus 5 staff members. They had managed to cover the provisioning for the trip, but they hadn't brought any spare parts or other items that weren't already aboard the ship, other than the essential crew members. In a few minutes, when it was safe to approach the vessel, Max went to greet their new arrivals with a small crew from the cruise ship area's hospitality team. This would be their first time welcoming guests, and Max wanted to see how their training was going. Greetings and welcome to Terminus, the finest cruise liner in the Reaver fleets. My name is Mindy and I will be your hostess for the morning. Feel free to ask me about anything you like, and I will do my very best to see that your every need is fulfilled. If you would like to pass your luggage to the porters, they will bring it to your rooms for you, and we can begin our tour of the ship's features. The bubbly, bleached blonde hostess welcomed the Innu students without any hint of hesitation, despite never having seen the species before. Oh, thank you. Is that a phased matrix holographic projector on your wrist? Do your people always use them, or is it just a fashion trend? The closest student asked, leaving the hostess stumped. The Innu are big lovers of all things technology. Forgive my staff, it is their very first time welcoming actual guests. I will fetch a technician to accompany you around with the hostess. Max informed the group. Oh, Commander Karras, I didn't expect you to come here in person, it is so good to meet you, and thank you for the efforts you put into our rescue so far. The crew tells us that if you have the resources on board, they should be able to get the ship operational again within a week or so. Humans measure the time that way, right? The Innu asked. Their thoughts said that their week was also 7 days, but their day was only 20 hours long, standardized by the Innu homeworld. Our days are 24 units long instead of 20, as the Innu measure, and our weeks are 7 days, the same as you are used to, so you might expect a bit of trouble adjusting to the extended hours, but otherwise the measurements are still accurate, Max informed them. Max called a tech over from the team that was analyzing the yacht and had him join Mindy to show the Innu around while he followed behind the main group with the self-assigned leader of the students. Are you in a hurry to get to your next port? I think it might be to our advantage if we waited things out here, at least until my mom isn't so upset about borrowing the yacht and breaking down in the middle of nowhere. The girl asked Max. You can stay as long as you like really. I know you have things to get back to, but even 3 or 4 weeks won't interfere with anything. But what possessed you to be in that region of space in the first place? Well, we heard that there was a fully insectoid culture, you see. We had heard of but had never seen an entire planet run by insects. I mean, they're supposed to be kind and cuddly, and in tune with nature, adapting to maintain the perfect balance in their ecosystems. Those things might look like insectoids, but they are not. How could a genus that needs a stable ecology to thrive turn into those wretched and violent things? They strip planets bare and kill everything that they see. Even the humans seem civilized and gentle in comparison to them. No offense, I mean, you seem quite nice, but humans are monsters from fairy tales where I come from. She explained. Max looked through her thoughts and found that humanoid, muscle-over-bone species were the exception in the region of space that the Innu came from, not the norm, and ones more than 15 centimeters tall were exceedingly rare. Most species were either like Theta, highly amorphous, or more plant-based, requiring very stable environments and being vulnerable to brute force. The mammalian species like the Innu and the humans were greatly feared for their physical prowess and capacity for violence. That helped Max understand their welcoming committee a little better when they met the world ship. It wasn't that there weren't other species suited to greet visitors on the ship, it was that nobody else would willingly interact with humans. The rest of the crew were likely to have been utterly terrified of them. Chapter 353, Amenities for All. Max and the student known as Krill chatted while the group made the short trip from the docks to the cruise ship portion of Terminus, waiting at the back while Mindy and the welcoming crew did their best prepared presentation at the main bay doors. Welcome to the cruise ship Terminus. Ahead of you on the right are the passenger cabins you are assigned to, but first, let us show you around. On this floor, we have two primary methods of travel: the moving sidewalks, and the gravity slides. Those are partially filled with water, and best for visitors who are looking to relax in the pools and not on dry land. Immediately in front of us, you can see the Welcome Center, where you can find maps, personal items, ship-branded clothing items custom-made to order, as well as an assortment of trinkets and keepsakes. That was all she had time for before the group got distracted, with half going to the shop and half dragging the technician away to examine the data screens on the wall that gave information about the ship. Like Nico, they could find out all they needed to know with a touch, but the hostess seemed a bit sad that they didn't even let her finish introducing the areas that they could see from the door. Looks like we need to shorten the introduction a bit. You did an amazing job. Page everyone and make sure that they are all ready to receive guests, and not as a drill or training exercise. Max informed the hostess, who nodded and scrambled away. The crew had been stress testing everything lately, so it was all staffed and ready to go, but those weren't actual guests, who she assumed were paying customers, and would give input that would affect jobs, and not just the ship's preparations. I should have kept some luggage. I didn't think that humans, a terrestrial species, would have made accommodations for the amphibious in their designs. Krill sighed. Are the Innu amphibious? I didn't know that, but you can get clothing suitable to wear in the water at the welcome kiosk and we can take the slides. Max informed her. Why do you call them that anyhow? Such a strange name for a flooded tunnel. Krill asked, making Max laugh. As you know, humans aren't amphibious, but we enjoy playing in the water. The tunnels aren't for walking through, the gravity is rotated inside of them so that you can slide from place to place with no effort at all, carried along by gravity and a flow of water that is constantly purified and cycled. Max informed her. That was all the encouragement that Krill needed, and she dragged Max to the welcome desk, looking through the swimsuits and comparing them to her own form. It would have to be a two-piece or one of the low-backed models since the Innu had tails, but there were suits that she could wear already on the racks. Humans really don't consider the stomach an erogenous zone, do they? I had heard that from the computer while we waited for rescue, but you all cover your torso, so I thought it was mistaken. She murmured, looking at the suits. Human fashion is a very detailed topic, that I'm not an expert in, but no, the belly isn't one of the primary erogenous zones of our species. There are a number over here that cover most of your front, and still have an open enough back for your tail. Max suggested, pointing to the racing-styled suits. Everyone, gather up on me. I found something amazing, Krill yelled, bringing the others running into the swimwear section. Why are there water suits? Aren't humans ground mammals? One of the others asked. No, I heard from the Valkia that they like playing in the water the way that a Valkia likes running on land. Does that mean that there is water here to play in? Another student asked. There are change rooms in the corner. Pick something you like and the staff will send the rest of your items to your rooms. Max instructed while the staff came over to help the group with their selections. Alright, the closest gravity slide is this way. Everyone put your water shoes on if you're concerned about damage to your feet and follow me. Max called out, gathering the tourists. The slide was only a dozen meters away, nestled into a small pool surrounded by tropical trees. The Innu looked entranced by the scenery, then ran into the water with a collective sigh. How is the temperature? It is set for human comfort, and we don't have the data for the Innu. Max asked. Oh, this is nice, so warm, just like home, not like the open oceans though, they're always so cold, Krill informed him. Then, our next stop will be the atoll area. It is a restaurant and bar area marked with a collection of sandy islands surrounded by water. There is only one branch between here and there, so keep right at the split and I will see you all soon. Max directed as the Innu were already running for the tunnel. Screams of joy filled the air as they realized what he meant by a gravity slide, and the shift pulled them in as if they were falling toward their target and not crossing down the same floor of the ship. You know, I thought the idea was silly, and would only be used by children, but the ship-wide waterslide network looks like it might be one of the most popular features. The technician that they brought from the hangar laughed as the last of the Innu disappeared. You never know what you will find when you meet new species. But I am off to meet them. Max laughed, then stepped into a changing room to swap into trunks and put his clothes into a waterproof bag. The Innu sent theirs to their rooms, but Max would bring his clothes with him, so he could change back once they were settled in and get back to his duties. Chapter 354. Vacation Destination. Max raced down the tunnels after the Innu, who he could hear discussing the technology used to create the gravity slides all the way to their destination. Despite having technology that was well above what was displayed aboard Terminus, the Innu were having the time of their lives. It seemed that the way humans and Innu thought was a very different process, and they had never considered using basic technology, as they called it, for pure entertainment would be so much fun. And then they arrived at the more adult of the two sections of the water park and were greeted by the smell of freshly baked snacks and servers with drinks for them. We should call for more people. It's kind of cool, like an exclusive pass, but I think it would be even better if we had more people. One of the Innu suggested. That's a great idea. Another 1,000 people would make for a great party. But do you really want to send a message home and let your parents find out what happened? Another questioned the decision. You have a point. Oh, there is the commander. Are there more guests around? One of the Innu in their matching swimsuits asked, and Max began to wonder just how they told each other apart. They looked so similar that he couldn't tell at a glance and needed to memorize small details until he could pick out a specific one in his memory. They also didn't often refer to each other by name in their thoughts, at least not from the parts that Max could understand. There aren't any other guests, but there will be members of the crew coming by later. This is a fairly popular spot. There will also be a holographic movie playing in the theater at the end of this area, and I am told that a lot of people wanted to watch it from the water. Max replied. The movie was The Life and Times of the Cygnus Otter, a documentary about a fluffy aquatic mammal that was known for its intelligence and ability to dive to extreme depths. Animal documentaries had always been popular among the Mecha pilots for some reason, likely as a break from their day-to-day reality. Scans are underway of the yacht that the Innu arrived on. Keep them entertained and we should be finished within 24 hours. Nico informed Max over his communicator. Has anyone been notified? Max asked. The crew of the yacht followed protocol and sent a request for parts to their local warranty dealer, since the vessel is nearly new. They will be arriving in a few days. We could have repaired the damage to the crystals, but since the vessel is under warranty, the owner insisted that the dealership send their own technicians here to effect the repairs. We will also be expecting more guests to arrive with the repair team. When they opened the link back to their home world, the pending social media messages that the Innu had prepared all posted, and it seems that their visit here on Terminus is going viral in real time. Nico informed him. How viral are we talking about? They're just college students. Max asked. The gravity slide has 370 million views. I have routed requests for docking to the Admiral, and requests for lodging to the crew's staff. So far we are expecting 4 similar vessels on what they call an extreme adventure vacation. Be prepared for them to ask you for footage of the Clem as well, as most of the species don't believe that an insect-based species could be that violent. Max sighed and read the message again, wondering what he was going to do about random aliens just showing up for cruises. That wasn't exactly in the plan, but they came with their own vessels, so it really wasn't a big deal to host them and let them leave on their own schedule. Unlike regular vacationers who needed to be picked up and dropped off at a said location, ones with interstellar yachts could do as they pleased, and only come to see the bits that they were most interested in. Oh, my holy bear. Look at that thing. I want one. Where can we get one? Are those seriously real? The screeching voices interrupted Max's thoughts, and he realized that the projectors were testing the setup for the otter movie. They are very real. The movie is about their natural habitat, in another portion of this quadrant of the galaxy. Max informed them with a smile. I can't wait to get home and tell everyone. One of the guys laughed. Oh, there is no need for that. Your crew has communications open so that they can talk to the yacht yard back home, and your social media posts have been going live in real time. Max informed them, making all the pink-skinned aliens turn very pale. Any word on our parents? One of them asked nervously. Nothing yet. The yard is sending a repair crew in the next day or two, and there is some talk of others from your home coming to visit as well. It seems that you aren't the only ones that love the idea of the gravity slides. Max laughed. The crew told us that there are sections that don't just transport to. Is it true that there is a loop? Like a tumbling waterfall? Someone asked. There are loops, drops, one section that has a large jump, dropping you into a deep pool after 10 meters of flying through the air. The slides are much more than just transport. You can check the maps on the wall once you finish watching the movies. I know that the Innu are pretty good with technology, so following the map shouldn't be an issue. Over the next 10 minutes, nearly 100 crew members with floating toys gathered in the pools to get ready for the movie, earning envious looks from the Innu. The toys are over there on the wall to your right, or you can just ask the staff to bring you some, Max whispered, and a few of the girls took off running to get the best toys, returning with a matched pair of inflatable duck pattern inner tubes. Otters. The crew cheered as the movie started and Max retreated to let the people who were actually off duty have their fun. Chapter 355. Sideshow. Max checked up on the Innu the next morning when he got the first messages about incoming vessels requesting permission to dock with Terminus and found that they had not only survived the night, but had successfully made it down for breakfast, and were engrossed in a very loud and very public discussion of structural design theories with the technicians in charge of the gravity slides. They found time the night before to take all of the recreational courses of the park, and found that the human notion of fun was somewhat extreme by galactic standards. For example, the ramps, which were a huge hit with the human crew, had convinced most of the Innu that they were going to die when they hit the water at the bottom. There was actually a gravity field in place to reduce speed if someone found a way to fly too far or too fast, so it was definitely within the established safety parameters, and even the Innu were highly unlikely to be injured by the experience, but their species was an aquatic one, and not accustomed to being above the ground without a supportive mechanical structure. Some of them greatly enjoyed it though, and the loops were a huge hit, with everyone enjoying the tumbling spin. Commander, we have a vessel here that you are going to want to greet in person. Or at the very least, you should intercept Nico, because she is way too excited to meet them. Admiral Drake informed him, and Max shook his head. They had met a lot of aliens already. What could be so exciting about these ones that Nico would freak out? When Max saw the data for the vessel that was about to arrive, he understood perfectly. They were an invertebrate species, much like an octopus, but with 10 tentacles, that piloted robotic exoskeletons as their method of casual travel among the other species. I have already arranged their rooms. Suites on the upper levels, since there is nobody else there. The pools will be empty, and the rooms in that region all have hot tubs. It should be perfect for them. Nico messaged Max, but even without reading her mind, he knew she was most excited about their robotics technology. He was as well. From the data that Nico had sent him, taken from the Innu yacht, the species was pacifist, and their suits carried no weapons, only environmental functions, and were mostly intended to make it safe for them to travel among the large species and in dry environments. Max met them at the dock, just as a ship glided through the bay's force field and was met with a wall of light. As it turns out, we had the capability, we just didn't understand the functions of the computer well enough. It's not as good as a modern vessel and requires a very slow approach with engines off, but we can now safely bring vessels into the cruise docks. Nico informed Max as he jogged up. It would be nice if someone told me about these things in advance. You know, since I'm the commander. Max told her. It's on the schedule for the weekly briefing. The crew of the Innu yacht helped get it fixed last night. They have been a huge help while they wait for the spare parts to show up. How long for that? by the way? Max asked. Tomorrow at the earliest. Apparently, it's a holiday for their shop, and they weren't willing to send anyone out until they returned to the office tomorrow. Something about it being a non-emergency call now that they have been rescued by a friendly vessel. Nico shrugged, happy for the repairs to take as long as possible. Greetings, noble guests of the Illithid Empire. Welcome to Terminus. I do hope you enjoy your stay with us. Nico welcomed the group as they stepped off the vessel, already in swimsuits with towels over their shoulders, while a group of automata in butler costumes carried their luggage. I do hope we don't seem presumptuous, showing up without reservations, but the tubes couldn't wait. A robotic voice replied, and Max realized that they were using translation software of some sort to attempt to speak human common. We will take you straight to the top floors where your rooms are. I have made a note to reserve the area for more delicate aquatic species, so you will be safe to wander the area as much as you please. The human staff might be inexperienced, but they will pick it up quickly. Nico informed them, we have linked all of our nerve endings to our suits, so there is no need to exit them outside of our rooms, but we appreciate your concern. How far is it to the tubes? The robotic voice asked again. We put you in a hangar on the top level. If you follow me 30 meters outside the entrance, we will enter through the side doors and you will be at an entrance to the gravity slides. Max informed them and got a round of robotic cheering in response. You're really enjoying this, aren't you? New technology everywhere. Max asked Nico as he led their new guests to their floor. Not as much as I hoped. Their security AI is incredible and noticed me right away, so I haven't been able to skim any data from them or their ship. I made out like a bandit with the Inu, though the cruise ship didn't exactly have any secrets in it, other than the interesting way that their warp drives work. It doesn't even have a portal generator on board. It seems that their small ships use a mothership or dedicated port to open a route for them. Nico replied, Inu vessel incoming, warp 47. Repeated hails from the captain. I believe it is the owner of the yacht in our maintenance bay. Admiral Drake informed them as they left the new arrivals to their own devices, with the promise that an assortment of human fish dishes would be sent to their rooms for dinner in 2 hours. The man whose kid stole his yacht and broke down in the galactic equivalent of the middle of the slums. I bet he's in a particularly great mood. But that speed is incredible. Nico laughed. Put him in the same bay as his yacht and I will meet him there. Max informed Admiral Drake, and turned back to the outer regions of the ship. Chapter 356. Dads are dads. Admiral Drake, get as much data as you can about the warp field on that fast-moving ship. The technology should be similar to ours, and I want to know how they're getting the vessel to move at such a ridiculous speed. Max ordered, heading for the docks to meet the vessel when it arrived. Each numerical increase in warp factor was an exponential increase in speed, meaning that while travel at warp 12 was over 200 times faster than warp 4, traveling at over warp 40 meant that their new visitor didn't even need to use a portal, he could simply fly here from his home galaxy in a matter of hours. A few million light-years was no deterrent for that level of technology, which made Max wonder exactly what sort of parent the Inu students had upset. The ship didn't even need to use their technology to regulate its hull temperature. It did that itself as it glided into the bay next to the damaged yacht, and 3 men emerged from the sleek vessel. All of them were Inu by species, but 2 were exceedingly large, over 2.5 meters tall, while one was wearing what Max understood as the equivalent of a tuxedo. Greetings, I am Commander Karras of the Terminus Trading Company, operators of the vessel Terminus. Max greeted the guest, who was carefully inspecting his yacht for signs of hull damage. The High Chancellor thanks you for your hospitality, and your care in preventing his wayward children from causing any more trouble. He would also like to warn you that all recordings of the vessel he arrived in will be automatically expunged by our onboard artificial intelligence when we depart. We do apologize for the inconvenience, but it is a matter of intergalactic security. The man at the leader's right hand informed Max. Nico looked somewhat crestfallen, and the wealthy man, identified as High Chancellor, smiled at her. You are an interesting creature, aren't you? You can't have the secrets of hyper-warp technology though. Your galaxy has barely made it to warp 10, it is far from time to allow you free reign of other galaxies, especially given your propensity for weapons development. The Inu High Chancellor informed Nico. But it was such a wonderful idea. Nico sighed, and the man laughed at whatever he had inferred from their interaction. Max thought back to what Nico had been doing, but he couldn't quite understand what they were talking about until the thought entered the Chancellor's mind. Sending an artillery shell toward a planet at high warp and simply letting it impact. The result would be devastating, and a molten core planet would incur a seismic event on a scale that would totally reorganize its tectonic plates, while a solid core planet would simply shatter with the energy dispersed by the impact. Nico, remove that thought from your mind. Even for our rather violent and backward galaxy, that is most definitely a war crime. Max instructed her, while both Nico and the High Chancellor laughed. I can see why you are so high stress. Humans and their descendants are strange species. The yacht yard has informed me that they will be here soon with the spare parts. I do hope that we didn't offend your staff by not allowing them to make an emergency repair. The guard at the Chancellor's right hand spoke to Max on his behalf, while the Chancellor himself returned to inspecting the yacht for damages, making mental notes of everything down to small bits of food on the carpet and a handprint on the window. Stress is a natural state for us, it helps focus the mind and motivates us to better ourselves. To reduce the stress level, Max informed the guard. Interesting. I see the validity of the process and have used similar coding when creating semi-intelligent programs in the past. Tell me, what do humans do when their stress level lowers to the point that their productivity begins to fall? The guard asked, going directly into nerd mode when the conversation turned to a topic he could relate to, as the Innu that Max had met were all liable to do. We are instinctively driven to find another challenge when one is completed, so the stress level never drops too low until our entire backlog of intended lifetime achievements is complete, Max informed him. So there is a state of planned obsolescence among humans. Retirement, I believe the other species call it. The guard asked while Nico and the other two boarded the yacht to do a more thorough inspection. Yes, retirement is standard for our species well before the age of physical inability. Normally we choose new tasks, moving from a physical career to family life, or starting a new career, but some with high levels of achievement are held up as role models and heroes for the species, and spend their time teaching and motivating the next generation. Max told him. The guard took out a digital notepad and began writing Max's observations in it quickly with an increasingly large smile on his face. I am feeding that information to our nanny bot. I have an infant child that seems to be unmotivated by the existence of technology and I feared that he would become mediocre. Perhaps your methodology of constant goal setting toward a defined outcome will help keep him on track. The guard said with a smile. You have an infant, and you are already concerned? Max asked. We can commune with technology from birth. Normally Innu infants spend all their time learning about the technology around them, gathering knowledge that they will use all their life. My child only seemed interested in the parts that directly related to his life in the mundane world. You see, we split our consciousness as we work, into multiple data streams plus our physical interactions with the world. Oh, I see. So, he only cares about the physical world, and the multiple streams of data he is capable of are only tools for him to use to that end. Perhaps you would like to have him focus on mechanical engineering. Children who are talented with physical objects, their interaction and design are often sent that way among the humans. Max suggested, an Innu inventor. It's not impossible, though we are better known for maintaining and improving what others make. The guard said thoughtfully. Dealing with aliens was a strange experience, but Max was starting to get the hang of the Innu and their ways. The inventory of the yacht is complete. Terith Rage has provided us with the information on the crystal matrix combinations that the Terminus is capable of producing, and they would be capable of replacing the damaged components, were they not under warranty. I will add that data into the Innu travel data system so that any other vessels in the vicinity with problems that could be resolved by the facilities in the Ray 5 system or aboard Terminus will know who to contact. The High Chancellor informed Max. That sounded a lot like they had earned a new customer for the Reavers, one with nearly unlimited resources, and a massive population, even if they were understandably reluctant to come anywhere near this galaxy. Chapter 357. Even when they're the boss with the pleasant part of their conversation out of the way, the Innu official sighed and turned back to his yacht, then looked into the ship, presumably having already accessed the security cameras. Max checked Nico's thoughts and found that she had shown the man how to navigate the system, and where to find his daughter and her friends so that he could see that they were safe. The Innu's natural ability and Nico's innate talent were very similar in function as far as Max could tell, though their minds worked in very different ways. They simply resonated with all sorts of energy fields and naturally inserted themselves into them in order to communicate with a wide variety of technologies as naturally as breathing. That included the nanotechnology of the Kepler pilots, though the AI did keep the Innu from seeing most of what they were doing, taking the intrusion as a personal challenge at first, since the system wasn't used to random people simply popping into its data flow to see what was going on. I should talk with my children. I don't know if you are aware, but your galaxy is marked as off-limits, an S-ranked hazard, threatening all forms of life. They should not be here at all, much less in my yacht. The only vessels that come here are authorized exploration fleets, like Noctum, as well as some government investigators and others who wish to determine if the status of this galaxy is still deserved. There are species in the northern arms of the galaxy who have nearly earned their place among the universe with their peaceful ways, but their technology is so severely lacking that none of the administrators will grant permission to do more than trade basic trinkets with them, and authorize a few planets to be terraformed in uninhabited regions so that they can feel included while they develop. Given another few millennia, they should be ready, assuming that they can keep improving their technology, while humans are on a different path. You are advancing technology at an incredible pace but in all the wrong ways. Your capabilities for war are even greater than your ability to terraform and survive on hostile planets, to the point that you can actually use weapons of war as part of your attempts to terraform the worlds that you arrive at. Nobody knows what to make of it, so they simply placed your whole galaxy off limits until they can decide. The Innu explained. And how large of a process is that? Would it be hard to convince them that we are worthy once we can get our species settled down and end the wars? Max asked, making the guards laugh. Nothing is simple with the administrators once they have made a decision. You would need unanimous consent from all 13,000 and some species involved to totally remove your designation as a hazardous species, though you could much more easily receive dispensation for small groups among the species to be declared safe for civilized interaction. I believe that the wuxia have already applied for conditional interaction status for Terminus, based on their interactions with you, but that only means that it is safe for people to come to this specific ship, and not just any random human, even though you met the technological threshold to be able to traverse galaxies on your own. The guard who always remained to his boss's left explained. Unfortunately, I think things will get much worse before they get better for humanity as a whole. Max sighed. That was our assessment as well, but never fear. The alliances won't hold it against you once you have moved past your own age of strife. Look at the wuxia, they killed every other sentient species in their galaxy before they decided that it was time for them to end the cycle of violence and pursue more peaceful pastimes. The guard on the right agreed. That was a relief. The wuxia seemed well respected, and Max was pretty sure that they wouldn't have to kill everything that they met in order to end the wars. The northern part of the galaxy was already getting close to peaceful, and they had humans among them. So really, it was just down to politics. End the messy politics and stabilize the galaxy and humanity might have a chance to be seen as properly civilized. That probably wasn't actually possible even if Max was given 10 lifetimes to work with. Why don't we lead you to your offspring, and then to a nice soundproof room so that you can have a fine discussion about the technicalities of borrowing a yacht to go to a restricted zone for vacation? Nico suggested. The guards burst into involuntary laughter, while the boss looked even more annoyed, but he nodded in agreement. I don't suppose that you have a confinement facility here, do you? He muttered as they walked the corridors. We do, though it is probably best if you deal with them yourself if you are wishing to charge them for the theft, Max suggested. Oh, not like that. It is standard practice with Innu parents. Put the misbehaving child in the corner of a shielded room with the lights off, where they can't see or interact with anything. A timeout, for our species. The guard on the left explained. Sensory deprivation is deemed a form of torture by humans, so I'm not sure that we have that sort of a facility, though I suppose we could come up with something similar. Max agreed, thinking of options while they walked. I've got an idea. It wouldn't take much to make our immersive virtual reality work with the Innu. We could put them in a simulation that encompassed their whole mind. It would be useful both for punishment and for learning if we ran a simulation on it. We use it to train pilots and other skilled trades among the humans. Nico suggested. Yes, eternal homework. That is perfect. The Innu father laughed, looking way more eager than Max expected to implement this punishment. He had a point though, homework as punishment for going on an unauthorized trip was oddly fitting. Chapter 358. Timeout. Simple virtual reality headsets were available all over the cruise ship area of Terminus and were used for a variety of experiences from simulated bird watching to interactive movies for the guests. Nico grabbed a headset from the kiosk as they passed with a wave for the staffer who was shocked out of reading a book to pass the time on the mostly empty floor. Despite the low number of guests, the whole area was staffed, to avoid the feeling of a ghost ship. They were also expecting a number of additional visitors over the next few days, on what the Innu were dubbing an extreme adventure. To them, this was like watching a movie about the history of the Valkyria in real time. They had been warned of the dangers of Terminus being destroyed, but they decided the risk was minimal to go on a vacation in hostile territory and have a chance to see species that had been deemed too dangerous for interaction up close and personal. It seemed that despite their peaceful cultures, the universe still had its share of adrenaline junkies and war buffs present. Lulabeth. The one dry word from the High Chancellor stopped the entire group of Innu students in their tracks, right at the entrance to one of the gravity slides. Father, hello, I didn't expect to see you here. Might I ask what brought you away from council meetings this fine afternoon? One of the girls asked with great trepidation. Let's see, possibly a daughter who didn't come home after school. Or a missing pleasure yacht that cost 500 million credits? Or could it be the slew of missing person reports, or possibly the signature of my private portal activating to send someone to a restricted zone? The High Chancellor asked with no emotion in his voice. Oh, well, as you can see, we've been found. Lulabeth said with a hint of desperate hope. I can see that. Of all the harebrained stunts you have pulled, why this one? The High Chancellor asked. There were insectoids and we wanted to see them. Only they were not only highly aggressive, but they actually destroy the planets that they are on. We didn't expect the new ship to break down, and there is a whole exploration fleet in this galaxy that could safely send us home before break ended. His daughter informed him, while her friends trembled in fear. Oh, so it was a matter of insufficient education on the dangers of an S-rank threat. How wonderful, as I have just finished modifying this device for exactly that purpose. The rest of you may enjoy your afternoon. Your families will no doubt have a few choice words for you when you eventually return home. Lulabeth, come with me to your suite. The High Chancellor demanded. Nico led the pair away while Max remained behind to calm the rest of the group. Do you think she will be all right? The High Chancellor is terrifying. We didn't think he would notice at all. At worst, we thought the nanny might be notified and send someone to come look for us, but we can deal with that level of scolding. One of the students asked. She is in no danger of physical harm, though I suspect that by the end of the day she will wish she was. Max chuckled, hearing Nico and the High Chancellor's thoughts as they exchanged data messages silently. What does that mean? Will she get a timeout? One of the students asked with a shudder. Worse, he modified a virtual reality headset to force her to do homework until she learns her lesson. Max informed them, and all the students made a complicated gesture that their thoughts identified as the schematic of a circuit breaker. That is horrific. Only the High Chancellor would do such a cruel thing with a technology that could show us fluffy otters and bunnies. Have you heard of the bunnies? 3 kilograms, fluffy, long ears. One of the girls asked. They actually have them in the world that I grew up on. They're quite friendly most of the time. Max informed them, and all of the Innu side. Our world is covered in technology, there are no wild animals left on the surface, only in museums, and most of those are replicated holograms, not the real thing. One of the students informed him. That explained their fearless love of all things animals. They had never actually interacted with one before, so they didn't fully understand that they could be dangerous, even when they went sightseeing to the Clem worlds. We were thinking about bringing some live animals aboard but decided that it was too much of a problem to maintain the balance on the ship when we had so many species of plant from different planets and climates. The risk of accidental poisoning is too high, not to mention the cleaning. Max explained. That's probably for the best. Some of the other species are petrified of fluffy creatures. On the northern edge of the Alliance territory, there are galaxies full of small furry creatures that use a form of spatial technology to devour entire worlds down to their cores and then float around in space until they get hungry again. One of the students explained. Nope, that wasn't horrifying at all. Nico would probably want one as a pet. Well, enjoy your trips through the slides. We are expecting more guests over the next few hours, so these might be the last peaceful moments you will get before the cruise ship is in full operation. Max informed them, then returned to his duties, returning to his office to check the sensor logs for incoming vessels and reservation requests. From what he could tell, they should have about 10,000 visitors, far from enough to fill the ship, but more than enough to make it feel occupied, and to give the employees the stress test that they had been training for, with an extra twist. The requests would be coming from species they had never met, so nobody knew what they would want. Chapter 359. We are the entertainment for the next 2 days. Ship after ship came and dropped off tourists aboard Terminus. Most of the vessels didn't stay, serving as more of an interstellar taxi service, ferrying hundreds of people at a time to the ship for a month-long stay that seemed to be the galactic standard for vacations. Almost all of their reservations ended on the same day, 1 month from arrival. That could have to do with school schedules though, as their guests were mostly young people from the Innu and the Illithid Empire, but there were some older and younger guests, as well as a few giants and wuxia among the crowds. The giants' name for themselves translated directly as people, so everyone else just called them the giants since their homeworld's name was unpronounceable by anyone who couldn't growl and whistle at the same time. Max was just starting to get used to the constant stream of reports from the ship when an emergency message came through to Terminus, requesting reinforcements to help deal with an attack on a Reaver ship that had cut through the border between Cygnus space and an independent system to the southeast of both Ray 5 and Kepler territory. It would be too far for Terminus to travel if they didn't have the portal available, and Max wasn't sure that it could be stabilized for the huge colony ship to pass through, so he sent the request through to the Admiral and the design team to see what they could do. We can stabilize the portal to hold for up to 15 minutes without input. That is sufficient to get Terminus through. The Admiral confirmed. Excellent, I will inform the ship. All hands and guests, Terminus has received a request for aid and will be traveling to another location within the southeastern quadrant of this galaxy. All arrivals and departures will be put on hold until the situation is under control. I thank you for your understanding. Max informed the ship over the intercom and watched as their guests went into full party mode. This was what they were hoping for when they arrived. Not just to see the new galaxy, but to see why it was off limits firsthand, but with the protection of a high-tech force that made them feel safe enough to not run away. The Reaver ship had been forced to land on a planet and was currently using its defensive forces to hold off an attack by what they had identified as pirates. They wouldn't last too long. The pirates weren't idiots, they knew what they could attack and win against, but Max could get there much faster than anyone had anticipated. Activate the portal. Every minute lost is lives lost. All pilots to your mecha, cutters make ready to deploy. All drone pilots to your pods. Max ordered as Terminus began to power up in preparation to open the portal. It would take even more power than their warp travel did, but they had enough to spare with the updated drive designs, even if it was a slow process without the living energy storage that they had pilfered the designs from the wuxia. The slow activation was actually popular with the guests, who were given a few carefully selected feeds to choose from so they could see what was going on outside the ship. It felt more rustic and real to them than the nearly instant buildup and smooth movement of their top-of-the-line ships from the current generations. A reminder that despite the luxury, the ship they were on was more than 10 millennia old. Portal stable, preparing to transit, Admiral Drake informed the ship, as Terminus eased through the shimmering void in space, barely larger than its hull. On the other side of the portal, there was utter chaos. Max had thought that they hadn't sent a follow-up signal since they were under attack, but what he found was that both the Reavers and the pirates were under attack by the Scourge. Keep Terminus well back and send in the cutters. Keep 5th Battalion aboard Terminus in case the Scourge notices us. Full attack in 30 seconds. Max ordered. The ship's alarms began to blare as the cutters made ready to depart, and the ship's shields powered up to defend against the probability of a Scourge attack. Head to the surface with the troops. The Scourge will cut off long-range communications. Nico suggested as Max sighed in disappointment that he had duties. There's no time for that. Max pointed out right as a small portal opened in front of him, showing him the roof of Enduring Rage. A gift from our Innu guests. Now get going, I have insane guests to deal with, who all want more data feeds to see the battle from. Nico informed him, clear annoyance in her voice. She was certainly better suited to that job than he was since she could send out drones to fulfill their requests. So, Max entered his mecha, -1 technician, and powered up the systems right as the 1st Battalion's cutter got ready to leave the hangar. It's good to see you, Commander, I thought we would be short a pilot. 1st Battalion is ready on your command. Major Miller informed him, from the cockpit of his Infernus pattern fast attack Crusader, formerly known as the X-109 model. The moment that the cutters cleared the moon that Terminus had arrived behind, the Scourge were alerted to their presence, sending a large portion of their forces to intercept the 4 cutters, who were already unleashing a furious salvo of fire toward the mechanical species ships. This would be somewhere between a horror movie and a train wreck from the Innu point of view, Max was sure. They had such a close affinity with technology that a hostile AI species was anathema to them. But the fact that the Terminus Trading Company was fighting them off with Mecha would make it robot-on-robot violence, at least from the outside perspective. Battalions 2, 3, and 4 head to the surface and assist the Reavers. The 1st Battalion will be heading to the Scourge ship to nullify the threat. The Scourge is known to retreat when their vessel is damaged. Max ordered, then double-checked the super heavy mecha systems. It was time for war again, but this time with an audience, so no questionable tactics which might be called war crimes. Chapter 360. Landfall gone wrong. The cutter with the 1st Battalion raced toward the planet's surface as the other 3 battalions made contact with the Scourge ships. They didn't dock, that was only to the advantage of the Scourge, but they exited the cutters and used the gravity control and magnetic plating functions of their mecha to lock themselves to the cutter's exterior. A wave of drones raced out from Terminus to keep watch and assist where needed, while a furious barrage of fire smashed into the Scourge mothership, which went into an immediate frenzy at the unexpected level of damage that it was taking. The cutters had orbital bombardment-level weaponry, and the Scourge mothership was ill-equipped to deal with it, having already lost their main shielding, causing them to start taking casualties to their automaton forces before they had even made contact with their newly arrived target. Aboard Terminus, the passengers were staring in a mixture of awe and horror as Nico relayed the background of the Scourge as subtitles at the bottom of the video feeds, as well as an ongoing narration of the battle that she was broadcasting while she piloted the drones taking the footage. Normally, the Scourge did as they had to the other 2 forces here, they took their targets by surprise, and then made for close combat to recover as many resources as possible from the target vessels before retreating. That was not how this battle was going through, and the Scourge mind was not pleased. Warning: unorthodox attack detected. The warning from Max's system wasn't anything he had seen before, and it came at the worst possible moment. They had just made landfall, and the first members of the 1st Battalion were just stepping off of the cutter to engage the Scourge who were threatening their Reaver allies. The Scourge lander flashed with blinding white light, and everything went dark. All power was knocked out, not only to the mecha, but to the cutter, and to both human forces on the surface. It seemed to be mutual destruction, as the Scourge had also fallen to the ground, disabled by their own attack, and Max was racing to get his mecha back online. He didn't even have communications to talk to the rest of his forces. What he did find was that his mobile suit tucked away in his locker was still operational, unlike everything else. Even the power packs for the backup pistols had been discharged by whatever the Scourge had done. Max Force activated all the other mobile suits, so at least the other super heavy pilots would realize that they had an option if the fighting wasn't over, and donned the protective armor as he continued to try to get the reactor back online. It looked like a lost cause for the moment, as the energy matrix of the crystal structures was entirely wiped out, but the super heavy mecha still carried smaller fusion power plants as a backup, originally intended to be a supporting power supply for the shields and emergency supply, if they should start taking large amounts of damage. That system Max might be able to get back online if he had a bit of time, since his optimization function was telling him to follow a reboot protocol. "Commander, the Scourge are starting to move again. Please advise," Major Miller asked frantically over the radio in his mobile suit. "Let the technicians start getting everything back online. That's their job. Command staff, exit your mecha in the mobile suits and keep the Scourge from overrunning the battalion. Do not go far from your mecha. Just keep the Scourge off the pilots as long as you can." Max ordered. Force reboot initiated. Fusion plant online in 240 seconds. The secondary power plant of Enduring Rage came to life with a small infusion of power from the mobile suit, then broadcast its status to the other mecha in the area. Using the power of the transmission was enough to activate the passive transponders in the heavy mecha, and begin their own reboot sequence, but the Corvette class and line mecha would have to wait until they could be repaired, or the overheated circuits reset themselves, assuming that was enough to salvage the situation. Max climbed to the roof of Enduring Rage to get a better signal and received an incoming supply notification from the drone pilots. Nico had noticed their plight and sent them a supply drop, a small collection of plasma cannons, and a crate of organic power packs which could be plugged into the power transfer port on the light mecha to get them temporarily back online. They would die again in an hour or less if they used their energy weapons, but that might be just long enough. New orders. Get the light mecha online while everyone else reboots. Max ordered as he grabbed a plasma cannon from the drone's hold. The Scourge force was already coming his way, and 20 shots wouldn't last long, but he only needed 4 minutes. 240 seconds and the mecha would be back online and they would be able to eliminate the Scourge threat. Max charged forward with long strides, running the mobile suit on minimal power assistance so that he had more for the plasma cannon, and relying on his own immense strength. The cannon flashed twice as he ran, dropping a pair of Scourge sentinels that were in the lead, sending mechanical tentacles flying in every direction as they exploded, and drawing all of their attention. If they had emotions, Max would say that they were surprised that they had been shot at, and they were definitely not happy about it. The cannon couldn't fire fast enough to keep them off of Max, but 3 more dropped in the seconds before the sentinels made it to Max, where they were met with his sword and the armored boot of the mobile suit. Hey, are humans supposed to be able to do that? The commander just kicked through the head of a Scourge sentinel. Our data says that they are a lightweight composite alloy armor. One of the Inu students asked Nico, who paused her narration to reply. The system, made up of nanobots comprising a wide network of artificial intelligence, rebuilds the bodies of our pilots to the system's estimation of optimal performance. At this point in his life, Commander Karras is roughly 6 times as strong as a standard human and much more durable. He could easily exert enough force even with an armored boot to damage the sentinels, though it will cause damage to his suit in return. Nico replied, still broadcasting to the whole ship so that everyone would understand what was going on. That energy sword, my analysis says that it is based on a standard laser torch. In effect, he is using an industrial tool to disassemble the sentinels in the most brutally efficient way possible. One of the Inu observed, making Nico and the staff of the ship laugh. That was one way to put it. The Scourge sentinels certainly looked like disassembled scrap when Max was finished with them, and the pile of robotic bodies was growing by the second. Chapter 361, Rescue. High above the chaos on the ground, the battle was a very different one. The Mecha had absolutely dominated the Scourge mothership, and the 3 cutters that remained in orbit had blasted it very nearly beyond repair before it began to retreat. Realistically, they could refuse to let it retreat, as the cutters were the faster vessel, but they couldn't get a hold of the commander or the forces on the ground after that pulse, and minimizing their own casualties was every Reaver force's primary concern. The Kepler military might sacrifice battalions for a greater cause, but not a single officer in what was now the Terminus Trading Company was willing to do that. Though most still considered themselves Kepler officers to some extent, there was no doubt that the willingness to follow the sort of suicidal commands that Central Command often issued was entirely gone. They would never be able to return to being meat for the grinder. Max saw the light of plasma cannons flashing around him through the mass of sentinels and realized that while the mechanical killing machines were active, they were not fully functional. Their energy shielding and energy weapons were all offline, as well as some of the tentacles on the sentinels that he was fighting. That was letting the plasma cannons rip through multiple targets, thinning out the crowd of sentinels in a hurry as Max furiously hacked through the mass of metal. With a kick to a shiny silver head, he threw himself up in the air and fired a burst of plasma back down at the spot where he had been standing, creating a new opening for him to fight in, and giving him a moment to assess the battlefield. Most of the Corvette-class units were back online, as well as about a third of the line Mecha, all of which had chosen to engage in melee combat to preserve the limited energy in the power packs that they had been sent, and that seemed to be enough to form a barrier around the disabled Mecha that was holding steady as the timer to reboot on the heavy Mecha's power plants counted down the seconds. Screams of horror rang through the cruise ship portion of Terminus as Max landed back among the sentinels, and Nico gave a wry smile. With the damage the sentinels had taken, Max was not only stronger and faster, but he was also more heavily armed, and his mobile suit was still showing itself to be in above-average condition, with the feet Max had been using to kick sentinels being the most damaged portion of the entire armor. Nico made a note to update that design for increased durability as Max hacked his way through another wave of Scourge attackers and retreated back to the line of Mecha. There were now 60 seconds left on his reboot timer, and once that was up the 1st Battalion would unleash the full fury of a Kepler armored strike force on the Scourge menace. Commander, the mothership has retreated. The Scourge forces on the planet are now isolated and abandoned. Battalions 2 through 4 have passed the outer atmosphere. Do you copy, Commander? The message was a great relief to everyone on the planet, even the pirates, who knew that they weren't in for a good time and weren't going to win this engagement, especially with their ships offline due to the Scourge attack. Copy that, 2nd Battalion. 1 minute on the reboot of the heavy Mecha and we will be back online. Spread into a defensive landing pattern, in case they try the same thing again. Max ordered. Problem neutralized. Nico's happy voice came over the radio, a half-second before the drones targeted a point on the ground and 3 orbital lances from the incoming cutters lit up the sky. That might be overkill, but if it worked, they wouldn't need to worry about the Scourge disabling the rest of their mecha. Max made it back behind the line, and a pair of line mecha stepped in to block the sentinels that were still following him, burning some of their precious power reserves to wipe out a whole rank of attackers with their ion cannons. Max made it back to Enduring Rage just in time for the lights to start coming online as the mecha powered back up. 15 seconds until full output and operational readiness. The mecha's onboard computer informed him happily as he entered and strapped himself into the seat, not even bothering to remove the mobile suit, only disabling the power assistance in the hands, since it couldn't keep up with his fingers during piloting maneuvers. The sentinels wouldn't slow their attacks. They knew that they were expended resources at this point, and their only remaining function was to do as much damage as possible before they were eliminated. There is an official request from the Inu High Chancellor for the remains of a Scourge Sentinel if possible. They want to add it to their Museum of Mechanical Development, as a warning to future generations about the dangers of artificial intelligence evolving in the wild. Nico informed Max, "Then come get it yourself. We're a bit busy here," Max replied, knowing that she had actually meant after the battle was complete. "I suspect that if his guards didn't stop him, he would be on his way already. Drones will be in position for a planetary sensor net in 10 seconds. We will await guidance from your targeting data," Nico replied, ending the message with a digital smiley face. Max sighed in relief. At least she was still paying attention to the essentials, even when she was taking care of the tourists. "All units, prepare for linked targeting data in 3, 2, 1 now. Fire at will, full output. Let's put on a show for our guests," Max ordered. All 4 battalions were in position, or at least mostly in position, when Max gave the order to fire, and the rolling boom of the thunder cannons echoed across the region, marking the moment that the super heavy mecha came to life, and the Scourge threat realized that their time had ended. Chapter 362, Rescue completed. When the guns fell silent, there were no signs of Scourge energy signatures left on the planet at all. All of the mecha had slowly been brought back online, though the light mecha were operating on backup power packs since they couldn't be rebooted in the field without a technician. The pulse that had disabled everything seemed to have caused them some actual damage beyond overloaded circuits. The super heavy mecha of the 1st Battalion would need some repairs as well, as the crystal matrix power plants that they had been retrofit with, based on the ship's engines aboard Terminus, had been blanked, and new crystals would be needed to get them back online. The lockers did give a good idea of what upgrades would be needed to repel future attempts by the Scourge to deploy similar weapons though, and it was so ridiculously simple that Max was surprised that they hadn't done it by accident. Unlike every other part of the mecha which had been carefully examined for durability, longevity, and the ability to remain unaffected by energy surges, the simple tin lockers and cabinets had just been reshaped to fit the cockpit. They only held clothing and miscellaneous items, they weren't of any real significance themselves. But because of that, the energy attack designed to pass by their shielding had simply bounced off the lockers, as if they were a Faraday cage. If Max had been paying more attention, he would have noticed that they were distinctly hot to the touch from the energy exposure, but they held up intact without any issues. If he had been turned a little further to the left, they might have actually absorbed and reflected enough of the energy attack that the power plant could have stayed online. But the attack had been completely unexpected. The Scourge had never before used a self-sacrificing attack, and if they had more infantry on the ground in their area, with projectile weapons, the casualties among the Scourge sentinels would have been immediately catastrophic. Even a single machine gun nest would have torn apart hundreds of inactive sentinels in the first few seconds before they started coming back online, and in fact, they had, over where the Reavers and pirates were defending their positions. "All units report. Did we take any casualties?" Max asked while he searched through the data stream for reports of units lost. 1st Battalion lost 4 mecha, all repairable. No pilots lost. Major Miller reported. No losses among the orbital fleet. The other commanders reported. That battle really couldn't have gone any better. Now it was just a matter of dealing with the pirates. The visitors from the Illithid Empire held a very dim view of pirates, though they understood the concept somewhat differently than humans did. They abhorred lies and dishonesty, and the word pirate translated into their language is a combination of thief and corrupt businessman. Both were at the very bottom of their society, and they were keenly interested in what the humans would do to such reprehensible members of society. The Innu understood the concept of piracy as well but related it more to software piracy, and it took them a while to understand that they were taking solid goods, and not making unauthorized copies of data. Once they understood that part, it all fell into place for them, as they had experienced such things before, with up-and-coming species that would attempt to pilfer technology at any cost in order to advance themselves. The technicians from Terminus who had been aboard the cutters which were in orbit were already working to get the Reaver vessel back online, using their materials printers to replace damaged circuits, and mobile power packs to bring emergency power back online so that the rest of the systems could reboot. That part was of more interest to the Inu than anything else that had happened today, and Nico ended up hacking into the helmet cameras and sensor feeds from the Tech Adept harnesses, which the Inu found to be the greatest technological marvel in human possession, according to the students. They had made multiple requests for Nico to sell them some, as their evolution path had led straight to manipulating technology, and bypassed using technology to enhance themselves. They didn't see the appeal of cyborg conversions, since it damaged the body, but a Tech Adept harness simply strapped on and added functions that they could use for multiple work-related projects at the same time, thanks to their multi-track minds. When the Reaver ship came back online and the pirates started bringing them crates and crates of supplies, the passengers aboard the ship were intrigued, unsure of what to make of the spectacle. This is the standard penalty for piracy among the Reavers. They will be looted dry, all items of value that they had will be forfeited as a financial penalty for piracy, and they will be left with their ship somewhere habitable, which in this case will be on the planet's surface since the ship itself is not currently habitable. With a lot of work, they should be able to get it up and running again, and they will be able to contact any allies that they have once the Reavers are gone. Nico explained to the ship as the work was ongoing. That is surprisingly humane, given your species' reputation, the Inu High Chancellor told Nico, who gave him an evil smile in return. It's not as kind as you might think. They are in for a very hard future, and not everyone will be as kind as the Reavers. You see, if they have made enemies of another group, and those people arrive before their allies, they could well lose the ship, and possibly their freedom, depending on if they are wanted for any other crimes. Even if they are found by their allies, they no longer have their equipment, and they have taken losses of personnel in the battle, so they will be in heavy debt to whoever agrees to resupply them. Nico explained, humans really do have strange rules. Before they reached enlightenment, we used to simply call the wuxia after disabling such vessels. Their sense of righteousness would determine the outcome for those deemed undesirable for society. The High Chancellor informed her. Knowing that the wuxia killed everything in their galaxy that wasn't themselves, that wasn't exactly a humane answer to the problem, but Nico was pretty sure it was enough of a deterrent that no pirate in their right mind would attack the Inu. Repairs and transfer work complete. We are returning to Terminus now, if you would like to end the broadcast. Max ordered Nico so that there wouldn't be any stray cameras still looking at the planet if the Reavers decided that they needed a little vengeance on top of the price already paid. It was the least that he could do in the circumstances since they weren't sticking around to help the Reaver ship rebuild their damaged systems. They had gotten them repaired enough to fly, and he had agreed to let them follow through the portal so that they could come back to Ray 5 where their main staff was, but Max wasn't going to spare any extra parts on this rescue mission that he didn't have to. Chapter 363, Live at 9. All hands and guests, prepare for movement through the portal. The Admiral announced as the cutters arrayed themselves around the freshly formed shimmer in space. Terminus led the way, followed by the damaged Reaver ship, with the cutters coming through last to ensure that nothing hostile could follow them into the Ray 5 system. Every vessel had been thoroughly scanned both for live scourge and even small remnants of their sentinels, which might be a tracking beacon or an infiltration unit. Nothing had been found, and the scourge hadn't made it close enough to them for anything to breach security, but it was still best to be absolutely sure before returning to a populated world. Welcome back Terminus, you have become quite popular it seems. Please be advised that quarantine procedures are in place for all vessels arriving with unknown species. The communication officer of the Ray 5 Moon Base informed them. Understood Moon Base. We won't be making a landing today, only escorting a Reaver vessel home after a scourge attack. Arrangements for the assistants have been made with their home terminal already. Nico informed the base staff. Max directed the 1st Battalion's ship to return to their dock, while he watched the location update broadcast to all of the incoming vessels who had reservations to dock with Terminus. That should be an amusing wake-up call for the Reavers since they had never seen a vessel like most of these before, and they were all coming to visit Terminus. Hey Max, did you know that you're famous? I've got a link to the Inu social media sites active now, and the live stream of you in combat with the mobile suit is a real hit. Malevolent AI meets AI-enhanced soldiers is the headline over the entire Inu-dominated section of their network. You know how they are about technology, and they have never faced an enemy like the Scourge before, so it's all new to them. I don't think it will help the tourist numbers into this galaxy, but the Inu news media loves us for today. Max sighed at Nico's description of what she had been doing while they were gone, then decided that it was likely for the best. They could only take so many passengers, and the journey wasn't guaranteed to be safe, so they didn't need to push for mainstream status. Once they were settled into the bay, Max tuned into the ship's intercom and listened to a recorded voice giving a glowing recommendation of the planet's natural beauty and status as an open port among the human populations, though the passengers were warned that sadly a quarantine protocol was in effect, so they wouldn't be able to go to the surface today. Commander, we have a request for the Reavers from the Imperial Inquisition. They have detected possible rebel activities on the border near Cygnus, and they are requesting a vessel with good trade relations with the Cygnus Empire be sent to check it out. There is a generous payment for accurate data, and we are the perfect vessel to go. General Ming sent to Max while the recorded voice finished its spiel about Ray 5. That sounds like a good time. We could invite some dignitaries aboard to come to visit our tourists. If they meet the best of humans, they might get a better impression of us than if they keep seeing us battling something. Just give me a day to arrange cargo for the area and we can head out. Max replied, then sent the trip plan to the Admiral and the cargo request to Mary Tereth, who should have something going to the region, thanks to her extensive connections. For my favorite son-in-law, I am sure that we can find something of value going to the Cygnus border. Mary Tereth responded only a few minutes later, followed moments later by a collection of orders that were going to the region and hadn't been claimed yet. Nico walked in while Max was staring at the list of orders, stopping to massage his shoulders before heading to the showers. Nico, you need to talk to your mom more often. She's getting grandchild fever again. Max called as she walked away, making the cyborg laugh at him. Try it yourself. None of my system functions are compatible with the task of changing my mother's mind. Nico replied, then turned on the water, drowning out Max's response. Like that was possible. Every time he talked to her, Max found himself caught up in her pace, dragged along to whatever the woman had already decided to do. It was an incredible personality trait for a Reaver leader to have, but it was more than a little annoying when he was trying to redirect her. Max picked a shipment that was coming from the moon base, a cargo hold full of refined polymers that were going to the very same system where the Cygnus representative was supposedly meeting with the rebels. That was suspiciously convenient, like they wanted a Reaver ship present for some reason, likely to hire as assistants for whatever plan they had cooked up. But, if he was taking the offer from the Imperial Inquisition, it was the best possible bit of luck, even if it was clearly suspicious, and likely a trap. We also have a Code Vermilion shipment from the base itself directly to you, Commander. 2 crates marked highly volatile. The communication officers on the bridge informed Max as he placed the order and got ready to receive the barge from the moon base, since they were under quarantine, due to the unknown species aboard. Have them arrive directly in the empty cargo hold next to the 1st Battalion. All sensor equipment and cameras in that bay will be disabled effective immediately. Max ordered. Nico, you heard that, right? Be a dear and take care of it for me, would you? Max yelled to his second-in-command, who was still in the shower. Got it. The bay is secure, only you, me, and Inquisitor General Ming will have access to the bay. Nico yelled back, then turned off the water and came strutting back out to grab fresh clothes. Damn Nico, you really are putting in work to get that body modified. Max whistled as she walked by with an extra sway in her hips and a smile on her face. Of course, just wait and see, it's going to be amazing once I'm finished. Chapter 364. Shiny objects. Their guests seemed to be easily entertained, and the hourly reports that Max was getting showed that the most frequented area of the entire vessel was the gravity slides. The Inu weren't even stopping to see the attractions until they were tired or hungry. They simply spent hours at a time racing around the ship on the water slides, while the visitors from the Illithid Empire preferred to relax in the hot tubs and only moved when they wanted to remove their exoskeletons to eat. They could bring the food inside their robotic bodies, but it was preferable to release themselves and eat in the luxury of their room. They deemed it too high of a risk to remove their robotic assistants' bodies even in the dining halls, so all their orders were for room service, to be left outside the room and brought in by the one person who got dressed, as they referred to equipping the suits. Sir, we have new arrivals. More Inu, as well as the warranty repair team for the damaged yacht. Admiral Drake informed Max, who was already swamped with messages about the incoming shipments. Send the repair team to the same bay as the yacht, and bring the others to the far side, near the main entrance so that the welcoming team can do their thing. How many more are in this batch? Max asked. Roughly 1,000 going by the preliminary bookings. Scheduled to be here for a month, with a request to see human-populated planets. Admiral Drake replied, with a note of amusement in his voice. They would definitely be seeing that. In fact, they might even get to meet some wild humans from Cygnus, assuming that there weren't any major security concerns with bringing them aboard the ship. Both ships arrived right on time, between the cargo barge and the Code Vermilion shipment, and docked without incident, but these Inu were much different than the students. Not in appearance, but in personality. This wasn't a bunch of college kids and their social media followers. This vessel had been full of Inu xenochanists. Scientists specialized in alien technologies and wanted to know absolutely everything about humans, human technology, and their history. They were much more serious than the first batch, but just as thoroughly taken with the gravity slides the moment that they were explained to them. At least some things were universal. They didn't play around on them all day though. Once they took a trip through them to get close to their rooms, they went in and started unpacking their equipment to make a proper entry for their records. The ship they arrived on requested departure clearance barely an hour later, after verifying that nothing had been left behind by accident, and the scientists began to make plans for their extended stay as if Terminus was an unexplored planet in the far reaches of space and not a luxury cruise ship. The sight amused all of the human crew members that saw them, but they were well aware of the unique personality of the Inu as a whole, so they didn't think anything of it. The repair team turned out to be incredibly efficient, verifying the remote diagnostics the moment that they landed in the bay, and managing to get the warp drive torn apart within 2 hours so they could do their physical verification for the warranty claim. The technicians on duty could only watch in envy as they finished up within another hour and had the job cleaned up and the yacht back in pristine condition within 4 hours of their arrival. They could really use a few technicians like that on their crew, and everyone wondered what it would take to get a group of fully trained Inu warp drive technicians to sign on to work aboard Terminus. That was something that hadn't come up so far. It was clear that they still used some sort of monetary system, given the disparity in resource distribution, but whether the Reavers could offer something of equivalent value was questionable, as they didn't know what the Inu valued as a precious resource. Max was sitting in his office when the door slid open with a gentle hiss, revealing the High Chancellor and his bodyguards. "Welcome, High Chancellor. What can I do for you today?" Max asked politely, ignoring the fact that he was certain that door was locked a moment ago. "The boatyard staff has confirmed that my yacht has been repaired, and as much as I would love to stay and enjoy the adventures of the good ship Terminus, I must return to work and leave these lovely gravity slides behind. The children will be staying behind here for the duration of their break from school, though I have put them all on punishment, with 3 hours of mandatory studying to be done daily through the virtual reality headsets provided by your concierge. If you could verify that they are keeping up with their duty, I would appreciate it, but I will verify when they return either way, and the punishment will be tripled and restarted if they have failed." The odd dichotomy of allowing them to remain on vacation even when they were in trouble amused Max, but he managed to keep a straight face and respond to the strict official. "Of course, I will have the staff remind them twice daily. You can set the times for the alerts if you prefer." Max agreed. As long as they actually keep up with the studies that they slacked on and learn their lesson, it doesn't matter what time they get it done. "I will leave it in your capable hands, and request a departure window to exit the hangar beside the repair vessel." The High Chancellor asked, "Would you like a portal back to your home system? I believe that we have the appropriate technology to stabilize a long-distance portal, though we haven't tested it outside our own galaxy so far." Max offered, "I am sure the repair crew would appreciate it, seeing that you don't charge for the energy usage, but I will return under my own power. Safety protocol says that I can't follow a predetermined course back to the home system, to prevent my vessel from being intercepted. It's quite annoying, and highly unlikely that I would encounter any difficulties, but rules are rules, and these ones were coded in our mainframe by my own ancestors, so it wouldn't be acceptable for me to alter them." The High Chancellor replied politely, "We will assist you in setting the portal coordinates. There is a predetermined set of coordinates, based on origin, to avoid traffic jams." The bodyguard informed Max and then began uploading data to Max's console screen with the facing and precise destination for the portal, as well as the alterations to the field generation that would optimize long-distance stability and power usage. Repair vessel ready for portal formation. The maintenance crew reported, and Max brought the portal generators online, watching the power consumption of the ship spike to levels higher than what was necessary to bring Terminus to maximum warp. No wonder they charged for this. If they had small vessels regularly moving between galaxies, they would need hundreds of dedicated facilities to open the portals, and going by this, even the mighty crystalline warp drives on Terminus didn't have the power to open a portal large enough to move the colony ship through. They would need the assistance of the cutters to bring it online and stabilize a portal that large. But now they knew where the Inu lived, or at the very least, where they had their private yachts commissioned. Chapter 365. Toybox. The High Chancellor left immediately after the repair vessel, but on a different course, one that would lead him one galaxy over from where the repair ship was headed, assuming he didn't change course once he reached open space. Nico, tell me what we lost. I'm certain he didn't leave without scrubbing the system. Max was already looking through the ship's computer, searching for missing or recently deleted data, in case something could be salvaged. It looks like the only thing he cleaned was surveillance logs of his vessel and his team. The data we scanned about it is gone, but everything else, including the repair logs of the yacht, is intact. There are no glaring inconsistencies, they just changed their appearance to be nothing. I could find a few spots where others were clearly talking to nothing, but no sign of the High Chancellor. Nico reported. In your own memory? Max asked. I couldn't get a very good look at the vessel myself, they were careful about that, but I know what it looks like, and a bit about the warp field. Not enough to replicate it, but enough to give me a clue as to where to start. Overall, that was better than expected. Max had been worried that they would remove much more than the Chancellor and his team, but it seemed that the Inu weren't concerned about Terminus gaining knowledge of their civilian vessels. He took it as a small sign of trust since the world ships that had interacted with humans before had blocked all forms of scans, even of their smaller shuttles. Traffic control, what do we have left on the schedule for today? Max asked, now that the important parts of his concerns had been settled. Commander, all arrivals are complete, we have one cargo barge still unloading in the port side bays that will be leaving within the hour. All other vessels aboard have expressed their intent to remain for the journey. Inform me when the barge has departed. We will be departing for the Cygnus border as soon as we are loaded. Yes, Commander. Max sent a signal for Nico to meet him at the bay they had locked off for the Code Vermilion shipment and left his office in the aft section of the ship. Uncle Lou hadn't spoken a word about what they were getting, but Max assumed that the two crates were the new Mecha and a collection of spare parts. He couldn't wait to see what the modified design turned out to be. Nico and Inquisitor General Ming met him at the door, and Max gave the Inquisitor a confused look, wondering how the man knew that they were going to be there. I was waiting here for you two to arrive. I knew your curiosity wouldn't hold out long after locking down an entire bay to receive a shipment from the base. He explained. All right then, let's see what we have. Max sighed, knowing that it would be more trouble than it was worth to try to keep secrets from the Inquisitor. The two metal boxes weren't the same size, and only one seemed large enough to hold the Mecha, so that is where Max started. The whole front of the storage box swung clear of the crate with an input of his handprint, revealing the long-awaited Titan-class Mecha in all its glory. The statuesque samurai knight stood tall at a full 40 meters to the top of its helmet, with a long-nosed red Tengu mask on its face under matte black armor. The laser lenses in the shoulder pads were clearly visible, and the lower forearms held 6 barrels each, encased under armored plating, which combined to made up the new disruptor-based main weapon. Beside the Mecha stood an assortment of weapons. A long sword, a short sword, a shield, and a retractable halberd. Then there was an odd-looking pair of pistols that Max hadn't expected, as pistols hadn't been on any of the design outlines. A hologram of Uncle Lou appeared in front of Max, smiling in the relaxed manner everyone was used to seeing. Greetings Nico and gentlemen, I am sure you have questions, so I programmed this short introduction video for you. Most of the design specs are as we discussed. You can explore those at your leisure. The melee weapons all have energy fields over the blades, with randomized, rapidly rotating frequency patterns to prevent countermeasures from rendering them ineffective against interstellar vessel shielding. The swords are self-explanatory, but the shield carries an internal power pack, based on the biological energy storage units you discovered. It is very much a prototype, so I expect data if you do use it. The halberd is much like the swords, but it has an ion cannon built in to give your enemies a nasty little surprise. The pistols are simple ion destroyers, in case you run short on other weapons. The shielding unit has been upgraded from the super heavy mecha, linking 3 modules together in order to withstand the level of incoming fire it is expected to receive. I will leave the rest to you, and advise you to open the other crate if you haven't already done so. Knowing Commander Karras, he went straight to the good stuff, while Nico is losing her mind because I shielded the boxes so she can't examine the contents until they are open. The last bit made both men laugh, while Nico just shrugged in agreement. If the Titan-class mecha wasn't so amazing, she would have already ripped the other box open just to see what Uncle Lou had hidden from her. The other box can wait a few seconds. I am not moving on until this beauty is humming under my fingers. Max advised, then ran to the side of the crate to climb the internal ladder which led to the cockpit of his new mecha. With a short leap from the wall to the pilot's door, Max stepped inside, finding himself looking at the interior of a tiny luxury apartment. Welcome, Pilot Max, to the Titan-class Mecha Cleansing Light. This unit is now coded to your unique genome and will function for no other without your permission. Please note the presence of a stasis pod with the finest healing technology available under the bed for your exclusive use. Here, nothing short of total obliteration should be capable of ending your life. Uncle Lou's voice greeted Max as he entered. Well now, isn't that something? Let's get this beauty powered up. Max told the empty cockpit in front of him, then headed for the command station. Chapter 366. Premium Death Machines. Max settled into the seat and found that the controls weren't the standard Kepler mechanical layout, though those were available on the console in front of him. There was a neural link halo that lowered over his head, linking the movements of the mecha to his intentions and removing the physical lag between his intentions and his physical movements. The setup also had the option to synchronize, so that he could physically control the mecha, while he mentally targeted, or the reverse. With Max's improved cognitive functions, that wouldn't be necessary, as he could accurately target with every weapon consciously while also mentally piloting, and not relying on instinct and muscle memory to do the movement portion of the work for him. He also noted that the shield mounted to the forearm weapons on the left arm, so it wouldn't interfere with his firepower when equipped, and every weapon had a secure holster available. He really did look like a 40-meter-tall, living samurai knight, right down to the traditional demon mask that was supposed to intimidate enemies of the human warriors. It was a bit redundant when equipped on a Titan-class mecha, but he appreciated the sentiment and effort. The shipping crate also contained the maintenance rack for the mecha, so it would have to be secured to the bay once he had chosen a proper place for it. With the neural link equipped, Max didn't even have to remain in his pilot seat to operate the cleansing light. One after another, he picked up and stored the weapons in their holsters, noting how the mecha moved in a perfectly natural manner, matching his thoughts as if it were his own body. That was a welcome change. Most Titan-class mecha were a bit slow and clunky but made up for it in pure lethality. Cleansing Light could purge a planetary capital in an instant and still walk perfectly naturally as if it was a system-enhanced Kepler pilot. Uncle Lou had really outdone himself on this project. There wasn't the space or opportunity to test the rest of the features of the mecha, but Max did verify that his tracking and targeting were working properly, and powered up the mecha's sensor suite, doing a full system check. Movement in the corner of his eye made Max turn, just as Nico opened up the other crate and began laughing hysterically. As expected, the other crate contained some raw materials and parts, but it also contained a new model of material printer, and a second smaller crate, which was what caught Nico's attention. What did you find, Nico? Max asked. There are lots of goodies for you, but Uncle Lou also sent me a present, Nico informed him as she used the bay's overhead crane to move the new materials printer out of the way so she could open the other crate. It was roughly cubical, and 15 meters tall, no taller than one of the new heavy mecha, but large enough to hold 4 of them, and Max wondered what sort of thing Uncle Lou had sent for her. Nico took the time to set up the new materials printer before she returned to the crate with a look of reverence and dived into it through a small door on the top. The door of the crate popped open from the inside, and a bright red, kneeling form unfolded itself from inside. It was a mecha, but like nothing else that the humans had ever produced. Standing 20 meters tall, and having an organically curved outer shell that looked very much like a soot-black muscular body, the four-armed mecha wielded a blade in each hand, and stood on cloven feet, with a grinning demonic visage staring up at Max. The sight stopped Max in his tracks, as the last parts of his lost memory came crashing back into his consciousness. He knew that mecha. In fact, there was nothing in his past life that Max knew better, for it haunted his every dream, even after his retirement and all through the isolated years stuck on a throne world being venerated as a hero. That Mecha led the armies of a fanatical cult of genetically modified soldiers that had torn half the galaxy asunder in under a decade, drowning worlds in blood and killing trillions of soldiers. Eventually, Max and his army resorted to sending suicide bombers to launch a surprise attack and destroy the fortress that their command group was holed up in, crippling their leadership and allowing his forces to eliminate the remainder of their army in one crushing wave. Even in the mighty god machine Gloriana that he had piloted to innumerable heroic victories in his past life, he simply couldn't defeat that evil Mecha and its commanders. Every time he thought he had them, they would get a warning of the imminent threat and simply disappear without a trace, only for him to get news of new carnage and race across star systems in a desperate attempt to save another planet. Soul Drinker, he breathed over the intercom as Nico stood up in the cursed Mecha that Uncle Lou had created for her. While from the day of his birth Max recalled who he was, and the morals he should hold, he had only slowly regained everything else from his memories. Nico was the exact opposite. She recalled all of the useful skills from her past life and much of how they were used, but she recalled nothing at all about herself, or why she had done the things she recalled doing. The blood-soaked religion that Max had seen in her thoughts now made sense. It was possible, and even somewhat likely, that she was the reincarnation of the elusive leader of the greatest threat his former life's galaxy had ever seen, assuming that Mecha was rebuilt from her shattered memories, and not entirely a coincidence on the part of Uncle Lou's design preferences. It's glorious, isn't it? I've never seen something so beautiful. Uncle Lou really outdid himself this time. Nico cheered as she stretched out her new Mecha's limbs to explore its range of movement. Maybe it really is a coincidence. Nico's thoughts don't show any hint of recognition of the Mecha. This is certainly the first time that she has seen it and she wasn't involved in the design. Could it just be one big cosmic joke, creating that same Mecha in this life? Max wondered to himself before collecting his thoughts well enough to answer. It really is something else. I thought you might be upset about only getting a custom super heavy Mecha. Max replied, doing his best to tuck away the newly released nightmares of having to hunt that Mecha across the galaxy. Size isn't everything, plus Uncle Lou gave it the most perfect name ever. Nico replied, and Max looked at the engraved words on the collar that mounted the head assembly to the shoulders. Shattered Pride, oh thank the Emperor. Chapter 367, Travel Plans, those are some impressive Mecha. General Lou has really outdone himself on those designs. But doesn't that demonic one look a bit too lightly armed? You can't have a completely melee super heavy, can you? General Ming asked as he watched the two Mecha move to face each other as the pilots inspected their counterparts' equipment. It's not as lightly armed as it looks. There are disruptors in each arm, and the mouth of the head is an oversized fusion flamer. It might have less than half of the ranged firepower that Cleansing Light has, and it can't link them. For a near-orbital strike level attack the way that the Titan-class unit can, but it is still very nearly on par with the Thunder Pattern Super Heavy Mecha in ranged output, just without the ability to serve as artillery. Max explained to the Inquisitor. So, reduced ranged output from the original Super Heavy Mecha design, with a more intimidating and agile design, and higher melee output. That's not bad. It would make a good leader for the Inferno Pattern fast attack units. Inquisitor Ming decided. It would also make a very good bodyguard for Cleansing Light, which had incredible ranged firepower, and more limited, but still devastating melee capabilities. Keeping the enemy off of their Titan-class unit would let Max keep firing at the optimum output for longer before engaging in close combat, and that seemed to be what Uncle Lou had designed Shattered Pride to do, as well as accepting challenges from the Mecha of nations like Cygnus, who put great value on pride. Alright, let's pack everything up now that we know what we have. There is a rather suspicious call to the border with Cygnus to respond to, and we will be doing it at Warp 5 so that we can show the tourists the highlights of the route across the Kepler Empire. Max instructed as he moved Cleansing Light into a stable transit position. Got it. I will go prepare a tour guide spiel for every inhabited system that we pass by as soon as you have the course ready. Nico informed him, then made her Mecha kneel with the lower two fists on the ground for stability and hopped out of her new Mecha. The bay won't open for anyone but us three, nobody else has the clearance, so we can be sure that there are no leaks about the new units outside this room. We will have to use them sooner or later, but I want them to be an absolute surprise to our enemies, so no informing the Inquisition. Max instructed, making the general chuckle. There won't be any need for that. They have their hands full lately. The fighting might have died down, but now it has turned to politics, and that is just as deadly. That might be what the rebels and the Cygnus representatives want us for. If they're planning some sort of political stunt, they will want the Reavers to at least know what they're planning, so that they don't end up with a load of mercenaries on every side of the battle making a huge mess of everything. General Ming suggested, "It's going to be a mess either way. The rebels have lost too much ground in the battle, and they're being forced to make a full surrender. I can guarantee they're about to do something so monumentally stupid that it will make the history books. We might just offer the most incredible tour in human history, watching a quarter of a galaxy implode under the weight of its own politics." Nico laughed. "Aren't you just a ray of sunshine? What do you know that the rest of us have missed?" General Ming asked. Nico walked to the wall of the bay and brought up a three-dimensional map of the galactic region marked with hundreds of various colored dots. "I noticed it while preparing for the tourists. These are the battles between Kepler and the rebels. These are the battles where the rebels brought in outside forces. Now if I overlay the reported losses to show the percentage of regional strength that has been destroyed in the past 2 years, what do you see?" Nico asked. The map only had a few streaks of green in it, plus Cygnus. Most of the map was yellow for having lost over half of their military strength, including almost all of the smaller surrounding nations. Even if they rebuilt as much as they could in the meantime, they would be in a very tight place for manpower, short on resources, or in very deep debt. Then when you added that to the hostile nations further out, who weren't involved in Kepler's mess, along with the Clem threat, looking at a Topani Empire whose territory was colored as orange as having lost 2/3 of their strength, it was clear that nowhere in the region was up to the task of defending itself from outside threats. The moment that the stalemate broke, they would be in for a gigantic mess, and there simply weren't enough resources to rebuild everything in time to salvage the situation in any meaningful fashion. It didn't matter if it was the Clem, the Nemians, other humans, or something that Max hadn't considered, it would be a bloody and brutal war of attrition, due to a lack of defenders. "So, you think that we might be going to a meeting to discuss how to divvy up our own empire?" Inquisitor Ming asked. Nico shook her head. "I don't think anyone else has pieced it together yet because nobody else should have all of the data that I have collected from the Reavers and the mercenaries' databases. I think they're planning the particular bit of idiocy that will tip the scales and get the ball rolling on the destabilization of the region." There were other options, and she didn't have the data on how many new recruits had been gathered, but in the sector closest to Ray 5, Max knew that recruitment was minimal, and they were still working to stabilize a large portion of the planets, while the rest had been mostly stripped of their military might, moving it all to fleet-based deployments. With that in mind, Max prepared to send a message back to Mary Tereth, to be ready to supply a load of Mecha to Kepler when they asked. The Reavers were unlikely to get directly involved, they only had enough forces to hold their own single system in the worst-case scenario, but they could make a killing off of the trade of weapons if the worst did happen. Chapter 368. Border Patrol. Once Mary Tereth was informed of their most pertinent intelligence points, Max ordered Terminus to prepare to leave the Ray 5 system. "Attention all passengers, we will be approaching the border of the Kepler Empire in 2 hours' time. There is a chance we will be stopped and questioned by the Border Patrol, and I do apologize for any inconvenience that might cause. Here, security is their first concern, and all foreign vessels are suspicious in the eyes of the Border Patrol." Nico's voice informed the ship as Terminus began its journey. This caused a predictable wave of excitement to flow through their guests, who were about to experience the protocols of moving between independent nations with only rudimentary political ties for the first time. The Admiral had alerted the Border Patrol that the Terminus Trading Company would be arriving in Kepler space, and their estimated location of arrival an hour in advance so that they could have a ship ready, should they wish to meet with the Reavers' vessel in person. When they got near the border, there were 2 ships, both smaller vessels from a planetary defense fleet present and waiting. "Reaver Vessel Terminus, you have entered independent Topani Kepler territory, prepare to drop out of warp and be boarded. No casualties will be necessary if you follow directions," the lead vessel commanded. Max quickly checked the sensors and found that the Kepler Border Patrol was still 10 minutes away, and closing fast, meaning that these were likely pirates clinging to the last hopes of victory against Kepler. "Topani vessel, please be aware that at this time the Topani Alliance is still at war with the Reavers. If we drop out of warp, we are bringing a Reaver attack fleet with us. Please confirm your previous request," Max ordered over the radio. Max could sense the amusement of the crew members that were still listening in, and the seconds drew on as they waited for a response. From the 2 vessels, for 30 long seconds, the communications remained silent, and then the signal from the actual border patrol came through. "Welcome back, Terminus, you are clear to proceed. Unknown vessels, please power down and prepare to be boarded for customs inspection." The heavy cruiser signaled. "It is a pleasure to see you as well, Kepler. We have a number of trade stops along the way, but we will check in again before we leave your territory." Max informed the cruiser, who had already changed course to intercept the two smaller vessels. Max began to relax as the pirates broke and ran from the border patrol, then turned on the feed from the cruise ship's intercom and security cameras to see how the passengers were taking it since they were given a live stream of the interaction. As you can see, the pirates often cling to delusions of authority to help reconcile their trauma at the loss of their insurgency to the established power, and attempt to enforce said imaginary authority on others. But when confronted, their cowardice shows itself and they flee without a fight, unable to back up their threats. Nico's voice was narrating, as the majority of the passengers watched the video screen showing two small vessels fleeing from one larger one fading into the distance. If they could hear her description of them, they might actually turn around to settle that insult to their honor, but the rebels remained blissfully unaware that a large portion of the nearby galaxies would now view them as opportunistic cowards. After a few hours of peaceful flight as Nico narrated the recent history of the region, as well as the major industries and populations of the planets they were passing, a new signal came in for Terminus. Trade request. Kepler 808 station requires 4 standard pattern line mecha and 100 tons of shelf-stable rations. Offers artisan furniture and infantry kit in trade. The text request came up on Max's terminal, and he frowned at the trade terms. The planet was known for its unique forests, so the furniture was a standard offering for them, but why would they be offering a large amount of infantry equipment? "Admiral, was there a large battle on Kepler 808 recently?" "They are offering infantry equipment in trade for shelf-stable rations," Max asked. "Not that I can see. The data on the planet doesn't show any extensive damage. I don't see any supply ships in orbit though, or many cargo vessels in the region. I suspect that the reason for their request is an uptick in piracy targeting the cargo vessels in the area, as they are very close to the border." Admiral Drake replied. That made sense to Max, so he sent the positive affirmation of their intent to trade, and ordered the Admiral to turn for Kepler 808 station. "Nico, I need a scan of that station as soon as you can manage it." Max informed her, then began his own attempt to hack through their computer firewalls. It was a civilian station, and not big on security, so it didn't take Max long to get basic access, revealing that the station was incredibly overcrowded and that all shuttles from the surface of the planet had been halted due to the high refugee population already present and stressing the infrastructure. Now things made much more sense. They weren't getting outside supplies, and the unrest had moved far too many people to a lightly populated planet that couldn't adapt fast enough to the influx. They had sent repeated requests for farm equipment, to supply an expansion of the farms, but the planet itself was desperately short on metallic alloys without their usual supply shipments. That made this mission look more like a humanitarian mission than a simple trade, and Max sent the data through to logistics to produce 100 tons of rations, while he had the manufacturing bay create 4 new light mecha in the old standard Kepler pattern. That would let them bargain on anything the planet needed, and he could offer to make them some farm equipment to sweeten the deal when they inevitably tried to get a little extra. A quiet win for everyone involved without overloading the station with any particular item. Kepler 808 station, Terminus requests clearance to dock, or an envoy from the station to begin negotiations. The Admiral requested as they approached. The station was on the small side to be docking a vessel the size of Terminus, so he was expecting them to send a barge to meet them and execute the trade. What they brought with them would give a good idea of how desperate their situation was, and what they could offer in trade. "Terminus, please carefully dock with the end pier of the terminal. We currently have no barges available." The station reported. No barges? That was unheard of, and even the most desperate of pirates usually wouldn't try to take an orbital barge. There simply wasn't any other use for them. They didn't even make good combat landers. "Understood, we will be as gentle as possible so as not to throw you off your orbit." Admiral Drake confirmed, and began the final maneuvering, giving everyone watching the exterior cameras an excellent view of what a Kepler civilian station looked like. Chapter 369. Exchange. The Admiral did a textbook job of docking the colony ship with the station, coming to a hover mere centimeters from the docking ring, so that the station could extend its clamps and grab a hold of the ship without any transfer of inertia. Max and Nico, as well as a crew from logistics, met the station staff at the bay, only to find pandemonium on the other side of the door. The refugees on the station had noticed the incoming ship and had rushed toward the doors, loudly begging for food and supplies. Everyone shut the f up. We have all the supplies you need, but you need to back up from the door so that we can make the exchange. Nico roared, using the audio amplification function of her cyborg voice box. That seemed to startle the refugees enough that they stopped pushing forward for a moment. Really, do you have enough to trade for everyone? Food is hard to come by anywhere lately. The representative of the station asked, stepping forward to begin the negotiation. We prepared 100 tons, as your request stated you were willing to trade for. We also have a few spare mecha, brand new never seen combat, if you have deep pockets. Nico informed him. The word that the colony ship had enough to spare spread through the refugees, and the mood immediately lightened. Our furniture is known all around the galaxy as exquisite in quality, you won't have a problem trading it at a profit. Guys, bring forward the samples. The station commander ordered. Logistics, if you've got the army stew ready, start passing it out to anyone who has a dish. Humanitarian aid for these refugees stuck in space. Max ordered, then moved back a bit so that Nico would be the one forced to deal with the negotiations. Being able to delegate was definitely his favorite part of being commander. The people aboard the station had come prepared, and they all had a bowl of some sort ready for just this situation. Most likely because they were carrying everything that they owned, but that wasn't the point. Nico had out a tablet with assorted valuation tables, looking over the furniture, while the station commander waited patiently, looking over the cavernous storage bay with its assortment of random crates and equipment. Max noticed the moment that he noticed the terraforming and farming equipment in the corner of the bay, mostly hidden behind crates of ration packs. That was perfect, things were going to plan already, they wouldn't have to mention the equipment, and he would find a way to work them into the deal if it was at all possible. Everything seems to be up to your usual standards. I can offer you all of the rations and 2 of the line mecha for the quantity that you have listed in stock. Nico decided. Looking at the list, it should add up to all 4 line mecha that they had prepared, but even for a station full of refugees, Nico wasn't running a charity. The line mecha is a secondary requirement, I can accept the 2, but your price is too low. Perhaps you could offer some of that fine farming equipment to the deal. It wasn't on our list, but the population on the planet finds themselves in need of it for new arrivals who wish to become colonists. The station commander suggested. Nico looked over her shoulder at the collection of new gear and tapped her chin as if pondering his proposition. Those were intended for another customer, but there is a spot between here and there where we could restock them. How about all the rations, 1 mecha, and all of the farming equipment? The man sighed and looked longingly at the gear. We really do need the second mecha for station repairs. Both of ours are out of commission. I can offer you a stock of local rye whiskey, should your crew have a taste for it. All of the logistics staff smiled at that. Liquor was always welcome as part of a deal with Reavers, and they didn't have any objection to a supply of whiskey to supplement their rum. Rations, 2 line mecha, the farm equipment, and 4 pallets of local rye whiskey, and you've got yourself a deal. Nico agreed, and a cheer went up from the station side. The logistics staff moved the 2 mecha which weren't part of the deal back out of the bay to the adjoining storage area, leaving only the items which were part of the deal, then gathered to bring the trade items from the station aboard. It took them a while to clear a path to bring out the crates of furniture, but with the knowledge that they would be eating well in only a few minutes, the crowd was much more agreeable. Aren't these all Kepler ration packs? Made this year they say. It looks like the rumor that the rebels ran afoul of the Reavers was true. Max heard someone say as they were loading the boxes onto the station's carts. The Tapani as well. The Reavers have done very well by themselves lately. Another station staffer agreed. If they thought that these were plundered from a defeated rebel vessel they wouldn't have anything negative to say about the Reavers having so much of a precious resource while they were in a hard spot. I don't suppose that we could beg delivery from you, could we? The planet refuses to send any of the barges back up to the station, but we need the farm equipment on the surface. The station commander asked Nico once everything else was delivered. Ah, the classic last-minute addition to the deal. But they didn't actually have a problem with that, and they had a shuttle they could use, originally belonging to the Dutchman, the transport vessel they had begun this crazy journey on after leaving Abraham Kepler. That won't be a problem. Would you like to accompany it, or should we just drop it and leave? Nico asked. Drop it outside the city next to the guard posts. They will know what to do with it, and it should improve their attitude toward the station. The commander replied quietly. Logistics, bring around a shuttle for the farm equipment, it needs to go to the surface. Tell the guards that it was purchased for them by the station and return to the ship. Max ordered over the radio. The staff brought the shuttle to the next bay, taking advantage of the fact the Innu had brought their cargo bay barriers back online, so they could freely enter and leave without worrying about hull temperatures. In a few minutes, the shuttle was entering the atmosphere, and the first batch of rations had been handed out, clearing the path so that the rest could go into the station's storage area to be distributed as needed. The process wasn't a fast one, as they could only bring the boxes through on small carts, thanks to the lack of operational equipment at the station, and the shuttle was back by the time they finished, followed by a single cargo barge. Sir, the colony staff wishes to express their gratitude to Terminus for the thoughtful inclusion of much-needed supplies in the deal. The logistics staff informed Max as they returned. Guide them into the bay beside us. They should have room to dock the barge. Max ordered, hoping that they would see sense and start letting people back off the station. Chapter 370. Onward to Glory. The colony commander departed the barge as soon as it was declared safe to open the doors and made his way into the cargo hold where the meetings were taking place, escorted by a security detail from the 2nd Battalion, who was on duty in this section. Greetings Commander Karras, Lady Rage. I am Jerry, Governor of the Kepler 808 colony, at least for the moment. The farm equipment that you sent will go a long way to making a sustainable future for the new arrivals to the colony. The older woman greeted them, her curly hair pulled into a bun and stress lines aging her face more than her years had. It is no problem at all. The Reavers' primary business is trade after all. Max shrugged. With that said, I do have a proposal for you. On this station is a rather large contingent of loyalist Kepler soldiers, whose transport was destroyed by the rebels in combat. They have expressed a willingness to return to active duty, and we would appreciate it if you could move them to a Kepler loyalist vessel. Off the books, that is, she suggested. That wouldn't actually be an issue for them, they had more than enough room for them, and it also explained why the station had been willing to offer so many infantry equipment items in trade for food. The soldiers they belonged to were still on the station and hungry. The infantry items hadn't been part of the deal, so they could return the soldiers fully equipped to the nearest loyal ship with only the smallest of excuses, and it would help the station in its time of need. But first, they had to make sure these were loyalist soldiers. I need deployment details for them. Their names, ranks, and last deployment. As you know, the Reavers have embargoed the rebels after their attack on Ray 5, so moving Kepler soldiers is a touchy subject if we can't verify their origins and loyalties. Nico informed the governor. Jeff, bring in the leaders of the infantry. They should have all the details that you need. Governor Jerry ordered, and the leader of the station ran off to do her bidding. He returned seconds later with an infantry colonel in full uniform, holding a data tablet. Greetings, I am Colonel Ping, of the Tenant Regiment, formerly attached to the Phalanx class Shining Darkness. The man introduced himself. The Shining Darkness, you say? How long ago was that? Max asked politely. This will be 22 years since the legendary Shining Darkness went into retirement while the general looked for a successor. But as I have been the commander of this infantry regiment all that time, we still hold the honor of using the title. The colonel informed them with a mix of pride and resignation. 22 years as commander of an infantry regiment is a very long time in Kepler. We had the distinct honor of meeting General Tennant and his protégés not long ago, though I heard that they were separated by redeployment, so I am not aware of where either is now, Nico replied. Likely whipping some fat-arsed noble popinjay into shape, if I know him. Pardon my language, don't believe those rumors about him, no way would he turn rebel or flee the Empire. There is nothing more important to that man than duty and honor. The colonel said with a wink. I think you will find that the language regulations are somewhat more relaxed on a Reaver vessel, Colonel. How many of your men remain? Nico asked. We have 4,000 and change left, including the cripples. They might not be good for much, but the military will take them back, I am certain of it. Even if it is only to retire them to some desk job on a forgotten and forsaken colony. Colonel Ping chuckled. Max looked through the deployment details for the regiment and found that they had been the defender of one of the planets he knew to have resisted rebels' invasion, so at the very least they hadn't openly turned on the Empire. Their depleted numbers made the story more believable as well. 4,000 of 250,000 wasn't enough to hold a planet, so they had been redeployed to a border patrol ship. Only, they were attacked and they never made it that far, abandoning ship in a group of landers and ending up here. Everything the man said added up, so Max nodded his approval to Nico, who extended her hand for the colonel to shake. Get your men and bring them on board. We have some medical facilities, and I am certain that we can get approval for a few augmentic repairs to bring some of your officers back to full fighting strength. Nico told him with a smile. There was an unspoken understanding that it wouldn't come for free. Nothing in life was free, but in this case, they might not be the ones who had to pay the tab. If he could get some top-notch medical treatment, his men would thank him. Terminus had a lot of medical equipment on board, some from their refit, some from the military supplies, but they also had the disused pods that the original colonists had left behind, which had impressive regenerative abilities now that they had obtained the operating and repair instructions from the Inu ships to get them operational. They wouldn't regrow limbs, but they would fix broken spines, nerve and muscle damage, and some neurological damage. The rest they could deal with using cybernetics and the assistance of the system, which could do wonders for those with high enough compatibility if given enough time. Hey Commander, what do you think our guests would think of a video series on the reconstruction of injured human soldiers using technological augmentation? Nico asked. You want to make videos of the surgeries for the Inu to watch? Max asked dubiously. I would let them do the surgeries if they were qualified, but I get the feeling that you wouldn't approve of that. We have 3 teams of surgeons on board right now, which is barely adequate for most regiments, but we don't take many casualties in transit, so they should have the time to attach some limbs. Nico clarified. She was right, Max wouldn't approve of letting Inu xenobiologists do augmentic surgeries on injured veterans for entertainment. But selling videos of the process for their entertainment and archives was another story. According to Nico's thoughts, their social media network was monetized by the view, thanks to S, and Terminus had actually been racking up a lot of interstellar credits thanks to the live streams that they had been doing over the past days. A series of human surgeries might actually pay for the parts that they were using, or at least the raw materials that they used to build them, since Max assumed they would be printing them using the ship's resources. Fine, but keep it tasteful. You know how I feel about making a fool of veterans. Max instructed, even if you ignore the one taking care of your family right here on Terminus. Nico agreed, even if Hey, it hasn't been that long since I talked to my family. I should call them to dinner though, shouldn't I? Chapter 371. Surreal experience. Max smiled to himself as the soldiers of what was once General Tennant's personal regiment, the way that Noctum Regiment was to General Mons in the Carpe Noctum. It was like having a little piece of him back, even if he was currently missing, on a secret mission somewhere across the galaxy. Most of the injuries that he could see weren't as terrible as he had feared. There were a lot of gunshot wounds that had crippled limbs, and some broken backs that had led to paralysis, which couldn't be fixed with the station's limited facilities but could be easily dealt with by the medical facilities aboard Terminus. All veterans listed as currently injured or disabled, please stand to the right for triage. Terminus has top-class medical facilities available, and will begin treatments immediately upon your arrival. Nico's voice informed everyone. Nico herself seemed to be busy sorting their new arrivals, so Max assumed that she had sent the message to make her own life easier. The veterans were supposed to get settled into the holding bay, which would be their home until they passed final security checks, in case the regiment had been corrupted and not reported. Max didn't sense any signs that the soldiers had joined the rebellion, or any harmful intent toward Terminus though, only honest gratitude at the opportunity to get off of the overcrowded station and back to their duties. Check this out, was the whole content of the message that Nico sent Max a few minutes later, along with a video file that Max brought up to view on the visor of his armor. The mobile suit was standard practice for him during meetings these days, in case their deals went sour and someone thought of targeting the Reaver commander, so he brought the video up, watching the video replay a short battle between 2 ships, and the launch of a lander. Then it cut to the lander and followed it in fast forward to the station. The battle was as they described it, but the important part was the vessel that had destroyed their transport. It was a Topani ship, not a Kepler-1, so it was quite clear that the occupants of the destroyed vessel were not on the side of the rebels and their allies. That went a long way to calming Max's concerns. It was possible to be mistaken and give false evidence, or to believe a lie, which would make Max think he had heard the truth, but video evidence from the battle was pretty decisive. Where did you find that? Max asked once he had viewed the video in full. The lander is trashed, but it is still on the station. I pulled it from the black box. Nico replied. Max had hacked the station's systems earlier and didn't find anything, so he checked again, now that they were docked and close enough for a direct signal. He still didn't see the lander, but after searching for half a minute he found what had alerted Nico. It wasn't what she saw, but what she didn't. There was a large cargo bay blocked off from the rest of the station's mainframe, and all the cameras were off. Following Nico's lead, he hacked in, finding that it held the lander, the last few soldiers who were helping the disabled members get moving, and a small supply of military equipment and rations. That must be the ship's most secure area, hidden so that the desperate refugees didn't do what Max did and hack through to find the last of the food supplies, then riot to get to them. Once everyone was on board, the station staff prepared to close up. Their base of the terminus could dock, and the governor of the colony turned to Nico for her farewell speech. It has been a pleasure dealing with you all, and now that we can increase crop production, we can put a lot of our new arrivals to work, and let those on the station come down to the surface. The amount that we could afford to trade for might have everyone on half rations until the first crops are grown, but we are in a much better situation than we were before. Her gratitude was palpable, and the handshake she gave Nico was a friendly one, though she refused the customary sharing of liquor that most leaders partook in after a deal was done. Send another message to the Reavers if you have more to trade. There are a few other ships in the area still, and they could likely arrive within a few weeks. Max informed her. Thank you, I just hope that this peace lasts. The nobles have all gone insane lately. I am sure that one of your intelligence officers found this information already, but we had to purge the ones in our colony when the unrest began. That is why I am governor, and not some high-minded marquis looking to expand his holdings. Max's respect for the tired-looking woman grew in an instant. To think that they had simply purged the entire noble population of their planet for sedition and appointed a civilian governor. That was a rare thing in Kepler, where the nobles were usually pretty entrenched through a bureaucracy that could stop any such revolt from taking hold. Even on Kepler Terminus, the resistance had failed to eliminate the nobles' bureaucracy before they could lock down communications and bring in reinforcements. The best they could do was get as many people as possible to safety. Kepler Terminus was a much more populated world though, with a much larger government, he supposed, so the difficulty level was incomparable, but it was still impressive, and an excellent proof of character. I will offer you improved trade terms with the Tereth Reavers. Take this card and contact them first when you need anything that you can't find through the official channels. Tell them that Tereth Rage recommended you and they will understand. Nico told the woman, then ushered her back to her shuttle, so that Terminus could leave the dock and get back on course. This stop was fruitful for them, but hardly entertaining for a cruise ship. Excluding the Innu researchers of course. They were greatly entertained by the chance to study a human manufacturing colony's infrastructure. Chapter 372. All is not well. Once they left the station and brought Terminus back up to Warp 5 for their journey to the border, Max began to analyze all of the communications data that they could get from the Kepler planets that were along their path. It should give him an idea if there were rebel elements left active in the region, if there were other humanitarian issues that needed tending to, or if there were other beneficial cargo shipments that he might be able to pick up and turn some profit for the ship to keep themselves running. They were getting paid by their guests, but it was in interstellar credits, which held absolutely no value in this galaxy since they couldn't use them for anything, and most of the things that they would want to use them for they were forbidden from having, thanks to their violent tendencies. Proving that they were safe enough to be trusted with the most modern alien technologies was a bit like trying to convince the universe that a Jacalian dire bear should be taught to use a plasma cannon. Max wasn't sure how, but Nico had a spiel prepared for every planet they passed, not just the closest ones along their route, but she had made a short speech for every inhabited system even vaguely close to their path. While he sorted through communications, Max took a moment to look into it and discovered that Nico had simply changed the computer voice to her own so that when guests pulled up the data files from the ship's computer to look up nearby galactic waypoints, they were treated to a speech in her voice that was simply a reading of the summary that every ship had programmed into their computers. It was actually ingenious and saved them a lot of time dealing with inquisitive passengers. They could look up bits of data about inhabited systems and learn everything they wanted while the screens randomly zoomed in on exciting things they were due to pass. After a few hours of searching, Max found their next two stops. One that wanted to trade for furniture, and one uninhabited but atmospherically safe planet that had the most incredible geography. They had taken some of the furniture shipment to decorate offices' quarters for the infantry that were staying on the ship, but they still had a huge amount of it to trade. So Max ordered the communication officers to set up a meeting on their behalf, while he planned the excursion stop at the uninhabited planet. Letting people off the ship didn't seem safe at all, but if they had their own ships, he would let them depart for a short trip and make sure that they were as safe as he could make them. A cruise wasn't a cruise without the chance to see more than the ship, after all. Sir, Kepler 903 says that they can't mention the type of item that they have to trade, but they do wish to trade for the furniture. The communications officer informed Max a few minutes later. That wasn't entirely unusual. You didn't just broadcast that you had a large number of illegal materials and products to offer in trade. The Reavers might buy them, but you couldn't risk the transmission being intercepted. Tell them that we are on our way. If it's no good, we will move on. Furniture is easy to sell almost anywhere. Max informed the crew, letting them make the course adjustments necessary for the meeting. Nico was out among the guests when the announcement came, and the Illithid had questions about their trade policies and general level of sanity. You offer dangerous items for trade to dangerous people. How do you guarantee that you won't be betrayed? One of the guests asked her. There are no guarantees, but the Reavers are an essential supply route for most of these planets. If they attack a vessel during a trade, they would face an embargo that could starve out their citizens and stop them from getting the goods they produce off-world. There are an intricate set of protocols for interacting with each other to show respect for each other to prevent violent incidents. I will make a video about them after this next meeting. Nico informed the Illithid, who burbled happily, an odd noise that sounded like a happy baby to the humans but made the Innu run away from them. From what she learned from the Innu, the noise had a psychic element to it that caused them physical pain, like a feedback loop in a computer system would when you tried to interact with it. It didn't seem to do anything to her or the other pilots who came to relax in the cruise ship area, but Nico had noticed that the lower-ranked pilots and infantry subconsciously avoided the Illithid the same way that the Innu did. Not all the time, only when they got excited or were drinking. The Illithid turned out to have virtually zero alcohol tolerance, even after factoring in their actual body size. Like Max, Nico had been monitoring communications traffic in the region, but she picked up on the issue a little faster than Max had. All of the messages were perfectly normal and benign. Even the data net traffic seemed normal and uninteresting. But when she checked on some of the planets, they had been heavily damaged by fighting and were in the process of rebuilding. If everyone was homeless, and the cities were still smoldering from the battles with the Loyalists, why was the data net traffic perfectly normal, uploading gaming stream scores, vacations, and various other nonsense social media messages at the same rate as before hostilities broke out? She sent the data through to Max so that he could be prepared and left the actual planning to him while she sat down with a bottle of rum to explain the intricacies of Reaver's social protocol with a group of Illithid. Max saw her on the view screen and just sighed. He couldn't even complain much, as she had found the aberration, but leaving all the planning work to him was just cruel. The first thought that he had was that it was possible that the rebels had won, but the more he searched through the data, the less likely that seemed. It appeared that the Loyalists had won the battles, and in some cases were still there repairing the damage caused by the battles. The signals that were being sent out were a cover, either to hide that anything had happened at all, or to keep those in the area from noticing that something was about to happen. Chapter 373. Suspicious Trade. In 15 minutes, we will reach our next trade destination, Planet Sanchez, a highly populated world best known for its reliable production of workers for the Kepler Empire. Nico's voice explained to the ship, and Max had to fight not to laugh. That was certainly one way to put it. They were best known for not producing a single Gamma-ranked or higher pilot in generations, so they raised an infantry army every single year for the last century. There were clear signs of a recent battle on the surface, but it looked like the planet was pretty intact and hadn't suffered too heavy of a loss of life. That was a good sign for them and for the actual value of whatever they wanted to trade for. A hold full of luxury furniture would likely be for the planet's nobles, or their corporate leaders, replacing what was lost in the war with the status symbol imported items. Terminus, please hold your position in orbit around the planet. Our only station was downed in the recent unpleasantness, so we will have to come up to you. The planetary authority informed them with the usual bureaucratic efficiency. Meaning, of course, that it took them 2 hours to get around to sending someone up to meet with them, and even then, it was in a shuttle and not a vessel large enough to take the furniture back to the surface if they should happen to make a deal. Still, Max and Nico met them in a cargo bay with a selection of furniture and pulled them in with the gravity beam to regulate their speed through the barrier. The occupants of the shuttle looked shocked at that level of technology, and Max knew that they had the upper hand in this deal right from the start. Welcome, representatives of Planet Sanchez. It is now safe to exit your vessel. Welcome to the home of the Terminus Trading Company. Nico greeted them, and the back hatch of the shuttle swung open with a gentle hiss. It is a pleasure to meet with you, Terminus. I do apologize for the unorthodox procedure, but you see, the trade goods aren't something that we can easily bring to orbit without an agreement. The leader of the planet Sanchez group informed them. We have dealt with a number of volatile goods, sir. I doubt that you could shock us with anything these days. Nico laughed while the group from the planet shook their heads. No, this is something else entirely. The rebels brought a new type of weapon with them, something that we had never expected. At first, it was catastrophic, but after we managed to reverse engineer it, we have turned it into something wonderful, though perhaps against the sensibilities of the Kepler people. The representative informed them. Max examined the group more closely, realizing that none of them were particularly well dressed, nor were they in the eclectic garb common of scientists who didn't interact much with the outside world. That definitely wasn't right. You didn't send blue-collar workers in a shuttle to do a deal this large. At least you didn't unless you expected them to be expendable. Oh, do tell. I have very particular sorts of tastes. It might prove interesting to me. Nico informed him, and the man at the back of the group smiled at her with dead eyes. As you order. He spoke robotically, then slit his throat, sending a cloud of silvery mist into the air. Emergency purge, Max ordered, but the mist was already filling the whole bay. Now, your ship will be ours. Welcome to the New Republic, mind slaves. A voice from the shuttle announced, then began laughing hysterically. Max activated the gravity locks on his mobile suit's boots and locked himself to the floor while Nico simply stood there with an unimpressed look as the atmosphere was vented, blowing all of the representatives out of the bay, along with the mist. A cleansing laser scoured the bay, burning off Nico's outfit and scorching the paint off Max's suit, but after a few minutes, the lights turned green, and the ship's computer announced that the threat had been neutralized. Interesting. It was a biomechanical weapon designed to hijack the nanotechnology of the Kepler citizens and spread through their breath to anyone in their vicinity. Once they had it active, the user could control the technology and essentially order the people to do anything that they wanted. Those men were nothing more than zombies. Their minds were blanked and replaced by the parasitic weapon. Nico informed Max over his suit's data screen. And it didn't work on you? Max asked, knowing that she had been exposed. Not well enough. My system repair function found and neutralized it immediately, then analyzed it and altered my exoskeleton's shielding to block the rest of the cloud. Nico replied, gesturing to the Archangel unit that she was wearing, with the wings folded out of the way behind her. You know, you're going to have to go into quarantine anyhow. Max sighed, not wanting to lose his right hand for that long. Especially since they would have to block her from computer access, in case her mind really was compromised but could use her system functions. That sounds incredibly boring. Can't we just ask the Illithid to give me a checkup? They're the experts in the mind. Nico suggested. Not a bad thought, but before you do either, we need to discuss our action plan. You're the best acquainted with the guests. What can we do that won't offend them too much? We are trying to get into their alliance's good books, after all. Max asked. I am already on it. I don't know if it's just this one planet or all of the ones with suspicious signals, but I am working on reverse engineering the modifications that they made to the zombie virus. Nico informed him. Oh, and what are you planning to have them do? Max asked. The only thing that every good Kepler citizen should want to do after they realize that their world has been hijacked by seditious forces. Purge the heretics. Nope, that didn't sound good at all. Wait, back up a moment. No genocide, even if they're doing it to each other. Bad Nico, not genocide. They will just purge 7 generations of the family of everyone who tries to exert control over others using the modified virus. Nico explained. Max considered the implications of that for a while, then sighed. How long will it take? Already done and activated. Thank you for your cooperation. Nico chuckled. Max waited while the atmosphere came back to the storage bay, then issued a new set of orders. Get us out of orbit around this forsaken rock. They are infected, and the whole region is to be flagged as under quarantine until further notice due to a new form of a mind-altering virus. Max announced. That caught the attention of the Illithid, that had been watching the exchange with great interest, though they were too far away to know exactly what was going on. Commander, we have a request to examine both you and Rage before you leave the bay. The Illithid are insistent that they be allowed to ensure that no mind viruses can infiltrate the ship. The crew informed Max. Send them down, full containment protocol. It might seem strange to them to put their environmental suits inside an armor suit, but the mobile suits are designed to be scoured clean in case of exposure to hazardous materials or entities. Max ordered. This is going to be a very long day, isn't it? Chapter 374. Strange inspection. It only took a few minutes for the Illithid to arrive at the cargo bay, equipped with sturdy environmental suits over the top of their usual protective mechanical bodies. They didn't pick the ones that Terminus had on board, instead preferring the ones that they had brought with them on their own vessel. They seemed to be sturdy enough, and their race was so much more advanced than humanity that Max had little doubt that they were fully protected from any potential threat of the virus. Thank you for the opportunity to let us examine you. Our species takes the threat of mind-controlling viruses and bioweapons very seriously. As you are likely aware, we have rather powerful mind-affecting abilities ourselves, so in our distant past, that was a great threat to the very existence of our species, with many others insisting that we could never be safe as a group and that we should be either excluded or eliminated. It took centuries before we managed to convince the collective that we weren't a menace to civilized society, and now we work mostly in the mental health field and other medical professions since our analytics skills make diagnostics so much easier. It seems that your AI-based system might do the same for humanity, at least those of you who awaken a suitable function, so it is good that we have the chance to make you aware of the potential issues in advance. The Illithid leader announced as he came into the cargo bay. The other two with him began to laugh, and Max gave them a look of confusion. The first thought through your partner's head was 8 out of 10, slightly long-winded. The Illithid explained, "Oh, yes, sorry, I'm so used to her thoughts that I don't even notice the rampant sarcasm anymore." Max explained, "Understandable. There are a large number of inside jokes among our species that I wouldn't expect others to understand. Though, since you can read minds, I suppose you will get used to it in time." The Illithid told Max, "I don't read them all the time, though. I often let the ability rest so that I don't have to deal with intrusive thoughts from others. It can be an issue when surprises happen, but on a daily basis, it is a net positive only to read essential and surface thoughts of others." The Illithid's thoughts almost felt like a collective to Max. They were all individuals, but they could all read each other's minds, so they delegated topics between them, spreading out their mental powers as if they were a computer delegating tasks to save processor space. The process was incredible, even when he began to feel the probing of their abilities against his own mind as they searched for traces of the virus or any other potential threats. "It seems that your system is not a big fan of us. It does a very respectable job of blocking us out, and that's not a feat that the technology of many species can claim. Commander Karras, or Max, if you prefer, you are clean. None of the virus spores penetrated your suit, and the sanitization protocol scrubbed the filtration system clean of all potential threats, according to our medical scanners. Tareth Rage, or Miss Nico. I'm sorry, the double names thing is strange to us. Illithid can't lie to or deceive each other, so nicknames aren't really a thing in our species. It looks like your body has mostly handled the virus, but we found a mutated version of it still lingering on your surface despite the cleansing, and we need a few minutes for our medical scans to examine you to ensure the safety of your mind. I've got all day or all month since exposure to a virus of this nature would normally call for a 30-day quarantine to ensure that none of it had been missed and allowed to proliferate." Nico agreed. "That is perfect. Please stand right where you are. We will erect a barrier and attempt to remove all foreign material from your body. We scanned you on our first meeting, so we should have a fairly reliable baseline for what belongs within your body and what does not." The Illithid leader informed her. "While he does that, I will do a quick mental health examination of your thoughts, ensuring that they haven't been compromised or left vulnerable to control by outside forces. It is a standard procedure for Illithid, and we perfected it over 50 millennia ago. There is nothing to fear," one of the Illithid in the back informed her, and Max began to get nervous about what they might find. "Rest assured, Commander, we are well aware of her particular oddities. She can't hide them from us any better than she does from you, and we can read thoughts from a much longer distance than you can." The Illithid reassured Max in a way that wasn't reassuring at all. "You wouldn't happen to know where those events in her previous memories happened, do you?" Max asked, wondering if the Illithid, with their long history, could help him out. "We don't have any records of similar cultures or technologies. It is possible that they might not have happened yet, due to some form of temporal fluctuations, or they might simply be from a much more distant region of the universe, beyond what we have been in contact with." The Illithid informed him with a hint of sadness. They didn't like not knowing the answer to things. They loved knowledge of every sort. There was no such thing as forbidden knowledge to them, only forbidden actions, so finding out that these two people had memories of culture and events that their species was unaware of was disconcerting but exciting at the same time. A small cloud of material floated up from Nico's body, including what Max suspected was the contents of her lunch, and then was vaporized by the Illithid's technology. I can certify that her body is clear of the virus, in all its permutations, as well as the modified version that her own system created to negate the effects. The leader of the group informed Max, accompanied by a mental chittering noise that he assumed was their mental expression of pleasure at a job well done. I wish I could say that the mental damage she has suffered between this life and her last has been repaired, but it is stubbornly persistent. What I can assure you is that between her mental fortitude and her system functions, your second-in-command was never in danger of being mentally controlled by such a crude biomechanical weapon. In fact, I would assume that as it is with our presence, only the members of your species with the weakest system compatibility were vulnerable, to begin with. The Illithid explained. So, the civilian population could be controlled, but the higher-ranking nobles and military officers with higher system compatibility would be left unaffected by the original virus. Max asked. That is correct, but the modified version that Nico sent to the surface has no such restriction, as it does not control the conscious mind and only implants a moral imperative into their subconscious. Only those with a healing or repair function would be immune to that, or possibly those like yourself with mind-related abilities. The Illithid didn't seem upset at her actions, so Max also decided to let it slide. But he would send out a message to warn the Reavers and any Kepler forces that he could guarantee were loyal about the situation. The Reavers would take the quarantine notice that was already sent seriously for at least a while, but if they didn't fully understand, they might just do as he had an Institute basic quarantine protocol, which wouldn't save most ships from having their interior contaminated. Chapter 375. All clear, we have a broad-spectrum vaccine already analyzed and ready to be produced if you wish to distribute it by airborne insertion to the affected planets. The Illithid suggested sending Max the details of the vaccine against both the zombie virus bioweapons and the modified versions. That could be incredibly beneficial to the region. We don't know how far the virus was spread. We only have a list of suspicious planets, so being able to inoculate them all would help bring them back under control. Max agreed. It wouldn't help with the totalitarian powers that had seen fit to enslave their entire population for the overlords' benefit, but it was a good start. The people should recall what was done to them, and with that in mind, they might do as Kepler 808 had and overthrow the government and nobles. It is a complex issue, and one for your species to decide, so we won't interfere, but we suggest that spreading the inoculation the same way that the system was deliberately spread through the population of the Empire would be for the best for everyone involved. We would also recommend adding it to the vaccine schedule for your troops so that they aren't subject to similar attacks. The Alliance has a well-tested regimen with side effect rates under the acceptable rate of 1 in 10 billion, but most of those would be incompatible with your species. The Illithid had a point, but resistance to change and untested medical procedures might be hard to overcome for the troops, who had grown up on horror stories of mad scientists doing things exactly like what they had encountered today. The Illithid were still strangers, and only Max could read their thoughts, so the choice to trust them was entirely on him. Send it as an aerosol through the ship. I don't want to lose anyone to those sorts of attacks. I will take responsibility in front of my troops if there are side effects. Our route brings us right through the suspicious region, and it would be a long detour to go around, not to mention being suspicious to anyone who might have managed to track us. Max decided, hoping that it was for the best. We estimate a side effect of 1 in a million, thanks to the lack of research time, and we are happy to help with our medical technology if there are issues. The regulations might prohibit providing them to you without supervision, but that doesn't mean we are discouraged to provide medical treatment using Alliance-certified doctors. The Illithid leader explained. So, what you're saying is that we could just hire a doctor from the Alliance, and they could come with their own medical suite to serve the passengers of Terminus? Nico asked hopefully. I don't see any reason why not, and I have the entire 18 million pages of Alliance regulations regarding less developed and dangerous species memorized. The Illithid leader agreed. He wasn't joking, either. He personally memorized the entirety of the regulations as part of his training as an expedition captain. No other species would be expected to, but the Illithid had incredible memories. Excellent. We will look into it after the first payments go through. Exploring a dangerous region of space is a great attraction, but doing it without a proper doctor familiar with their species' treatment is likely to reduce the number of willing passengers we can attract. Max agreed. That seemed to please the Illithid, who were heavily biased toward the medical professions, and their happiness was evident in their thoughts as they sent one last round of scans over the bay, double-checking that nothing harmful had made it into the ship. All clear. There were no breaches of containment. The inside and outside of the vessel have been verified as safe, as well as the 2 exposed crew members. The Illithid leader noted in his personal log. That should make for an interesting addition to your vacation memoirs. How often is it that you get to be the very first to see, analyze and neutralize a new form of virus? Nico asked. Once every 72 days, someone in the Alliance has that honor. Viral mutations are pernicious and appear from the most unlikely of sources. Even our technology has failed to prevent them from forming entirely, thanks to the necessity of other microbial life in the cycle of life. The Illithid answered seriously. Let's get out of this bay and get the crew inoculated against the new viruses. We have warp-capable probes that we can send toward the suspicious planets that we pass, preventatively inoculating them. If they have the virus, they will be thankful. If they don't, they will never have to. Max informed the group, then signaled the security staff that it was safe to let them back out of the bay. In the legacy medical bays left behind by the original colonists, it took them under an hour to have the medicine for the crew ready and 50 warp probes prepared to send at the inhabited planets in the region. Nico had convinced the Illithid that not immediately sending one to the planet they were leaving was the best course of action. Instead, they would wait until evening and send it back at low warp, so it would arrive a week after they had left and give the retrovirus she had sent down time to work. Assuming that it did work, that was. She had used the replicators to make globules full of the heat-activated liquid and had the crew launch them inside a probe, much the same as they were doing this time, only a bit more makeshift and without all of the extra knowledge that the Illithid brought with them. Thank you for your patience, guests. Terminus is now verified safe and contaminant-free. We will pass through the newly quarantined area for a few more days, but we still have one stop left that won't be interrupted. There is an uninhabited planet along our route with simply stunning geological formations and weather patterns but no risk of infection. We will send the details closer to our arrival time, so look forward to it. Nico informed the ship. Max couldn't tell if his own people or the tourists were more excited, but he would definitely have to answer some requests to borrow shuttles to head to the planet's surface by the time they arrived. Chapter 376. Splash Waterfalls. If everyone looks up at the screen spread through the ship, you will see our next destination approaching. The planet has a nearly identical atmospheric composition to that aboard Terminus, with no sentient population but a large mammal population and nearly complete plant life coverage. It was terraformed in the distant past, but the original colonists were evacuated centuries ago. They found the primitive living conditions that their forebears had created to be intolerable, so when they managed to regain the technology to contact a passing ship, they requested evacuation. Since then, the planet has been uninhabited, with few visitors, thanks to its location off the main trade routes and its lack of mineral resources. The planet itself was made almost entirely of basalt, with no other precious resources worth mentioning, making a mining colony or self-sustaining advanced civilization untenable. Nico's voice informed everyone. With the announcement out, Max went looking for the Illithid group, as they would have all of the safety data that he would need to determine if it was actually safe enough to let the tourists go down to the planet. He had gathered as much data as possible from the ship's sensors to make the determination, but they had more information than he did about themselves and the Innu, so they would know if he had overlooked something important. Plus, it was basically a default setting human terraformed colony. That wasn't something that you get a chance to just come across every day. It would make an excellent addition to their records and a great segment for the video crew that was aboard Terminus if they could get down to the surface to video it properly. They could rely on the drones to do the work, but that might not get all the footage that they wanted, and it might not be in the quality they were expecting since the technology was so much different between the two species. We see your data. It all looks safe, though we recommend that you cordon off the following areas. The woods north of Sector C2, the base of the waterfall, where the impact of the falling water may cause injuries and trap swimmers underwater, and the cliffs in X9, where a toxic species of fungal life has been found. It appears benign to humans, but it is a strong hallucinogen to the Innu. The Illithid warning about not letting the Innu have magic mushrooms made Max laugh, which confused the mind readers. Are hallucinogenic drugs not a thing in your alliance? Humans are known to use them recreationally. Max informed them. Interesting. No, I don't think I know of any species that ingest toxins recreationally for the side effects. Even the toxic smoke that many of the infantrymen are fond of is unheard of elsewhere. Humans really are an interesting species, developing their own resistances forcefully as a form of recreation and relying on their artificial intelligence augmentations to heal and prevent damage to their bodies. When they put it that way, it did sound a bit extreme. Especially since humans did that even knowing that it would lead them to a slow death. Max posted the guidelines for the excursion, following the Elithid's advice, and added an option for guests to sign up for a shore excursion. The result was unanimous. Everyone wanted to go, and Max was pretty sure that would include most of his own crew if they were given the choice. But someone needed to remain on Terminus, and someone needed to guard the tourists, so he couldn't just give everyone the day off. But what he could do was rotate them, have them operate in shifts since they each had their own cutter to get around in. 3 off to begin with 1 active on the surface and 1 on Terminus, then 2 on guard and 1 returning to Terminus for the evening. Is it really fine for us to take shore leave with all that has gone on? One of the infantry officers asked when Max passed their barracks. Of course it is. Transit time has always been personal time unless training duties are assigned by the regimental commander. So, as long as he doesn't object, there is no part of the regulations that say that you can't accompany the teams to the surface for the day. Max informed the corporal, "Sweet, cliff diving it is, and we only have to convince the commander." The man's squad mates cheered. Max didn't have the heart to tell the man that the cliffs were in the areas designated as off-limits. They could either find out or find a way around the rules when they got there. The infantry was good like that. They were truly impressive too. 20 meters high, with crystals lining the bottom pool, they sent shimmering rainbows through the air around them. It would be an incredible experience to dive off of them. The planet's vicinity was as vacant as expected when they arrived, without even signs of recent warp travel within the solar system. The desolation was perfect for their purposes, and Max double-checked the itineraries while he checked the ship data to ensure that the vacationers would be able to withstand travel in the cutters. It was a given for humans, but it was worth at least verifying for their very first orbital entry with new species. "Commander, you're going down with the first shift off duty. Admiral Drake and his staff have declined the opportunity to leave Terminus. They said that they preferred a moment of peace and quiet to an insane group of pilots who haven't had a day off in too long." Nico informed him just as they settled into orbit. "Then I will meet you down there. Don't forget to bring a bathing suit." "You had better believe it. I am totally going cliff diving." Nico replied. Of course, she wanted to. He might have to just label the cliffs as dangerous and not recommended instead of fully off limits. Maybe he could station a medical crew by the pond as well. That might be for the best. Chapter 377. Ready to land. Will all passengers wishing to visit the surface of the planet please report to the common area on the 4th floor for sorting and transport vessel assignments. The ship's announcement declared. Max, Nico, and all of the battalion commanders were waiting there for the intrepid passengers to come and get officially prepared to leave Terminus. Terminus herself would be pretty much empty by the time they finished getting everyone loaded, a strange situation for the colony ship, but a little planetside vacation was exactly what everyone needed after all of the chaos that they had endured lately. There was more than enough room in a single cutter to load all the passengers as well as the Mecha complement, but it was better to mitigate the chances of catastrophe by spreading them out between all 3 that were going to be off duty to start the visit. The sun was just about to come up over the waterfalls, and that was a moment that Max didn't want to miss, as the light refraction through the falling water and off the crystals looked amazing in the remote scans. Welcome everyone to the first official shore excursion. This is as new to us as it is to the rest of you, so bear with us if there are some hiccups along the way. The 3 roughly even lines you have formed will be your ship assignments for the landing. Each cutter will take a slightly different route to the planet's surface, so you all will get a unique experience of the view on the way down. It occurred to us that since everyone was sharing their photos on social media, it might be more interesting to have some differences between them, where possible. Nobody likes reposts, right? Max's speech made the Inu laugh and snap pictures of him in his casually revered tunic shirt and leather pants. The cutters had been stocked with an assortment of beverages, snacks, spare swimsuits, towels, and miscellaneous items that logistics thought might be needed on the surface, such as art books and colored pencils. Max wasn't sure which artist would forget such essentials, but it was better to be prepared for every eventuality. "If there are no objections, please follow your team leader to your vessel," Max ordered, then started walking toward the hangars to catch up to Dave, Molly, and his siblings, who were already waiting for him there. Nico was headed the other way, though, back toward the aft of the ship where the 1st Battalion and the drones, as well as their own quarters, were. "Did you forget something?" he called as Nico split from the group. "Not at all. I prepared my own transport to the surface in case we need to do a rapid evacuation or reorganization. An ambulance, if you will," she replied, waving as she walked away. That actually wasn't a bad idea. They had prepared medical teams, but the amount they could do on the surface was limited, and getting a cutter ready for orbit took time. Having an orbital insertion drone as an ambulance could save a life if things went very wrong. But as far as Max knew, they would have to load the injured person in the bomb bay, not exactly the most comfortable of accommodations, even if they were large enough for the patient and paramedic while the cockpit could hold 2 persons. Max read Nico's thoughts as she left, just in case she had done something strange again, but it looked like she had just set up a first response cot in a standard orbital insertion fighter drone. That gave Max a good idea for the next trip, though. Slightly bigger drones, with seats and windows, so that they could do low-altitude flying tours of wherever they were visiting. It would also make for a great passenger shuttle for them, instead of their Kepler military-issue cargo shuttles, which were likely to draw some unwanted attention if they had to use them in a populated area. Max added it to the list he had for projects to be undertaken when they had time, though realistically, it would be mostly Nico and the engineering team that would most likely make the new vessel. He really should have made her the boss. His paperwork load was suspiciously high, while she had a lot of free time, and it couldn't all be explained by her doing her tasks as his second-in-command digitally in the background. "Uncle Max, are we really going to go play on a whole new planet?" One of the girls that Max had to identify by her thoughts, as Sasha asked. "We are. There are no people living there, only the people from the ship who are visiting." "Have you explored the cruise ship and met the new people yet?" Max replied, We did. Molly didn't want us to go, she said she was tired, but we got to meet the Inu camera people. They said we could be in their documentary. We could be famous in a whole other world. Isn't that awesome?" Sasha giggled. "Ask the younger Inu to play on the water slides with you the next time you have free time from your studies. They love the water slides," Max told her with a wink while Molly, their former foster worker turned surrogate mother, sighed in frustration. "It's hard enough to keep them concentrating on their work as it is. They don't need more excitement to look forward to," the long-suffering woman told Max. "Just wear them out first. Ask Dave how he handled me. He was pretty good at finding ways for me to burn off excess energy," Max suggested while Molly cast a look at the 2 sets of twins, implying that such tactics were not possible with this group. "Well, they will be tired by the end of the day today. There are camping supplies in the cutter, so we should load up and get ready for the drop." Max herded his family toward the cutter, letting the battalion handle the mass of tourists while he settled his group into one of the smaller private rooms. "Attention all passengers. We will be departing in 3 minutes. Please take your seats and secure your restraints as described in the instructions on your seat. Thank you for your understanding and please enjoy your flight." Chapter 378. Abs of Steel. The cutter left terminus with a smooth push from the gravity beam, only really noticeable because of all the screens showing the scenery outside the ship. There were only a few transparent portholes, and they had all been taken up with professional camera equipment, so everyone else was watching the screens as the atmosphere of the planet approached, starting from the dark side of the planet and passing across the light side until they reached the dark again, just past the line that marked the sunrise. If the professional footage turned out half as well as the fixed cameras, they were in for a treat when they edited all 3 ships' worth of footage. The first few minutes were lost, of course, due to the flames of the superheated atmosphere burning around their shields, but the cutters performed flawlessly, and all 3 were reporting themselves precisely on course and on time when they reached the landing zone nearest to the cliffs and the Rainbow Pool, as Nico's tourism brochures called it. "Now that the hull has cooled sufficiently, please begin an orderly departure. If you have finished in the next 15 minutes, you will be on time to see the sunrise through the mist of the waterfall. Adjutant Rage has set up picnic blankets and reclining chairs already, so you only need to step out and find your preferred spot to watch the sunrise." That caught Max by surprise. Nico hadn't been thinking of that when she was around him, but it was also possible that it was set up by logistics, and she only found out when she arrived in her drone ship loaded with supplies. The Inu did an excellent job of not pushing and shoving, moving smoothly out of the cutter in a fashion that any Kepler soldier would be proud of. In fact, Max suspected that their presence was actually encouraging the soldiers to be better behaved than usual so they didn't embarrass themselves in front of the aliens. The surface temperature of the planet was nearly 30 degrees already, and the sun hadn't come up, so it was going to be a scorcher of a day away from the cooling mist of the pools, but that shouldn't be a deal breaker with everyone planning to swim and relax anyhow. It would certainly slow down those who might want to go hiking through the woods though. Max felt a shoulder bump on his ribs just before the sun crested the ridgeline, and the air lit up in a beautiful rainbow. It was like nothing he had ever seen before, a kaleidoscope of colors that took up half the sky. Hundreds of cameras captured the moment, but what really caught Max's attention was the handful of tourists that weren't holding imaging devices. They were more interested in the human soldiers, who had all stripped down to swim trunks and bikinis in preparation to enter the waters once the first round of photos depicting the uninhabited and pristine nature of the place had been taken. Do humans not put on a fat layer? It's like someone chiseled their muscles out of marble. One of the Innu girls sighed. A little body paint and some proper tentacles to replace that fuzz on his head, and he would be perfect. The student's friend agreed. I think we might have to worry about more things than the species not getting along soon, Nico whispered, winking at Max when he gave her an annoyed look. Her red mechanical eyes glowed in the twilight, matching the bikini she had chosen with a translucent sarong wrapped around her waist. It was a stark contrast to her dark hair, which she had left loose to blow in the breeze, except for two small braids on the sides, one hung in front of either shoulder. Well, I hear we've even got multiple species within the crew now. At least by intergalactic standards. So how about we show them some peaceful interspecies relations? Max joked. Right here in front of the waterfall. I never took you for the exhibitionist sort, but I'm game. Nico's response made Max groan in embarrassment as he realized he had just left himself wide open for the teasing. You know what I meant. Now, let's go for a swim. It should help everyone relax if they see us in the water first. Being told it's safe and seeing that it's safe are two different things, after all. Max replied, sounds good. Give them a show, Commander. Nico told him, then took a knee and cupped her hands for him to step into. It was the same method that infantry and others with lower-ranked systems used to boost their squad mates over obstacles, so Max stepped back, then took 2 fast steps before stepping into Nico's hand and launching himself into the air with her assistance, flying the 30 meters to the deeper section of the pool with ease and diving in. He couldn't hear the cheering, but he could sense the approval of his form, so he dived down to check the bottom, making sure that it wasn't too hazardous to be swimming here, even if the water was pure. The crystals had almost all been worn into round shapes by the flowing water, so they were more like reflective pebbles, perfectly safe to swim around, while the actual shoreline had built up a sandy beach for the first few meters. One after another, the others joined him, with the Innu enthusiastically heading into the deeper waters to admire the gemstone base of the pond, where the rapid flow had pushed all of the sediment off of the rocks. Dave, will we be able to do that one day? I want to fly through the air like a cartoon hero. Sandy, the younger of Max's twin sisters, asked excitedly. It's possible. He is your brother, and he got such a powerful affinity, so you might do pretty well yourself, even if you don't have as much affinity as he does. Dave agreed. The girls were barely into Gamma rank, and that might be a generous ranking on behalf of their inspector or, more correctly, a bribe that had been given to him to increase her rank and, thereby, the subsidy her mother was getting. Even the Illithid had gotten in on the fun, wading through the shallower river sections, not wanting to get into the crowded pool when they could relax in the cool water and watch the rainbow reflections of the sun on the mist as the day warmed up. The commander made an excellent choice. Look, the humans are heading up the cliffs to dive. Get the cameras ready. Nobody will believe that they survived if we don't have a video. They're not even an amphibious species. One of the Innu videographers was directing his crew while the pilots, who were significantly faster than the infantry who tried to race them to the top of the cliffs, prepared for the first dives of the morning. The winner of the race was Colonel Lucas, the stout and muscular but surprisingly nimble colonel of the 3rd Battalion. He didn't even slow, simply running to the edge and launching himself into the air, arcing through the sky into a perfectly executed headfirst dive. The spot they were jumping from overhung the main cliff face, so there was no real danger of hitting the rocks or landing in the shallows, but the dive was very impressive and landed him right in front of the waterfall's most turbulent area, where he could easily swim to shore with minimal effort and maximum visibility for the spectators. Chapter 379, We're doing this again, right? The logistics staff did an excellent job of arranging a lunch buffet for the shore excursion, and the watch shifts changed at that point, giving them 3 battalions on duty. Instead of 2, which left one available to escort tours through the forest, while the area around the waterfall and terminus were both still adequately guarded. You look like you're deep in thought. Care to share? Nico asked from a blanket on the ground where she was overseeing the crowd. I was just thinking about a plan I had earlier for a shuttle made based on the drones. Larger than the drones, with passenger seats and windows so that we could do tours of the wilderness from above. I would love to see what this world looks like from above when you're not entering at above terminal velocity. I think it would be a great amenity, and it would really impress any stations that we had dealings with if we showed up in a full custom shuttle. Max explained, laying down next to her and relaxing with his hands behind his head. That's an excellent plan. It wouldn't take me long to create one since I already have plans for a larger drone. You know, the one we were going to use for bombardment and resupply runs. It would be large enough for 20 passengers, which is also enough to supply a battalion for a month on basic rations and minimal munitions. Nico suggested, but with huge windows. I want the passengers to be able to really see. Max clarified. Nico thought for a second, then nodded. We could use the transparent hull material that Terminus has for windows. It's just as strong as the existing materials, but we could create sturdy windows that extend right down to the floor, so you could lean over and look straight down or all around you. With the privacy coating that we use on bathroom stalls in use, it can be opaque, so the passengers don't freak out during entry or over unsettling scenes. That would be an incredible amenity. One of the Illithid announced from about 20 meters away but clearly talking to them. We can't all fly, but the views are incredible up there. Nico agreed. Oh yes, I forgot that you use a collection of flying devices. Are you not equipping them today? The Illithid asked, walking over to speak to them from a more comfortable distance. I brought one with me in case of issues, but for now, I just left it waiting in my shuttle, Nico explained, which caught the attention of the Innu students. The documentary team had brought camera drones, so they already had great footage, but everyone else had only seen the view from near the ground or during the entry. Can we have them for the next landing? The cool one with the tentacles. Flying with grabby tentacles would make exploring the forest so much more interesting than just walking through them. We have hover boots in the yacht, but none of us thought to bring them since we got all distracted thinking about the waterfall. I think we're all too tired to go far today, but the next planet we visit, I totally want to fly through the forests with a sample collection suit. The Innu boy informed them. We can likely make some basic versions. The ones we have for the crew have welding and material printing attachments, as well as precision clamps and other tools that you wouldn't need for a nature excursion. Max reluctantly agreed. Keeping track of flying Innu on an unknown planet would be a nightmare, even if they put trackers on them all. Max had seen missing person reports when he was young of people who went missing on Kepler Terminus, and it was fully mapped and well populated. There are so many things that we didn't think of in advance. It looks like we're not as fully stocked on amenities as we thought. Nico sighed, then turned her head to look at the river and laughed. Max looked over but didn't see anything out of the ordinary, only a few of the Illithid sitting around in the shallows, as they had been doing all day to beat the heat. Their protective suits were temperature controlled, but they could feel the heat on their shell. Listening into the thought in the area gave away the source of Nico's amusement. A few of the Illithid had abandoned the safety of their suits and were having a water fight in the river, hidden from plain sight by their environmental suits in the distance. Nico had spotted them using the thermal optics of her augmentic eyes while they were darting through the water using their tentacles to move with incredible agility. I thought at first that we had missed a mammalian species in the area. I didn't expect them to let loose and really start having fun. Nico explained to the Illithid standing next to them. They are younger than most of us. It is good for them to get it out of their system before they drive us all insane with their boredom. The Illithid chuckled. Will everyone wishing to go on the last wilderness tour of the day please meet at the top of the ridgeline where the friendly face of Colonel Ritchie is waving at you in her mobile suit. A Mecha's speaker declared, bringing a number of tourists running to get in on the action. They only had a few more hours before it started getting dark, at which point they would do a twilight meal, watching the sunset hit the waterfall from the opposite side, and then they would all return to Terminus before dark. They could remain here another day or two, but everyone was exhausted, and they had plenty of ideas for improvements, so they would move along for now and look for another stop when they could. They also couldn't put off the meeting at the Cygnus border for much longer. A few stops would be expected, but they were on a timeline, and Max didn't want to be late for something that important if it was the sort of seditious alliance that he thought it was. Chapter 380, Drug Dealers. Once the tourists were all loaded back on Terminus, given a basic medical scan for infections and injuries, and settled back into their rooms, Admiral Drake made ready to take the ship back to warp and get them headed back toward the border. Before he could even power up the engines, they got a rather unusual message from a nearby independent trader, sent on the Reaver's open frequency for any company in the area. By the decree of Sector Command, a wide variety of drugs and medicines had been banned, leaving the merchant with nowhere to unload his cargo. Given the state of the sector and the run-in that they had with the last group that wanted a trade, Max was reluctant to answer the call for a deal, but after searching the ship's travel logs and finding that they had just arrived in the sector from the far side of the Kepler Empire where the requested medicines were produced, he decided to have some mercy on the group. Ray 5 could use most of these items when they got back, and they couldn't be easily reproduced with Kepler technology, which was why the merchant had gone to such lengths to buy and deliver them. This is the Terminus Trading Company. We will come to your pinned location to make a trade. Please hold position, and be aware that the entire region is considered under quarantine by the Reavers, so interaction with the locals would include you in our quarantine measures. Max informed them, copy the Terminus Trading Company. There is something off with this sector, and we will be leaving with whatever you have to trade. Someone somewhere will want it. That was the sort of attitude a good merchant should have, so Max ordered the Admiral to meet with the merchants. He also had the engineering team prepare a long-range scan for the new viruses, which weren't caught by their standard scans until it was far too late. They had a lot of random items on board, but the easiest to move would be to trade the merchants some newly produced standard pattern line mecha for their medicine. Everyone knew at this point that the Reavers had quite a few of them to trade so that it wouldn't draw too much attention, and they had an ample supply of the materials that were needed to make them. Max thought about trading off the luxury furniture that they had acquired, but the more he thought about it, the more he thought he should use it to upgrade the officers' quarters for the infantry and more military barracks aboard the ship instead. They would take the trade loss for the items and call it an upgrade for the company. They were making enough by leveraging their advanced manufacturing abilities. The merchant ship turned out to be an oddity just as rare as Terminus. It was one of the warp sail vessels made by the vampires in the far north of the galaxy. Instead of using a full energy shield, they used physical sails to help shape their warp fields, making them more efficient than most but limited in top speed. It was an antiquated design, just like Terminus, but still popular with merchants in the north, though rarely brought this far south into the more dangerous regions, where speed and firepower mattered more to most merchants. Terminus Trading Company, that is a rather impressive vessel you have there. We weren't expecting such a grand generational home ship to be in the hands of an unknown name. The merchants greeted them. Though the name is new, we have many familiar names in the company. If you would like to send a shuttle with 4-meter ceiling heights, we can make the deal in our port side Bay 24. We have a gravity arrival and hull regulation system in place, so please cut engines before reaching the barrier. Max replied. It was only a few minutes before the traders sent their shuttle, matched to their ship in the same antique vintage and with the vampire Gothic fashion sense. It was large enough to take a handful of light mecha, and the merchants could sell them anywhere that they wanted within the Empire, in essence giving them a free pass to pick up whatever load they wanted next. They arrived at the dock with a smooth stop and were pulled into where Max and Nico were waiting in the nearly empty bay, with only the mecha they intended to trade visible, and all of the security staff moved outside of the bay entirely. This time even Nico had the barrier on the Archangel suit up, as it was already programmed to prevent intrusion by the mind-altering biomechanical virus. You lot really have all the good toys. That temperature regulation feels like it's Alliance technology. The black-clad and bone-white-skinned vampire that led the trading group greeted them. That's because it is. They helped us repair a number of the amenities aboard Terminus when we met with them. The vampire's eyes lit up a brighter red than even Nico's did when he heard that news and excitement were visible both in his mannerisms and his thoughts. They actually interacted with you. And it went well enough that they agreed to grant you assistance repairing an antique colony ship. Now that's a credential nobody would believe without seeing it themselves. But we have, and I am impressed. The vampire told Nico with a smile. Funny what happens when you don't shoot at strangers, isn't it? Nico replied, making the whole vampire group laugh. We have a request, if possible. We are returning home after this trip, as we have secured the goods that we came for, so if possible, we would like to trade for credits. That way, we could use them for provisions at face value without needing to arrange a trade. The merchant group's lead vampire requested. We have Reaver, or general credits, as well as Kepler credits available. Which would you prefer? Nico asked. If you have 50 million Kepler credits, we will take those and then restock once we are out of this sector. The Reavers don't quarantine an entire sector without a good reason, and we don't want to find out firsthand what it is. We don't deal much in southern politics, and we have been away from home too long to be delayed by an infectious disease. He requested, sweeping his white hair out of his eyes with an annoyed huff. We can do that. We also have a barber on board if you need it. Nico joked. I appreciate the offer, but I am trying to grow it back out, and it's just at an annoying stage. The man explained with a sad smile, blowing the hair out of his face again. Max scanned the medicine, and it was all legitimate and accurate in quantity, as he would expect of the notoriously hidebound vampires. They lived an exceptionally long time, at least by this galaxy's standards, and disliked all forms of dishonesty. They weren't above some old-fashioned butchery when it was needed, but they would never lie about it to launch a sneak attack. It was beneath their dignity. If Max had known it was actual vampires aboard the trade ship, he would have been much less reluctant to make the trade. The credits were transferred, and the medicine was brought into the bay when one of the traders got a panicked look and turned to the bow of the ship, then whispered something to his companions. Well, as much as I usually love to stay and chat, I think we should leave immediately. We aren't on the best of terms with the Illithid you see, and the one you have on board has noticed our presence. The leader explained. They are guests. I am assured that they won't harm anyone. Max told him, not physically, but we also share some mind-altering abilities, and their collective will hold grudges for a very long time. The merchant explained, looking more nervous by the second. Then I won't force you to stay any longer. It has been a pleasure dealing with you, and if you happen across us again, I would be happy to do the trade aboard your vessel if it makes you more comfortable. Nico replied politely. The vampires bowed politely and boarded their shuttle, gently moving out of the bay before taking off at maximum speed and returning to their own vessel, leaving the area the moment the bay doors closed. They weren't kidding about having issues with the Illithid, it seemed. Max added it to his list of notes on the computer for future interactions. Chapter 381. Travel time needs improvement. After their deal with the vampires was finished, Terminus made its way toward the border through the newly quarantined sector, making a point to note and not respond to any messages that were the least bit suspicious or that came from a planet whose data traffic didn't seem to match the situation on the surface. Calculating this way and sending the vaccine probes to every inhabited planet that they passed slowed them by a significant amount, and it took them almost a week to get clear of the region where the virus could possibly have spread to. The sector that they were passing through now hadn't suffered any unrest of either the zombie or the rebel sort. So, how are the data feeds on the planets that we vaccinated? An Illithid doctor asked Max as they passed a binary star system, whose mismatched stars made the most amazing cat-eye effect when viewed from a certain angle. There are no reports of mass side effects, but there have been some uprisings as the vaccinated regained their mental faculties. That was within our expectations, and it has done an impressive job of disrupting the attempts to mind control the sector. Max replied, passing him a tablet with the ship's collected data on the subject. Good, good. I am always glad to see a plan come to fruition. How much longer until our next stop? The passing planets are interesting, but the human settlements in this region are very similar, with all of them focusing on basic self-sufficiency and not a unique contribution to the collective. That described the majority of Kepler's planets. They just kind of got by and sent a regiment every few years as a tribute. It was rare that you came across one that specialized in something that wasn't abundant in the region, thanks to the uniformity of the Kepler expedition's terraforming efforts. Tomorrow, we will reach the border region where we have some business to take care of, and then we can pass into Cygnus space. They have a slightly different culture than we do, and they were settled by an entirely different wave of human expansion, so there should be enough differences to keep things interesting for a few days. We have also identified another stop for a week after we leave this location. They produce unique crystal structures through sonic manipulation. The technology is exclusive to their planet, so it shouldn't be anything that the passengers have seen before. Max explained. That cheered the doctor up. New things and new knowledge were what the Illithid lived for. The Innu mostly only had 2 weeks left on the ship before they were scheduled to return home from their month-long voyage, so it would make for a pleasant endcap to their trip after weeks of viewing planets and playing in the gravity slides. With all his visitors taken care of, Max went down to the hangars, where Nico was supposed to be working on a new shuttle designed to carry passengers on their away missions. They had been at it for a week, tweaking and modifying the design to be safe enough for orbital entry at combat velocities while having suitable viewing angles for passengers to look out and enjoy their trip. A single-purpose vessel was far from up to Nico's standards, so she was putting a lot of effort into this design, making sure that it was suitable for defense if they should meet a hostile indigenous species and maneuverable enough to evade capture by any known human vessel. The ship seemed to be ready when he arrived, painted bone white, with red markings identifying it as belonging to the Terminus Trading Company. Max could pick out 6 laser projectors mounted in the wings, as well as a retractable top turret that seemed to be an ion cannon. Not heavily armed for a mecha conflict, but enough to deal with large flying predators in a feral world. Good timing. It's all ready. Climb in and tell me what you think. The seats are adjustable, and we can remove one row and shift the others if there isn't enough legroom. In the current design, it carries 24 passengers and 2 crew members, but with the seats shifted, that would be 20. Plus, the crew. As you can see, the visibility is a little over 200 degrees, with only the centers of the floor and ceiling being opaque. The structural beams shouldn't interfere much with the views on the side, so I think we've fulfilled the design requirements. Nico informed him. Max entered and realized right away that not everyone would be cool with this design. The windows extended below the outer seats, letting you look straight down as if your seat was suspended in midair. There was an adjustment to block the views out of the window, though, turning them black and opaque, so that would help a little with vertigo that Max assumed most people would suffer in this vessel. It's not bad, but those outer seats are going to freak a lot of people out, Max called to her as he took a seat, looking out the windows at the hangar bay. That's part of the appeal. Humans are already known as extreme and barbaric, so having a tour of the planet that feels like you are floating in your chair is exactly the sort of extreme but completely safe adventure that we can market to the Alliance tourists. She disagreed. That wasn't completely incorrect, but Max's attention was drawn by a storage rack in the back of the ship, along with a secondary door that appeared to exit straight out the back. Completely impractical except as an emergency exit was his first thought, but then he realized that Nico had designed this, so there was certainly a reason. A quick inspection of the rack showed that it held 24 Archangel exoskeletons, modified so that the wings were smaller and only contained cameras, not an array of weapons. Which meant that the rear door was for para-dropping. In the suits, with their force fields and gravity control, you could jump out of the ship while it was in motion to explore an arena, then fly back to the departure point or an arranged meeting location. It would also be incredible for dropping special forces teams into nasty situations since the drone used the same crystalline drives as their warp engines and didn't give off a huge energy or radar signature for enemies to track like a traditional Kepler dropship or lander would. You know what, I think I like this thing. Make a few more of them tonight, but be sure that you are ready to go when we arrive in the morning. I don't know what idiocy we will be facing, but it is likely to include pompous Cygnus nobles constantly preening, so we need to show them our very best. Max instructed her, then climbed out of their new shuttle to head back to his room. Chapter 382, Are You Everywhere? Colony Ship Terminus, please maintain a safe distance of 2,000 kilometers from the station while staying no less than 200 kilometers from the other ships in orbit and send a shuttle of under 100 meters in length with your representatives. The control room of the station where they were supposed to be meeting the Rebel and Cygnus leaders for their meeting announced after Admiral Drake hailed them. There were 3 Cygnus cutters and a destroyer, 2 President-class Kepler transports, and 3 more destroyers of factions that Max wasn't immediately familiar with. Understood. Station control. Prepare for an incoming shuttle. Max replied. He looked over at his team, 20 specifically chosen pilots from among the Corvette-class units of the 1st Battalion, all equipped with Archangel exoskeletons under their Reaver garb. They would put the force fields up the moment that they arrived at the station and remain behind Max and Nico as their retinue. If the station had a problem with the Reavers carrying weapons, this could become an issue, but Max was hoping that nobody would say anything, at least not here on this frontier station, which was already hosting multiple factions, going by the large vessels they had seen on the way in. They all took their seats in the new shuttle, with Nico guiding it out of the bay using the tech-adept harness that she felt complemented her look the best, and made their way to the station at a sedate 1/4 of the suborbital cruising speed limit. That should give their hosts plenty of time to get a good look at their new shuttle, whose windows were now opaque, hiding the occupants from casual inspection, while Nico kept a jamming signal up to prevent them from being scanned. It would annoy the rebels to no end, Max was certain, but the Cygnus officers were familiar with the practice, as it was how they arrived when they were sending a ranking noble. Everything about their approach had been carefully calculated to make them seem more impressive than they were, bolstering the image of the Reavers as an emerging power with unique new technologies that the other nations should have at least heard rumors of by now, even if they hadn't found any solid footage to confirm it yet. As they passed through the barrier around the cargo bay, Max saw their power usage spike as Nico normalized the hull temperature of the shuttle without waiting for the systems of the station to do it for her. One more small power play that let them disembark as soon as the shuttle was stable and powered down, before the reception team could get properly in place. The retinue formed up into two ranks, making an aisle for their commanders to exit the shuttle, then fell in behind them as the station's representatives came into the bay to meet them. Your technology is surprisingly effective. Pardon our delay, as you are the last to arrive, having been summoned after the meetings were already underway. Please follow me to the reception hall where the others are waiting for you. The man in the plain gray uniform of an outpost station welcomed them. Kind words for our technicians, skills are always welcome. You may tell them that Commander Karis and Tereth Rage of the Terminus Trading Company will meet them personally. Nico told the base officers. Certainly, madam, this way, please. All weapons are to be out of sight during the meeting or placed in the care of the staff if that is not possible. The tensions have been somewhat high this past week with so many factions present. I hope you understand. Entirely reasonable. All of our weapons are out of sight. Nico agreed with a smile that made the man shudder a little. They followed the staff through the hallways to a large convention hall, where Max could sense hundreds of thoughts ongoing inside, negotiating a trade deal between Cygnus and a small nation to the east of them, on the far side of their nation from here. That was unusual. Normally nations were only concerned with their immediate neighbors, and Kepler was many light years and multiple small nations away from their borders. Commander Karis and Tereth Rage of the Terminus Trading Company, representing the Reaver faction. The staff announced them at the door, drawing every eye in the room to their location. There were some welcomes and some grumbling about the apparent youth of the representatives, but after a few seconds, the crowd settled, and the leader of the meeting, a rebel Kepler Duke, came forward to speak to them. Might either of you hold noble titles, or should we refer to you both by your bare names? He asked haughtily. From behind him, a familiar voice chuckled. You may call him Sir Karis Max, and that is the Imperial Lady Tereth Nico. That voice couldn't be anyone but Lord General Kirkland of Cygnus, and his introduction had caused a panic in the room. The two of them were considered war criminals by the rebel faction, and their presence here representing the Reavers was enough to make many think that they had been tricked. Lord General, you do appear in the strangest places, don't you? I hadn't expected to see you again after our abrupt departure from the service of the Kepler fleet, but it is pleasant to see a familiar and dignified face, even if we are surrounded by cowards and traitors. Nico greeted him. Max resisted the urge to smack her in the back of the head, knowing that she had a force field up, and resigned himself only to sigh. The rebel Duke looked incredibly offended and was about to speak when Nico turned to speak to him. Certainly not your dignified self. Duke, whoever you are. Rest assured, we are here on behalf of the Reavers and only the Reavers. Nico told him. You still have a way with words, Lady Tereth. I understand that you are bulletproof, but not all of us enjoy that luxury, so I would politely ask that you not touch off another gunfight inside the meeting hall. Lord General Kirkland requested. I will keep it in mind. Now, what were we called all the way across the Kepler Kingdom to talk about? Chapter 383. Opportunists. The reason that the Reavers have been called to a meeting between nations is a simple one. We foresee the collapse of the Kepler Empire, and we all want a part of the spoils. There is a plan already in place that will spell the doom of the Empire, and we will need goods moved when things are unstable. As much as it pains me to say it, there isn't a force in this region of the galaxy that is actually capable of that except the Reavers. Their impartial reputation, before recent regrettable events in the Terminus sector involving the Tapani, means that everyone here has dealings with them and is willing to accept them as trade partners during the inevitable chaos as we divide the spoils. The rebel Duke informed the Reaver representatives. Nico nodded slowly before answering. So, an understanding that the rest of the rebel movement does not align themselves with the group that sent the Tapani after us and trade through Kepler space, even if it changes hands. I think that is something that we can work out. Aren't you a bit too proud for the representative of a lowly trade faction? One of the foreign dignitaries asked. Crown Prince of Khalifa 7, are you not a bit too arrogant? Our colony ship has more super heavy mecha than your planet. Nico retorted. That was a fact that everyone had at least heard, though most hadn't believed the rumors of dozens of super heavy mecha in an unknown design in the hands of the Reavers at Ray 5. The results of the battle were clear, but the method of victory was still a matter of much debate among every other faction. This was why Max hated politics, all of the nonsense and posturing, while nothing at all got done. Nico was a natural at it, though her methods always seemed to end in violence. Even with that unfortunate side effect, it was still better to let her take the lead most of the time so that Max didn't have to suffer the annoyance of dealing with politicians himself. That's enough, you two. Can we stay on track for at least 2 minutes at a time? Lord General Kirkland asked. You seem to favor the little Reaver girl. Have you two perhaps met before? One of the foreigners asked. The Cygnus group shared a grim look, but the Lord General answered honestly. Before they left the service of the Kepler military, the two representatives of the Reaver nation met me in battle. They had the good fortune to come out on the winning side of the engagement, and the resulting agreement is what led to the Cygnus forces withdrawing support for the rebels. So full of nobility and honor. Bunch of nonsense if you ask me. The foreigner, whom Max identified as a Duke of the Khalifa delegation, sighed. Let's move forward. Come, take a seat and let's get to the actual business. A rebel duke declared, pulling the attention of the crow back to the large ring of tables that dominated the room. Nico used a mechanical dendrite to pull out Max's chair for him, then sat beside him, subtly indicating that he was the one in charge, though she was the one speaking on his behalf. Good. Now, we can't share the details for fear of leaks, but within the next 6 weeks, there will be an incident that will destabilize the situation in Kepler. Once that happens, we ask that all those who are vying for a slice of the corpse send their troops in and take over the region they have been designated as rapidly as possible, in whatever manner suits you best. The rebel leader informed the room. Max could see that there were already divisions drawn on the holographic map in the middle of the circle of tables, so he motioned for Nico to record them for future reference. I won't question your methods or timetable, but are you absolutely certain that it will cause a significant enough disruption to break the chain of command and not just lead to a military coup that would see the fleet crack down viciously on anyone looking to cause trouble? Nico asked. The others asked the same at first. But yes, our plans include dealing with the organization of the fleet. With them just as disorganized as the rest of the Empire, our allies will be able to move in with only the local defense fleets to be concerned with, and we are already moving as many of those out of their home regions as we can. There is a Narcian invasion on the north side of the Empire, and we have fed a large amount of misinformation about it to the fleet and Central Command, leading them to send the majority of their available forces. By the time they realize what is happening, it will be too late to recall them, and they will be left to defend whatever they can. That is why there is no assignment for that northern region of space. Most of the fleet will be there, and they will naturally attempt to stabilize the region that they are in, then wait for orders that will never come as the Empire falls. His idea made sense. It might not work, but it at least had some semblance of logic behind it. Max was about to open his mouth to point out that the distribution of forces that they had indicated on the map would leave their homes vulnerable to each other and to the forces that weren't here in this room, but Nico pinched his side with a mechanical arm, silencing him. It wouldn't do any good to point that out at this time, and he would only be seen as a troublemaker trying to sow division in this makeshift alliance. They would have to learn for themselves the danger that they were putting themselves in by moving so much of their military out of their home region. So what you want is for us to set up a trade network to make up for the regular shipments that won't be moving during the unrest. I don't see that being an issue. It might deprive some of the outlying regions of their regular trade missions, cutting frequency to half what it is now, but we can at least keep basic trade functions available. Nico agreed, posting some basic data on publicly known regular trade routes for Reaver companies to the map, overlaying their existing battle plans. The only one who had noticed that they were holding something back was Lord General Kirkland of Cygnus, who had dealt with Max and Nico before. Max could sense in his thoughts that he was calculating the trade routes looking for whatever he missed. The light in his eyes when he realized that it wasn't about trade, but about the points that they would be trading to almost made Max break character to wink at the quick-witted noble. Of all the nations here, the only one that could sustain their commitment and have a good chance at remaining stable was Cygnus, and even that would stretch their more stable inner regions fairly thin. Chapter 384. Cygnus knows, looking at the map this way, I have come to a realization. The current requests would draw our supply lines extremely thin. Perhaps I have been too greedy in early negotiations. Lord General Kirkland sighed, pointing to the map. If this plan worked, Cygnus was set to absorb an enormous portion of the former Kepler territory, starting at their border. Like Cygnus, they had taken heavy casualties in the past few years, so it wasn't going to be the most straightforward deployment for them, but the gains were undoubtedly worth it, looking at the resources that they were standing to gain, especially if they could peacefully transition a number of the more important manufacturing planets. What are you saying, Lord General? A representative of the Tapani asked. I believe that Cygnus will be willing to accept a smaller portion of the spoils in exchange for our assistance if the nations that initially wanted the regions at the edges of our new territory are capable of taking them as well as what they currently planned. The general informed the room. Many of the representatives looked dubious at his motivations, but one of the smaller fleets, whose home territory was only 4-star systems, highlighted a lightly inhabited farm world. This would be within our capability. It isn't much, but it would save you from wasting an entire compliance fleet to take care of it. The man suggested. Cygnus has plenty of new farm worlds in our core territory expansion. I don't see any harm in granting you that request. Kirkland agreed. The devious smile spread through the room while the Lord General silently celebrated in his mind. Unlike most of the people in this room, Cygnus didn't actually need any of the new territories in order to help their people. It would be a gain on paper only, as they gained territory but retained the balance of resource distribution within the empire. Max suspected that it was mostly lingering enmity that had brought them here in the first place, especially after Kirkland ordered his adjutant and their team to continue making deals. That went on for 3 hours while Nico and Max sat silently, watching the show. None of this changed their role in the overall plan, as someone would still need supplies for all of those planetary regions. The Lord General updated the map with every deal, and while every deal was small, Max noticed that by the end of it, Cygnus had given up nearly half of their planned expansion, as well as all but 4 of the heavily defended systems, a level of conflict that was a day-to-day normal for them when they were at war with Kepler. This expansion would cost them nothing but the casualties on their attacking force, and it wouldn't stretch their resources on the home front, especially with so many nations with whom they shared a very tense relationship focused on Kepler. For Cygnus, there was no loss now that they had reduced the greed of their plans. They could hold the home front, and even if the plan failed, they would just retreat to their borders while their neighbors lost so much that they would be unable to defend themselves. Like Nico, he had grasped the bigger picture in moments, thinking not only about the alliance forces but those further out and how they would react to the change in defenses among their neighbors as they went on the attack. The fact that nobody else had noticed was almost painful to Max, whose sense of righteousness couldn't stand to see so many nations committing virtual suicide. But it was their choice, and there was the chance that they could do with alliances and hidden assets what Max didn't expect them to be capable of. There really wasn't much for Max to do since he had easily agreed to let the Reavers continue their trading activities in the affected regions. There would have to be an agreement with the rebels and Tapani, as well as all of the other nations who wanted a part of Kepler space, but that could be written up easily enough tonight and dealt with tomorrow. Max also had a great idea for the agreement, a bit of consequence to betraying it, other than the obvious stoppage of shipments. These nations weren't friends, they were only temporary allies, so Max was planning to add a clause that if the nations involved betrayed the Reavers, the nations holding neighboring territory would help the Reavers take vengeance, with the territory affected as compensation after the traitors were defeated. It would be a wonderful mess of a situation and make things even more chaotic, but that might just be enough to keep the Reaver trade vessels safe during a time of unrest when they were often targeted by various fleets whose resources had run low. Everyone loved getting something for nothing, and robbing a merchant using a military fleet was a very easy thing to do. Since he didn't have anything to do with the rest of the conversation, Max began drafting the agreement, using a template that was stored in the database of Terminus for situations like this. It was a Kepler agreement, and surely some of the others would recognize it, but he knew that it would be legally solid and that the nations involved would honor it. At least to the point that they thought they needed to. All right, let us break for dinner, and we will return to the meetings tomorrow morning. The leader of the rebels present at the meeting ordered, raising up from his seat and shaking hands with those nearest to him. Lord General Kirkland, would you like to join us aboard Terminus for an evening meal? We have a few things that we should discuss with you in private, apart from the matters of these meetings. We were already headed your way, so this is perfect timing. Max asked the Cygnus noble. Of course. We will follow you on our shuttle. I would love to get a chance to see the inside of your magnificent new vessel. To think, it wasn't long ago that you were playing aboard Camor Station with the Imperial Prince. We have a lot to catch up on. Lord General Kirkland agreed. Chapter 385. Cygnus honor. The shuttle holding Lord General Kirkland and his entourage followed right behind Max's shuttle as they entered Terminus, thinking that they would be waiting for the hulls to adjust together. Being grabbed by the gravity beam and slowly fed through the field as the ship's barrier prepared them for immediate departure from their shuttle was an incredible shock to their pilot, despite being warned by the automated warning that it was about to happen. This ship has all sorts of surprises waiting for us, doesn't it? The general asked as he departed the shuttle, tipping his hat to the staffers who came to collect his luggage but stopping them from collecting his bags from the shuttle. Let them take your bags, and you can stay the night in one of the luxury suites in our guest area, Nico suggested, motioning for the staff to continue. You even have a guest area set up. You really have put some work in if you think this relic of a ship is ready to host dignitaries. General Kirkland chuckled. You have no idea, but here we are at the entrance to the public areas. Welcome to Terminus, the finest adventure cruise ship in the galaxy. Nico replied with a smile, motioning at the vast expanse of the central gardens and slides that made up the cruise ship areas. They had private VIP quarters, appointed to the finest of noble standards, but it was much more amusing to let the Cygnus officers loose in the cruise ship section, where they could be interrogated by the Innu, who were already clamoring for details about the new pattern of shuttle that had arrived aboard Terminus. The documentary crew had discreetly set up on a balcony, using telescopic lenses to get the footage that they wanted, and Max waved for them to send someone forward, then sent a thought to the Illithid that they could come to greet the foreign noble if they wanted. That sounds entertaining. They are much like you but somehow very different. Not only in technology but in mind and body as well. Oh, that's it. They don't have any nanotechnology enhancing them. How curious. The thoughts of the Illithid came all at once and not in a string as humans would put them, but Max was getting used to their concurrent streams of conversation already and didn't have any issues understanding their burst of thought. Greetings, I am Jorda of the Innu people. Our home galaxy is a founding member of the Galactic Alliance, located 4.97 standard units from here. The first of the Innu to arrive greeted General Kirkland with a polite bow. Lord General Kirkland, of Cygnus Prime, homeworld of the Cygnus Nation, 1700 light years from our current location. The general replied politely while Max shook hands with the new arrival. The Innu, and in fact their entire multi-galaxy alliance, is a peaceful culture who have moved past planetary-scale battles. They have joined us for a tour of the galaxy and to document human culture in its natural state at this moment in time. We also have representatives of the Illithid people aboard at the moment, though they are a few moments from arrival, as we neglected to warn them of our arrival in advance. Nico explained. By alliance, do you mean the Alliance, the source of the invincible world ships? General Kirkland asked. The newly arrived Illithid gave a snort of amusement but answered on behalf of the guests. You wouldn't know that they were invincible to your technology if you hadn't shot at them. But yes, that alliance encompasses both of our species' home worlds. General Kirkland blushed a little in embarrassment. Yes, about that, we are very sorry for the misunderstanding. The Illithid waved off his concern. It is no more than we expected. Most primitive cultures shoot at strangers in their territory. The exploration fleet's interactions with you would have been very minimal anyhow, as you haven't made the minimum benchmark for technological advancement that activates our welcoming protocols for newly evolved species. Max was certain that he had his emotions in check, but Nico's red mechanical eyes were flickering as she failed to contain her amusement. You get used to them after a while. The Illithid don't lie, and they rarely sugarcoat anything, so don't take it to heart. The standard that they mean is the ability to travel at warp 10, which is enough to allow comfortable transit between galaxies without using portals or wormholes. Nico explained. General Kirkland gave her a calculating look, then spoke slowly. Which means that you have reached warp 10, and you didn't shoot at them when they arrived. What else have you been hiding from the galaxy? Nico shrugged, but the smirk never left her face. What if I told you that there are actual flying angels with organic metal bones or that the Reavers have the ability to manufacture super heavy mecha? I think I would find it easier to believe that the angels with metal bones could fly. General Kirkland scoffed in amusement, then went quiet as he realized that she wasn't joking. It seems that I have missed a lot of very important developments. No wonder you abandoned the Kepler Empire after they declared you a war criminal. Max frowned. Are they still on about that? Kirkland's assistant nodded with a sad smile. Not only are they on about it, enough of Central Command believes it that the status is official and not just an accusation by the rebels. That was something that Max didn't know. The question was what particular incident was the one that made them label him and Nico as official criminals. Kirkland didn't say anything, but he tapped his temple to get Max's attention and thought of the intelligence briefing that Cygnus had held on the topic. Transport vessel Abraham Kepler, assumed to have them and General Tennant aboard, had deployed planet-killer bombs against a highly populated world, turning the air to acid and then setting the entire atmosphere on fire in a self-perpetuating chemical reaction until the world was barren. Cygnus couldn't determine the truth of the matter, but it was considered official by Central Command, and the general had been stripped of his rank and position. He would have been stripped of his mecha as well, but Shining Darkness was already a museum piece sitting on Camor. It seems that we really do have a lot to talk about. Please, join us all for dinner. I can assure you it will be worth your time. Max sighed. If Central Command bought that line of nonsense, then it had already fallen to the rebels, or at least a segment of it had. Their orders had come from Central Command, to begin with, so they should have known at the very least that he and Nico were no longer aboard Abraham Kepler. The fact that they had been forgotten meant that there was a good chance someone had scrubbed the Central Command mainframe of their actions, and whoever took over from that person didn't know anything about what had happened. Inquisitor General Ming, please join Lord General Kirkland and us for dinner. I think you need to hear what he has to say. Max requested sending the coordinates for the steakhouse in the cruise ship section and making them a reservation at the same time. Chapter 386. Timeline issues. While everyone was getting seated for dinner, General Ming came running in with a data tablet in his hand. He didn't say anything, just stared at Max for a moment and then ran back out, leaving most of the rest of the table in confusion. Interesting, so he is with you as well. We had been looking for the Inquisitor for months, but as it turns out, he had been sent to infiltrate the Reavers. General Kirkland mused as General Ming left the room. Not the most successful attempt ever. We all knew who he was from the start since he was friends with our former commander. But he doesn't cause problems, and having an Inquisitor around when you're plotting a course through troubled areas is a real benefit. Max shrugged. That is true, I suppose. Can you tell us what the big message was that he couldn't speak it out loud and had to skip dinner? Max considered how much of the message he should tell the Cygnus noble, knowing what the plan was for the upcoming weeks. The rebels have staged a false surrender ceremony, and it seems that the Emperor is playing into it. He has left the capital and is headed out to meet them with the Royal Compliance Fleet. Max finally decided to explain. It wouldn't change anything on their end. If he succeeded at whatever he was planning, the rebels' plan was likely going to go down in flames, but if they succeeded, it was better for Cygnus to have the advance warning because they were the most stable force in the region and it could avoid a lot of unnecessary bloodshed within Kepler. Max's mind was torn by the situation. He was a Kepler loyalist through and through, but at the moment, Cygnus were allies, even if they were planning to betray that at the first opportunity. The other nations would need to send their fleets a week or more in advance due to the distance, so Cygnus could make out just as well by taking their territory while it was nearly undefended if Kepler defeated the rebels, and that was a big win for Kepler. But on the other hand, the information would also prepare the Cygnus fleet to invade. Not exactly a great option, but in balance, Max thought that it would save the most lives and shorten the chaos. The Cygnus delegation let it rest at that and simply sent a message to their commanders to verify the information and update their strategies for the mission should it turn out to be correct. The primary concern that General Kirkland had was that if the Emperor was moving now, any plan to act against him or the military wasn't going to be able to wait for weeks. When the Emperor took direct action, Central Command was shelved and exchanged for the Emperor's own confidants, eliminating their chance to corrupt orders and even accomplish the central part of their plan to order the majority of the fleet to the edge of the Empire to deal with the Narsians. How about we show you around the ship, and you can take an early night? They expect us all back at the meeting first thing in the morning anyhow. Max suggested. General Kirkland knew that he would be the only one getting any rest, as the Innu were incredibly eager to speak to his team about the intricacies of Cygnus technology and culture. That sounds excellent, but I propose that we arrange another meeting before I go. There is a vacation world much like Camor set on the southeastern edge of Cygnus space. With your colony ship speed on its trip here, it would only take a week or two for you to arrive. If you leave right after the meetings, it might help clear your mind, as well as show your guests a few new things about our lovely and backward galaxy. Lord General Kirkland suggested. What his thoughts showed was that the region was as far as possible from the fighting in the territories that were likely to become unstable, as the nation that bordered that region of Cygnus hadn't signed on to the rebels' plan. Unfortunately, I think we will have to stick around for a little while. We have customers to service before we can head so far out, but I will consider it, Max replied politely, wondering what exactly the best course of action might be. Max left the guests to their own devices and returned to his office while they explored. Nico was with them, so they could only get into so much trouble, and he had far too much paperwork to do. Commander, we have multiple messages for you. Ray 5 reports that the Tapani fleet is using gravity technology to redirect Clem pod waves toward Reaver-friendly worlds. The Deathwind mercenaries report that an unknown force has attacked near the border of Cygnus, and the Reavers report chaos among the Kepler fleet. Dozens of ships have changed directions in the last 3 hours, most headed our way, but many of them are scattering out all through the northern regions or headed to the galactic core border to deal with the Narcians. So much for having 2 weeks to plan and get things in order. Events were already in motion that couldn't be stopped, and even a warning from Inquisitor General Ming might not change anything at this point. Max sent him all the details that he had about the plans that the Rebel Alliance had made, but how much good the Inquisitor General could do with it was questionable. One more message for you, Commander. The communications officer informed Max as he glared at his screen. What is it? Nico has intercepted foreign signals headed to your location at Warp 7. Nationality unknown, all vessels larger than a Kepler destroyer. Signal patterns and scans indicate that they aren't from the Alliance, and the probes that they have passed indicate that they are most likely heavily armed. Max sighed and made up a battle plan, assuming that they were about to come under attack by someone who had seen the same thing Nico had. A large group of vulnerable nations whose emissaries had gathered in one spot. Chapter 387. About the visitors. From what Max could tell, they were the only ones that had noticed the incoming ships, so it was impossible to tell if they were part of one of the delegation's fleets and just in a pattern that wasn't recorded in the Kepler military logs that they had copied into the database aboard Terminus. If this was just someone's fleet showing up early for the attack, it wasn't going to be a big deal since they should be expecting a large number of attack vessels to come past this point soon, as it was near the edge of both Kepler and Cygnus space, where a lot of the smaller nations would need to cross to get to their target areas. Max would be able to relax a lot more if he had any sort of way of confirming if the Kepler Emperor had even heard their message and warnings, but the fleet that he was traveling with wasn't sending out any signals at all, observing radio silence the way that Abraham Kepler had been ordered to, and the way that Max was supposed to be doing, if he wasn't acting as a Reaver commander at the moment. It was a convenient workaround to their orders, allowing him to keep in contact with the world without outing themselves as a loyalist force. The Reavers were theoretically neutral, but it was usually in their interest to maintain the status quo, so asking them to go along with this insane mission directly depended on the chances of success. If a small nation looked like they were going to fail, the Reavers who were trading in the area would almost certainly help the loyalists to victory, maintaining their existing business relationships as much as possible. What Max really wanted to know was what the rebels thought they could do that would totally destabilize the Empire. Now that the Emperor was acting directly, infiltration of the bureaucracy no longer mattered. He would simply override them and have anyone who he thought was betraying his orders executed for either sedition or incompetence. The rebels also didn't have a large enough fleet to take on his compliance force, so a direct battle to wipe them out and weaken the top echelon was improbable, even if they had a secret ally. The incoming fleet might be exactly that ally, but still, it didn't seem likely that it would be enough of a military force to do anything to stop the Emperor. Karis Max, we need to speak of these new vessels. The Illithid know these vessels, and they are not from your galaxy. A voice in Max's mind informed him. What do you know? Are they hostile? Max asked. They are hostile to everyone. For that reason, they were denied membership in the Alliance, and their territory marks the border of our allied forces. They live for the hunt and use power-assisted armor similar to your Mecha, but biologically based and not fully mechanical. A living Mecha, that sounded both horrific and incredible at the same time. What will they want when they arrive? Annihilation or a challenge? Many hunting species wish to challenge the very best first. Max replied. They are a matriarchal society, so they will want to challenge your strongest female to a test of combat first. Their hunting suits are 15 meters tall, so they are somewhat on par with your own heavy mecha, but as far as capabilities, I cannot say. If the challenge is satisfactory to them, they will attempt to make a deal with your species champion. Usually, they want access to territories with more hunting grounds for them. Either ones where they can fight in their suits or the more extreme ones where they will fight unarmored. The illithid informed him, were there really that many planets with animal species that could challenge a heavy mecha? Most of Kepler's territory had been terraformed, so such a thing was all but unheard of. The fact that a species that existed for the challenge of such places was still roaming around the universe meant that, on a larger scale, Kepler was the anomaly. Maybe they would like to fight the Nemians. The giants would certainly love the challenge of fighting this hunter species. With their technology, they could match up to most heavy mecha, and though Max didn't know the alien hunter's size, fighting the Nemians without their giant hunting suits, as the illithid called them, should be an impressive challenge. General Kirkland, it seems that the region will be receiving some unexpected guests tomorrow. The delegation from the Reavers will meet with them, as they are known to be rather belligerent on first meetings with new species, so I do hope that you can pass our message on to everyone else. Max requested, nothing productive will get done at tomorrow's meetings anyhow. I have been instructed by the Imperial Crown Prince to inform them that you have members of the Alliance aboard your vessel and the exact reason why we, as humanity, have been deemed unworthy of their interaction. That will be more than enough to throw a whole week into chaos. General Kirkland replied, finding out that your entire species was deemed too violent and primitive for civilized interaction was going to be hard on them. Especially the nations who considered themselves evolved forms of demihumans, thanks to ancient genetic engineering. 1 week to get over the shock and start coming to grips with the way the Alliance sees them might be too short of a time frame. Understandable. If they need us to send a representative from the Reavers, let us know. The other fleet should be here in the morning after the meeting has started, and we will move Terminus to intercept so that it doesn't become a huge mess with the gathered nations. Max informed him, and sent a proposed timeline and movement chart. A bit of data could go a long ways to helping the Cygnus delegation keep things under control on their behalf after all. Chapter 388, Unleash the Nico. It was a pleasure getting to explore the public areas of Terminus, Commander Karras. I will return to the meetings and inform them about the viewpoint of the Alliance, as so many of them have attempted to gain an audience in the past. Perhaps some might have a change of mind about their future path, knowing that there is such a large group of peaceful species out there, just waiting for us to be ready to join them. General Kirkland told Max. Max nodded and gave the general a conspiratorial wink. I suspect they might have to wait just a little bit longer, but please do record their reactions. I might not be able to attend, but I don't want to miss out on that spectacle. Of course, the Imperial family has made the same request as well. General Kirkland chuckled, then tipped his hat and entered his shuttle, making ready to launch back to the station for the meetings. As soon as he was clear of Terminus, Admiral Drake sent a message to the assembled fleet, letting them know that Terminus needed to meet some incoming vessels and that they would return as soon as possible to continue their meetings. That didn't seem to ruffle any feathers. Many delegations had switched their representative in the past weeks, so the Reavers doing the same wasn't an issue. They were far from a decision anyhow, even though they didn't know about the bombshell that General Kirkland was about to drop on them. Hunter Fleet, this is the human vessel Terminus, on an approach path to your current course. Please respond. Nico broadcast to their unexpected guests using the frequency and pattern that the illithid had provided to them. Human woman, this is Huntress Khan. Are you prepared for a duel? The fleet responded curtly, in mechanized armor of the 20-meter class, or would you prefer an unarmed duel between champions, so your technology doesn't matter? Nico asked in a polite tone but with a hint of underlying insult. We will duel in hunter suits first to see if your species is even worthy of being called a challenge. Send your strongest female to the arena ship at these coordinates. The hunters replied, then cut the link. Well, that went better than expected. But maybe you should have introduced yourself directly instead of the ship. Nothing we can do about that now. Admiral, can you make for those coordinates now that their fleet has dropped out of warp? Max requested. On it. We will arrive in 10 minutes at warp 5. The Admiral replied grimly. Relax a little. I asked the Innu about these duels, and they're not to the death. I have confidence that I can put up enough of a fight that they will at least be impressed by their first taste of humanity. After that, they should be willing to work with us to find hunting grounds since they don't usually hunt sentient species unless they are also up for the challenge. Nico told the Admiral, looking unconcerned behind the non-Newtonian metallic mask that was her face. No matter how realistic she had made it look, Max couldn't quite bring himself to forget that it was still a state-of-the-art piece of armor and that much more than a gentle caress would turn it solid. Nico and a small team of volunteers went to the 1st Battalion's cutter, the smallest vessel that they had which could hold Shattered Pride, her new custom mecha. The team was all female, as the hunters were said to view their females as the warriors of society, while the males were the builders and engineers. It seemed like a good balance to Nico, but Max was more on the side of gender equality. The best person for the job and other such sentiments. The barrier of the arena ship lowered, and a video link was sent to Terminus so that everyone could watch Nico and her team arrive in the path that they would take to the arena. The distance stopped Max from knowing their thoughts, and they were blocking the Illithid, so Max could only guess at their intentions, but it seemed that they were interested in having everyone know that the duel was conducted with some sort of honor or other protocol. It had been a long time since either the Illithid or the Innu had been involved in such a thing, so they couldn't say for certain if the protocol had changed, but they hadn't heard of any radical departures from tradition among the hunters. The cutter settled gently into the bay, its hull temperature normalized instantly on entry, and the bay doors dropped open. On the side of the humans, their champion Tereth Rage, in the hunter suit Shattered Pride. Max heard over the intercom from the stadium. Hundreds of thousands of hunters had gathered, all wearing the same golden masks over their faces, with simple togas over sand-colored skin that looked like it might be scaled. The cameras weren't focused on them, so the detail was lacking, and Max had forgotten to ask the Illithid about it earlier. Most is just tough hide, but they do have some spikes and protective scales over strategic areas of their bodies. The Illithid closest to him replied to Max's thoughts, then brought up a small hologram in front of him. They certainly looked vicious, even in a simple toga, standing roughly 250 centimeters tall, with heavy muscle and those creepy golden masks over their faces. According to the Illithid, the males were much smaller, close to 160 centimeters, and slender but were much more intelligent. That was why they had split their society into specialist segments. The four-armed, demonic visage of Shattered Pride stepped clear of the doorway of the cutter, and Max could hear the entire crowd begin to roar in appreciation of Nico's chosen mecha. It was larger than their standard hunter suits, suitable for a champion, in their estimation, and looked very imposing, with its armor designed to mimic a demonic form and horned mask. On the side of the hunters, their champion, and our commander, Huntress Khan, in the hunter suit Dominus. The announcer declared, and a 20-meter-tall mecha entered the ring, externally mimicking the biological form of the hunters, right down to the muscles rippling as it walked. The two war machines stood on opposite sides of the arena, facing each other in silence as they waited for the announcer to finish the rituals that would begin the fight, and the occupants of Terminus waited to see if they stood a chance of being taken seriously. Max sighed to himself, annoyed that he missed yet another chance to fight, but the Illithid decided to take this chance to console him. If she manages to impress them, there will be plenty of chances to fight. They love bringing those who impress them hunting, and alone, even your mighty cleansing light is no match for some of the things that they will team up to fight. Max wasn't sure that was actually reassuring, but it did mean that he wouldn't be stuck as a glorified figurehead for much longer, even if the rebels got smart and picked the peaceful way out. Chapter 389. Monsters in the Arena. As we have never faced a human champion before, the weaponry rules will be relaxed by this match, but all other rules will stand. No cockpit hits, no attempting to kill the champion, and stop when the opposing hunting suit is disabled. The announcer declared, bringing a fresh round of cheering from the audience. Normally, they only duel with built-in weapons and melee weapons, no handheld heavy weapons. The Illithid informed Max. That was all that Shattered Pride used anyhow, as the disruptors were built into the forearms, and each hand currently held a blade. Agreed, Nico informed the hunters and gave a slight bow, crossing her upper blades in front of her chest. Agreed. Now, hurry along, I want to fight, Huntress Khan told the announcer, eagerness clear in her voice as she faced Nico's mecha. In that case, begin, the announcer shouted, nearly drowned out by the audience as the two mecha lurched into motion. The spear of the huntress thrust forward with the distinctive crackle of a sonic boom as Nico stalked forward, swaying on her feet and knocking the spear away with an upper blade as her lower arm's disruptors burnt the torso armor of the opposing mecha. The crowd cheered the first blow as Huntress Khan disengaged, reassessing Shattered Pride now that she knew those very ordinary-looking protrusions on its forearms were actually very dangerous weapons. The fact that her suit hadn't been torn apart or rendered inoperable by the point-blank blast by the disruptors was a testament to the advanced technology, but Max could see that the waist controls weren't working right, where Nico's attack had damaged the biomechanical muscles. Nico's blades took 3 rapid hits from Huntress Khan's own forearm-mounted lasers before the champion growled and took a step back. "When I learn how you managed to parry my attacks, you will go down to a crushing defeat, human." The Huntress taunted, annoyed by Nico's ability to block what shouldn't be blocked. In truth, Nico had just interfaced with her hunter's suit and brought up the enemy's targeting data on her own displays so that she would know where the lasers were pointed. It was a dirty trick but less insulting than many of the things that Max had expected her to do. Less talking, more stabbing. Nico laughed as the 4 blades of shattered pride rained blows upon the mighty form of Dominus, pushing Huntress Khan back across the arena floor. The hunters were loving it. They had never fought a mechanized enemy whose machines could move so fast. The pilots' minds and bodies were too slow to compete with the hunters in their own specialty, so once they got in close combat, like in the arena, the battles were inevitably lopsided. Dominus managed to land a blow on Nico's lower right arm, cutting the main control rod and rendering it limp, though it was still holding the blade, dragging it across the floor with a soft scraping noise that made the stalking motion of the 4-armed mecha sound as ominous as it looked. If Dominus was the proud and noble hunter, Shattered Pride was a predator, raw and feral, stalking it around the ring as blades met spear, and energy blasts were exchanged in both directions. Nico had an uncanny ability to avoid getting hit anywhere sensitive, while Huntress Khan wielded her spear with such skill that very few blades were making it past her guard to damage her mecha. It wasn't going well for the hunter champion, though, and with an unexpected side shift, Nico managed to cross her blades on the shaft of the spear and tear it from the grip of Huntress Khan, who immediately charged to grab the wrists of Nico's mecha, forcing her arms up so she couldn't slash at Dominus while it was vulnerable. With a kick to the back of a knee and a quick twist, Nico threw Dominus over the shoulder of Shattered Pride, sending the mecha skidding across the floor with an ear-shattering screech. Huntress Khan took the chance to activate her mecha's thrusters, moving to grab her spear and regaining her feet just in time to parry Nico's follow-up blows before taking a blast from a disruptor on her lower arm to the mecha's face, blackening many of its sensors, and turning Huntress Khan's movements sluggish for a moment before a portion of the chest armor turned transparent, and she resumed the fight under her own senses. The butt of her spear flashed up against the side of Shattered Pride's knee, sending the mecha to the ground before the point of the spear pinned the mecha to the floor just as 2 blades sunk deep into the torso of Dominus. For a moment, everyone waited in breathless anticipation as the 2 mechas stood motionless over each other. Then, both cockpit doors opened, and 2 smiling women, one massively muscular with sandy skin and long black dreadlocks, one petite with shining black curls, faced each other. "It seems we have come to a draw, Huntress Khan. Both suits have powered down due to damage." Nico chuckled while her opponent surveyed the carnage to her mecha, as well as to the ring, from their battle. "I did not expect such a glorious duel from the humans. Tell me, Tereth Rage, are you the greatest of humanity's champions?" Huntress Khan asked. "I could only wish for that title. I am not even the greatest champion aboard Terminus, only the greatest of the females. You see, our men are the larger of our species, and my commander is both stronger and faster, with better mecha combat skills and a more powerful mecha than mine." Nico replied. Huntress Khan's eyes lit up with joy at that announcement, and Nico frowned. "No stealing, my man." The assembled crowd of hunters burst into laughter, hundreds of thousands of voices joining the thousands aboard Terminus in mirth over Nico's claim over Max. "It seems your future is decided for you. Congratulations." The Illithid congratulated Max as one, not bothering to hide their amusement at the unusual circumstances or the look on his face. Chapter 390. Negotiations needed. The hunters carefully extracted the 2 mecha from their death embrace, removing the blades from the armor and shifting them to anti-gravity platforms, where they were taken back to their respective hangars, Huntress Khan's to their repair bay, and Nico's back to the cutter. "The first thing I must ask is if all humans are like you. Are they great warriors? We haven't seen much sign of advanced technology among them, and we were losing hope before you came to see us aboard that repurposed colony ship." Huntress Khan asked. "Most are not as skilled as I am, and as you saw, their technology is lower. Our mecha is a unique design created by this generation, so they haven't been spread to other groups yet, not even the ones we are allied with." Nico responded. "Interesting. So most groups of the species are incapable of Warp 10 and cannot build a weapon that can give us a decent duel. That is a conundrum. By our laws, you might be the only group of humans we would consider sentient beings and not a game species. But if the rest are close to your standards, then it would be a significant moral issue back home, as the current sentiment says that we should no longer hunt planets with sentient creatures for entertainment. Huntress Khan informed her. Most of the larger groups in this region have at least one or two mecha that could outperform the ones we use today on the battlefield, but they don't often engage in duels, so the designs are made for long-range engagements between a mixture of military assets, Nico explained. Huntress Khan looked horrified at that news. You involve the weak and those incapable of piloting a hunting suit in your battles. Even the battles against each other. Nico just shrugged, unsure what the best way to explain it was. In some battles, we involve everyone who is not a child or invalid. Human battles can be quite brutal, and though the larger mechanized forces prefer to face each other, it isn't uncommon for there to be collateral damage among the lighter units or the infantry. The huntress just shook her head. And here, the Alliance calls us savages for hunting the game species just because some of them can talk. Nico patted the much larger woman on the shoulder in consolation. In all honesty, they only even spoke to us because we reached Warp 10 with a cutter, and even then, we are still under observation, and our entire galaxy is listed as a restricted area while they try to determine how to classify us. We have some Innu and Illithid guests aboard the ship for a vacation, though, and we are hoping they will put in a good word for us that will at least convince the Alliance to consider limited trade agreements. Those are good choices. The Innu know much about technology, and we have learned a lot from our interactions with them. The Illithid is just one huge creepy hive mind, though, and they don't even have hunter suits. They just dominate the minds of their enemies. I will get you a detection token that indicates when they are trying to influence the minds of those around them. It is the only way that they can be trusted. Nico smiled in gratitude. That could be incredibly useful. We have nanotechnology that usually warns us about attacks on the body and mind, but you can never be too cautious. Yes, our sensors detected that, but we couldn't determine the purpose of them, despite the fact almost all of your humans aboard are hosts. So they are a medical tool? Huntress Khan asked. Far more than that. The artificial intelligence is coded to our genetics so that we can pass them to our children, and nanotechnology slowly rebuilds our bodies far beyond the human baseline so that we are individually more effective warriors. Huntress Khan burst into laughter at that news and gave Nico a big hug, startling her with the unexpected affection. Our species was once a quadrupedal reptile species, which developed great intelligence due to an accident with an alien ship crashing into our planet. The first technology that we developed was genetic engineering to improve ourselves and eliminate our vulnerabilities. We made ourselves warm-blooded, faster, and stronger, with better eyesight in new spectrums of light and heat. Then finally, we made ourselves bipedal for optimum mobility when raiding other species for new technology. Hearing you talk about your people is like hearing about our own children but left to work everything out without guidance. You're all just doing the best you can and then adopting things that worked better than the thing your parents tried. Nico sighed. I'm not sure if that is a compliment or an insult, but I will take it as a compliment since, according to your computer system, I really am a child in comparison. Huntress Khan stepped back, confused. What do you mean? I am among the youngest of our champions, at only 600 standard cycles, by the Alliance calendar. And I am less than 20, by Alliance reckoning. Humans grow to maturity much faster than hunters do. Nico replied. Her words were only making the huntress happier for some reason. Baby hunters. A whole ship full of primordial hunter infants. She whispered. Would you like to come aboard and meet the crew? I am sure that they will want to hold some sort of meeting about an agreement not to hunt planets full of humans for sport. Nico suggested. Can we at least hunt some of them? The ones that are on the wrong path? Or the ones without the developmental nanotechnology? This was not going to be an easy meeting. We have a system known as mercenaries, where outside forces can be hired to join a battle on behalf of one side or another. Would that be compatible with your ethics? Nico asked. Possibly, in very limited circumstances. We would never allow hunters to be hired by a game species though, and I am not convinced that most humans aren't game. Huntress Khan replied carefully. Then, if you would like to assemble a team, we can have the ones who enjoy such details work out an agreement about what is game, what is not, and the formalities for joining a hunt if you find something exciting to fight, Nico replied. Excellent plan. We can leave it to the men and have a drink. Tell me, do humans know about alcohol? Chapter 391. We have a deal. The team that the hunters sent over had already been waiting in anticipation of the news by the time that the match ended, so they departed within seconds of the order, arriving at terminus within a minute. Max nearly didn't even manage to get a team to the bay on time since he hadn't had any more warning of negotiations than they had, and he wasn't sure where they would be taking place or who would be involved, given the matriarchal nature of the hunters. They didn't arrive alone, though. 2 more shuttles, all filled with huntresses, followed the negotiation team so that they could see the amenities aboard the ship and see for themselves what Nico was trying to explain about human males. They had scanned the planets that they passed but hadn't entered Kepler territory yet, so they hadn't experienced the wonders of a system-enhanced male physique. The men aboard Terminus would be much different than the random farmers and warehouse workers they had scanned as they passed by the peaceful planets of the outer territories. Huntress Khan herself had flown back with Nico and her entourage, listening to stories of their battles against the Clem, a species that the hunters were incredibly excited to face in combat. Like the Innu, the concept of a violent insect species baffled them at first since they apparently didn't exist elsewhere in the universe, but after being shown some combat footage from drones and inside Nico's cockpit, their enthusiasm for battle was back in full force. The consensus was that the Clem should be a match for most of the hostile species they had encountered in the past, and their unique method of adapting to their environment in rapid fashion might even make them more of a threat than anticipated since they could have developed new ranged weapons and chitin compositions since the last time they were encountered. For a hunter, there was no better game. A more advanced form of intelligence was the only thing they were missing to be perfect. If they were undeniably intelligent like humans were, they could become the apex predators of this entire region of the universe. There are other species as well. The Narsians are a force to be reckoned with, though they don't use hunter suits. They are as tall as the giants and have advanced weapons technology, so they are undoubtedly the finest unarmored combatants humanity has ever faced. In fact, they are the reason I'm in this mostly mechanical body now. I took up a rearguard action to delay them from following our main force and ended up outnumbered and overwhelmed. It was a glorious battle but didn't end well for me. Nico explained. So your evolution into what you are is a result of your technology, specifically designed for battle, and augmentations made after taking on a disadvantaged duel against the champions of a species more than twice your height. Are you sure that you weren't born as one of us? That is a story for the ages. We will ask our historians to record as many of the details as they can so that we can send them home to tell the tale of the human champions. It will let the hunters know all about the virtues of humanity. Huntress Khan explained. A champion is never a coward, even in the face of certain defeat. One of her assistants agreed while the other pilots nodded along with the sentiment. Nico was a terrifying presence in combat. None of them had been there the day that she fell against the Narsians, but they had heard rumors, and now part of Nico's side of the story. Certainly, not one of them would have dared to get out of their destroyed Mecha and face a Narsian command squad in close combat. What brought the hunter fleet all the way out here anyhow? We are a long way from your borders and in the opposite direction from your usual hunting grounds, not a spot that you would typically be expected to come looking for a new game species. Nico asked as the gravity beam settled the cutter into its bay. The Alliance did, or, more correctly, their communications. They broadcast the quarantine reminder, amending it to note that a highly advanced and potentially hostile species was present. That is the same way they classify us, so it was deemed worth it to take the time to explore this galaxy and look for a challenge. Huntress Khan explained. So, advancing enough to be noticed caused us to be noticed by others as well. I shouldn't be surprised, but it is a good thing that we were the first to meet with you. Without the guidance of the Innu, we might not have understood your customs or even had the Alliance language properly translated into our databases. Humans are pretty good with language, but a whole new one can take a significant amount of time to adapt to. Nico explained. I will make sure that is entered into the data so that the teams that come to challenge the Clem don't make mistakes or get frustrated. Is there anything else that might be worth knowing? Huntress Khan asked. Just this one important point. For the men with Kepler heritage, size doesn't matter in relation to power. Their compatibility with nanotechnology does. The difference in strength between a man from another empire and our commander is roughly 6 times. While an average civilian can lift 100 kilos, he can do the same with 600. The only limiting factor at the moment is the strength of his bones. Nico explained. What about these ones? One of the assistants asked dubiously, looking at the leader of the Corvette-class team. They're from the medium side of compatibility, but most of them should be roughly halfway in between. Their growth is optimized by the nanotechnology to balance strength and size, so the strongest are usually in the medium-size ranks, between 170 and 180 centimeters tall. Nico offered. The pilot in question stood up and went to a locker, picking up a rifle for a line mecha, an item that was close to the proper size for a huntress to use but weighed nearly 100 kilos with the integrated power pack. He grabbed it with one hand and held it out to her, his forearm visibly bulging as the task strained his ability to show off for the muscle-bound and masked ladies of the hunter species. The huntress took the rifle and nearly dropped it at first, not expecting the weight, but then held it up with some effort and attempted to aim it before noticing that it had no external sights. It is for our lightest class of mecha, so the targeting is integrated into the displays and not a physical protrusion. But I see that even the Corvette-class pilots aboard Terminus are somewhat on par physically with the hunters, so we might be able to train together or hold friendly competitions with less destruction than a formal challenge. Not a bad idea. Our men could barely lift that upright, much less with one hand. We will set aside gender roles while dealing with your humans, Miss Terith Rage. Huntress Khan agreed. Chapter 392. Keep the mask on. The show of strength was enough to break the ice between the men of the entourage and the women of the huntress's entourage, and happy chatting about combat filled the air as the teams departed the cutter and began to make their way through the bay. We have a transport waiting in rooms prepared in the bow if you don't have any issues being housed near the Inu and Illithid. Nico offered. That is fine. We have the technology to keep the Illithid at bay from our minds, and the Inu are good people. What did you do to keep them here, though? They customarily only stay in places with advanced technologies that they haven't seen before. If not, they lose interest, even if they are supposed to be working. Huntress Khan asked. We have water slides with gravity control linking the whole section of the ship reserved for public viewing and residents. They are huge fans of them. One of the pilots laughed, drawing all the hunters' attention to him. What do you mean by waterslide? A tube, with rapidly flowing water, roughly 30 centimeters deep inside, and the gravity altered so that it feels like you are always sliding down to your destination, regardless of where it is in the ship, Nico explained. Where is this transport? I must see this marvel immediately. Huntress Khan demanded. It seems that we have more fans of the water slides. We are on our way over, and the hunters evolved from an amphibious reptile. They freaked out a little when they heard about the gravity slides and demanded to see them immediately. They might like them even more than the Inu do. Nico told Max. Max looked over at the very harassed-looking members of the Admiral's negotiation team, who were dealing with the obsessive pencil pushers of the Hunter's negotiation team, and sighed. I am glad you are having fun. The men of their species are completely literal, completely humorless, and obsessed with details. They're expecting no fewer than 1,000 pages of an agreement to cover who and what might be hunted in this galaxy. Max replied. Good luck with that. There is a template from the Inu yacht that you can use as the basis if you like. I believe it is their agreement with the hunters, but I haven't actually read it. I only skimmed the titles. Nico informed him. That should be enough to get them started, and Max could have his team alter the document as they went through since there would be an acceptable hunting species in this galaxy, the Clem, and they would have to localize the agreement only to the regions that they were familiar with, as they didn't know how some of the species in the northern end of the galaxy felt about the hunters and their ideology, or if they even knew about them, despite their limited ability to move between galaxies. You seem somewhat stressed, Commander. Do you not often negotiate treaties? One of the hunters' negotiators asked. No, most treaties in the region were completed centuries before I was born. But now, I have two to work out at once. The one with your fleet and the one that we left to come to meet you. Max explained. That is a high honor, Commander, and we thank you. Delaying ongoing business to meet a new fleet is an honor to the strangers that we didn't expect. The negotiator told him with a bow. This species needed to come with a manual. Even though he could read their minds, Max was having trouble determining how they would react to any given situation since their standards and his were so different. Our champion tells me that you might also enjoy the gravity slides once today's meetings are done, so I will make sure to have the escort show you the map of where they lead before you retire to your rooms tonight, Max told him, and the man looked perplexed. Huntress Khan says that you will enjoy it, so I will keep the details as a surprise, but they lead right to the rooms that we have prepared for your team, assuming that you don't need to be on the same floor as the huntresses. They requested a room close to the barbecue restaurants, but the rooms we originally prepared for your team were the ones closest to this meeting room. Max explained. That is fine. Our teams have very different interests, so they don't customarily interact much outside of mating season. The negotiator explained. Seasonal mating. That was another item for the list of details about the hunters. If his experience in this galaxy held true, he could expect increased aggression and territorial behavior at that time. The huntresses seemed to lean toward aggressive and territorial anyhow, so heightening those sentiments could cause some violence, though likely nothing that he couldn't handle, if the Alliance deemed them civilized enough to deal with, though not peaceful enough for membership. Admiral, I have a copy of the Inu version of their basic agreement with the hunters available as a template if your teams would like to start from there. Just be sure to keep it regional since we can't speak for everyone, and be sure to include hunting rights for the Clem, as I have been informed that it is very important to Huntress Khan that they be included and detailed. Max informed Admiral Drake, who was leading the human negotiation team. They want to hunt Clem by the planet full, do they? That takes some serious bravery. I will make sure that all the appropriate language is included, including remuneration, if they happen to come across a recent landfall where humans are still fighting. The locals can take it up with the Reavers if they don't like the mercenary fee to save their planet from the Clem. Admiral Drake agreed. With that settled, Max went to meet Nico, who should be just arriving at the cruise ship area now, only to watch the transport skid to a stop from maximum speed as a group of huntresses rushed out to examine the gravity slides. Welcome, Huntress Khan. I am Commander Karras of Terminus Trading Company. I do hope that our champion spoke kindly of me. Max greeted them, stopping their advance toward the slides. You, throw her straight up in the air and catch her. Huntress Khan demanded while Nico laughed. They think I'm exaggerating the strength of an alpha-ranked system specialized in strength, Nico explained. At 250 centimeters tall, the huntresses weren't light, well over 200 kilos, but that was nothing to Max, who gently took one in his arms in a princess carry, then hurled her straight up in the air, crossing over the next floor before coming back down into his arms and being set on the floor. Oh, I do approve. I apologize to you, Tareth Rage, for misunderstanding when you said that your men were commendably strong. If the hunters had men like that, we might never get anything done. The huntress that Max just caught laughed, then turned to look at the gravity slides, with no emotion showing through her smooth metal mask but a clear wave of excitement and joy in her thoughts. Take a good look at the map first. You don't want to end up lost on the cruise ship, and the slides run for dozens of kilometers in total, Max informed her, then made a grand gesture toward them. The fact that the huntresses were in white cloth togas totally escaped his attention until the first of them rocketed toward the slide at a full run, launching herself onto her stomach and racing away through the tunnels. Hopefully, they brought a change of clothes, but if not, there were towels available at every exit. Chapter 393. Maybe we should let them to Admiral Drake's annoyance. The negotiation team made up of men from the hunter ships had every intention of working in shifts so that the negotiations could proceed continually from the moment that they arrived until they were finished. The template that he had received sped up the process a lot, but it was designed to cover all interactions between two species. The hunters weren't convinced that some humans didn't qualify as a game species. There were also other species that the commander had instructed him to add to the agreement as mutual targets, which necessitated a hunting alliance agreement. Between the two, it quickly turned the agreement from 800 pages to 1500, but the speed with which they progressed was impressive. Everything was double proofread so that nobody snuck deceptive clauses into the agreement or made any errors. The work was split into teams, with each group taking care of only 80 pages or so, making it more manageable for the teams to get through. By evening the next day, they were almost done with the negotiations, thanks to the heavy use of form templates from the Alliance, who had been negotiating with the hunters for centuries. The basics were that if the hunters were hunting Clem, they were required to invite at least one group of what they deemed civilized humans with them. Only groups that were aggressively attacking outside of their own border could be deemed as game after consulting with a civilized human faction. That way, there was at least some assurance that they weren't going to be causing trouble around the galaxy but that they still did it in a somewhat ethical and sustainable way. The Admiral had been quite hesitant at first. Still, after they used a few examples of nations that they had passed aggressively attacking everyone around them, not to take over territory or maintain stability, but simply as a continuation of a generational feud, it became clear that there were, in fact, groups of humans that he wouldn't be too upset about seeing attacked by hunters. By their rules, they would take no more than 10% of the population unless it was an invasive species like the Clem, so it wasn't like they were going to be totally depopulating planets. They would serve as an excellent boogeyman if they were pointed at the galaxy's troublemakers though. While they were working themselves to the bone, the huntresses were having a much better time, relaxing and getting to know the mecha pilots of the Terminus Trading Company. They were quite shocked to see the ratio of males to females, but slowly began to accept that allowing them to mingle freely like this wouldn't lead to the males being bullied by the human females. They were willing to set aside their judgment of the males' skills and did that right away once they saw the physical capability of all of the heavy mecha pilots and the footage that the Innu had captured during their outing to the uninhabited planet, but the idea that they were on a socially equal footing was harder for them to understand. Max was having dinner with Huntress Khan, Colonel Klinger, and Nico when the negotiation team said the deal had been finalized. He had expected the Huntress to want to read every detail and go over it line by line, but surprisingly, she took a 2-page summary sheet from her negotiator, the same one that was handed to Max and Nico, and nodded as she read. "These terms all look acceptable. We will contact you or your representatives on Ray 5 when we want permission to hunt humans. So far, you are the only group that has proven that you are not game but worthy allies, after all." Huntress Khan informed them, then tucked the paper away in some sort of storage device that Max couldn't see and couldn't find a way for her to be hiding under the plain toga. "You don't know the flat space technology. I suppose those snotty alliance sorts wouldn't trade you for it. They've always got some moral reason to hide the good stuff. But we will deal with you. It was developed by the Innu, using an advanced form of the warp field technology that warps the volume of the interior. It isn't big enough to hold me, but perhaps Tereth Rage would fit. For the very reasonable price of 20 of those lovely plasma cannons that the line mecha carry, I will give you the design schematic for the flat space storage devices. Just don't tell the Alliance until you can make your own. They get cranky about spreading their technology." Huntress Khan offered. "We can make you a lighter version with external sights, or would you prefer to alter them yourselves?" Max asked. "Every Huntress customizes their own weapons. They will adapt them to their own preferences. We don't use any sort of stabilized plasma weapons, so these should be a novel change for our Huntresses, and I have already verified that we can make our power distribution system compatible with charging them." Khan agreed. "Then you have a deal. We have our own manufacturing facilities, and our design teams love the challenge of adapting new technology." Max told her, shaking her hand to seal the deal. "See, males, that is how you do a deal. Who needs thousands of pages?" The Huntress laughed while the men shook their heads at her simplistic outlook on what was involved in an alliance treaty. She never read more than the outline, and if there was a potential conflict of the minor details, it was up to an advisor from the Foreign Affairs team to inform her. "We must get going now. Our long-range scanners have detected a Clem wave landing on an uninhabited planet beyond the borders of human space, and my hunters are eager to test out our skills against their chitin." Huntress Khan declared. "Do enjoy yourselves. We must return to a negotiation with the other humans, so, unfortunately, we can't join you. If we finish early, we will open a portal so we can watch you in glorious combat." Nico told her, making the Huntress laugh. "See, she knows the way of the hunters already. Thank you for hosting us, Terminus Trading Company, and we will return soon for barbecue and gravity slides." Chapter 394. Drudgery to Chaos. The hunter fleet gathered in a circular formation and opened an immense portal to their next destination, not wanting to waste time sightseeing now that they had official permission to hunt the Clem. The process was highly informative to the engineering team aboard Terminus, who hadn't worked out how to make multiple ships work together correctly to create a large-scale portal to distant locations. Between that observational data and the design schematics for the new flat space storage device, they had a lot of work in front of them. "Nico, send a copy of that to Uncle Lou as well. He will likely make better use of it than we can, and I suspect there are clues to both warp drive advancements and munitions storage technology hidden in those schematics." Max ordered. "Oh, that is a good idea. I should have asked for a few examples to test, and we could attach them to our suits and stuff a huge power pack inside. Never-ending plasma rifle charges. I like the way that you think." Nico agreed, then her eyes went dim for a moment as she focused on sending the message to Uncle Lou in a way that couldn't be intercepted and decoded. "Done and sent. Now let's get back to the drudgery before they do something incredibly stupid without us," she finished. Terminus turned back to the station as soon as the hunters were gone, not looking forward to the meetings ahead of them but unable to find a way to get out of them. They shouldn't take too much longer, though, as the rebels had said that they planned to do something big within a week of today. Everything appeared exactly as they left it. Even General Kirkland's message welcoming them back into position just in time to send the delegation back to the station for the morning's meetings conveyed utter boredom. Tedium, drudgery, superfluous, nonsensical, irrelevant, Nico muttered as she sat in her chair beside Max, pretending to clean her nails with a knife. Stop that, you're making this more boring than it already was. Max complained as the various nations continued to haggle about borders. According to the Cygnus delegation, they had been at this since Terminus left and still hadn't finished the negotiations. Are your plans still the same? Nico asked General Kirkland on Max's behalf, and the old noble nodded. Yes, we will take and stabilize that one portion of space while we reinforce our borders. I haven't heard about anyone moving, but I think it won't be long now. Once the majority of the fleets are on the move, it will be impossible to hide that something big is happening, even if nobody else knows where it will happen. How about I get us some tea and snacks? We can relax while they argue and wait for something worth our attention now that our part of the day's proceedings is taken care of. Nico suggested, getting to her feet. Bring back whiskey instead, tea isn't going to be enough. While you got to go intercept a foreign fleet, I've been here for days, covering for the Reavers, though you've only had a few questions directed your way. General Kirkland sighed. The entire day passed as they sipped whiskey and ignored the rest of the proceedings, as it didn't involve them. The next 3 days were all the same, relaxing in a comfortable chair and drinking while the smaller nations worked out their differences. On the 4th day after their return, the first news of fleet mobilizations made it to their ears, and everyone understood that they would have to deal with what they had, as it was no longer possible to hide their actions. Tens of thousands of warships had been spotted moving out of their home nations, and Cygnus was said to be reinforcing their borders, an action that seemed perfectly normal to the outside observer who didn't know that Cygnus was aware of their actions. The leader of the rebels gathered everyone to the main table again for a full announcement, joy lighting up his face. We have the news that we all have been waiting for. The first 6 princes of the Kepler Empire joined the rebellion on the side of the nobles. They will assume command of the 6 fleets that we command and rule over the 6 territories that we have agreed to pacify. As of 0600 Kepler throne time today, the Emperor has fallen. While his body double was holding a meeting to bring the princes back into compliance, the royal assassins loyal to the Crown Prince assassinated his father. The Kepler Empire is no more. The Kepler Royal Alliance begins today. The entire audience was stunned into silence. The Emperor was dead at the hands of his own children, and the royals had betrayed the bureaucracy to stand behind the princes in establishing a new royal structure. It was unthinkable to most of them. The idea that the rebels were actually royal agents for the princes, playing the bureaucracy for fools while they built power and destabilized the emperor, was never part of the calculations. Never before had the princes worked together on anything, and their attempts to kill each other were said to be nearly constant. For this plan to have worked, they must have been planning this moment for at least 50 years, never once letting on that they were colluding with each other. The scale was unimaginable, but if it was true, they needed to adapt quickly. The royal family would still control 3/4 of Kepler space, with the forces not directly loyal to the princes about to be annihilated by the incoming attack fleets before they even knew what was happening. The emperor had taken direct command, so if he were gone, the command structure would be in disarray as central command was certain to fall to infighting as they tried to come out on top in the chaos. I have used a portal to send the message directly to the Reavers. Everyone knows every detail that we have heard here today. I can't verify the truth yet, but I can verify that there is some sort of battle near the Imperial Compliance Fleet. Nico informed Max of her thoughts after tugging his sleeve to ensure he was listening. We must get back to Ray 5. There is much to be done and many preparations to be made. Max declared, getting to his feet. Not so fast. Until the fleets arrive, nobody leaves this system. We can't have double agents and secret loyalists sending messages out to their allies. All communications from the system have been blocked for a month, and we will keep the secrecy of our plans as long as possible. The rebel leader announced. That is fine. Terminus will hold right where it is until the chaos dies down, and then we will begin working out the details of who will take over the trade routes. Max replied with a polite bow. Typical Reaver, no patience at all. Off to get paid the moment that things get interesting. One of the representatives laughed with his companions while Max feigned innocence, and Nico updated Max on their situation. Our messages have gone through. I used a micro portal to transmit directly. It saves on the transmission time from across the Empire. Chapter 395. It's not their news slowly filtered in as every ship in the system enhanced its communications systems to pick up even the faintest signals. They could receive anything that happened to be sent in their direction but couldn't send anything out, so it was a bit like watching a docudrama. Max's mind reading was the most successful method of intelligence gathering that they had at the moment, though, as every fleet was using its own encryptions and frequencies. All of the representatives were being kept up to date on their nation's activities, and Max noted them all for Nico to send through to the Reavers on Ray 5. It was late in the evening that he heard a thought that finally made him laugh at the pure insanity of the rebels' plan. The Crown Prince has searched the royal palace, including the vaults. The system intelligence isn't there. It wasn't on Kepler Terminus when we ransacked the host warehouse, so the assumption was that the royal palace had taken it away at some point in the past and only left the original warehouse as bait. The rebel leader was informed by his assistant. They would never guess that the Reavers were in possession of such a valuable national treasure. Max had been there when it left Kepler Terminus, and he still couldn't believe it. But it made sense that all of the imperial princes would want to gain control of it. The original intelligence still had a lot of influence on system development within the Kepler Empire, and it was the reason that simply stealing some blood to inject into the citizens of other nations didn't spread the system all through the human race. If they couldn't find it, there was a good chance that it would turn on them and cripple entire generations by limiting the activation of their systems. In the worst-case scenario, the AI might turn malicious and convince the system to turn on any host that tried to damage or harm the original. Max knew that it was in the form of an autonomous mainframe, made entirely of nanotechnology, with a small humanoid robot that allowed it to interface with the outside world, but unfortunately, he didn't know what Mary Tereth had done with it after they left Terminus. That made the Emperor's plan that much more genius. The man himself might be dead now, but his legacy would live on, with only those who had remained loyal to him and those who were allied with them gaining the favor of the system. Nico, you know a thing or two about the original accident that spread the system, right? What can you tell me about the warehouse? Max asked quietly. Not much. It was a private lab, owner unknown, managed by a member of my family. Thought that might be obvious because we ran most of the nanotechnology development companies in Kepler. Even on Kepler 142, the branch families still work on new developments. Nico replied. That brought up something in Max's memory, something about his system and Kepler 142 station, but he couldn't quite recall what it was. Maybe it wasn't that important because the memory of changing his name, which came just after that, was still as clear as if it had happened yesterday. He immediately dismissed the thought and focused on what he knew. If they were running the lab at the time of the accident, there was a very good chance that it wasn't possible to separate the Tereth family from the system. It would explain the strange status that they held within the Kepler hierarchy. Normally a Reaver family would be expelled from the Empire and not continue to have family branches politically active on multiple planets. Not because of any criminality but out of loyalty concerns. It wasn't the greatest statement of loyalty to the Empire to have a large chunk of your family go independent without being renounced by the rest of the family's branches. It would also explain why Mary Tereth got custody. The Emperor likely didn't have a choice if he was going to relocate it and keep it away from the rebels. Max just wished he could tell someone what he had realized. He could tell Nico, but her ego was big enough that he didn't need to give her more reasons to be proud of her background. She might create a new layer on her crazy pirate persona that even he wasn't ready to handle. As they waited, news came in that the 3 largest vessels of the Imperial Compliance Fleet had escaped the trap that had been laid for them, destroying hundreds of smaller vessels and disappearing through a nebula. The hunt was on for them, as the vessels were damaged, but it hadn't turned up anything so far. Everyone was more focused on the initial attacks that would keep the fleet busy enough that they didn't rally together to establish a military authority that could return the Empire to the status quo even without the Emperor at the helm. In practice, the military ran the Empire's logistics and security, with the nobility taking care of paperwork and bureaucracy that kept planets running. Today was intended to change all that, giving the nobility the military control that would make them the true power in their territories, but Max could tell that it wasn't going to be that easy. To start with, most of them were incompetent idiots who had advanced through life entirely on nepotism. Secondly, someone had alerted the fleet, and they weren't going where they were expected to. Instead, they were showing up in random systems and attacking foreign fleets, then fading away again as if they had only stopped on their way to another emergency. The rebels and the allied nations were putting details of every battle and fleet location up on the map of the Empire, keeping track of potential threats, while Nico relayed the details back to the Reavers. I have news from the Cygnus fleet. These 72 systems have been peacefully assimilated. General Kirkland told the rebels with a smile. The Cygnus plan was ingenious. They didn't attack at all. They waited for the news of the Emperor being attacked and potentially killed by the princes and then showed up with security forces in the Emperor's name, taking over from the local fleets and organizing the whole region under themselves as if they were simply assisting the Emperor in keeping rumors under control like any good ally should. By the time anyone realized the truth, they would be peacefully assimilated Cygnus citizens, and nothing at all in their lives would change except perhaps the badges on the security forces. The plan also had a hidden upside. If the rumors were false, and the Emperor lived and regained control of the Kepler Empire, or most of it, they could play the good ally and simply hand the territory back with a generous payment for their troubles, which would help them take over their depleted neighbors. Assuming that others hadn't beaten them to the punch and attacked their neighbors first. These backwater nobles and small nation politicians could learn a lot from Lord General Kirkland and his invasion plan. As far as Max could tell, it was nearly flawless, and Cygnus would win no matter what happened. Chapter 396. Failures and Victories. As the news trickled in, Max began to notice a pattern to the madness. The entire inner rim of the Kepler Empire, closest to the galactic core, had proven impregnable to the foreign troops, and the border closest to Ray 5, where the most recent rebel activity had been, was proving decidedly deadly for the rebels as well. Those sectors linked to create a crescent-shaped territory that held the majority of the Empire's rare resources and heavy manufacturing facilities but very few of its citizens. Two nations' entire fleets had been lost with only garbled cries for assistance, and nobody really knew what was happening until the fateful moment that a force finally got a warning out to the galaxy. The Titan class, Glory of Sol, and the God class Mecha, Wrath Incarnate, which was thought lost during the unification wars that formed the Kepler Empire, were working together to eliminate invading fleets in seconds before they could even respond and get out a message to their home nations. Both Mecha were supposed to be on the Imperial homeworld, locked securely in vaults, without a pilot for the previous few centuries. It was said that they would be given pilots and taken out in times of crisis. Still, everyone had assumed that with the Imperial princes controlling the homeworld and the Emperor dead, the two legendary Mecha would remain locked in their vaults for the duration of the battle. That put a serious dent in the Allies' plans, and accusations began to fly that the Crown Prince, whose territory was supposed to border the region where the two Mecha were sighted, had betrayed their allies in an effort to bolster the strength of his alliance with Cygnus. On the surface, it seemed to be a reasonable accusation, as he stood to gain a huge amount of territory if he eliminated the nearest foreign forces, but both the rebels and Lord General Kirkland were too shocked by the news that the Kepler Empire's lone God-class Mecha had been sighted in action for them to have been in on the betrayal. Drive the traitors out. Cygnus has betrayed us. Wipe them out and take their territories. One of the foreigners shouted. With what? Your fleet has been annihilated by Wrath Incarnate, and the Reavers have a mutual defense pact with Cygnus. Unlike the cruisers you all sent here with your negotiation teams, we came prepared with a colony ship and an entire super heavy mecha regiment. Not just one unit, but 21 super heavy mecha. Max yelled back, silencing the argument. You couldn't have. The Reavers don't have super heavy mecha. No nation would sell that sort of firepower to the Reavers, and they don't have the capability to make them themselves. A rebel leader scoffed. Please watch your screens for verification, Nico replied. 3rd Battalion, please exit terminus. The rebels require a show of force not to do something stupid. Nico informed the battalion on guard duty at the moment. We have an entire reinforced regiment composed in the same manner as the battalion on display now. If you want to try your luck, you are free to start a fight, but rest assured, we will be the ones to finish it. Nico informed the room as they watched the Mecha battalion move from the hangar bay to stand on the hull, facing the station. Those are the rumored Khmor pattern corvettes. I saw the video of them in action some time ago. Does that mean that Khmor equipped the Reavers as well? Or did they get these from somewhere else? Does anyone recognize the pattern? One of the rebel envoys asked. Wait, I have seen those before. Sector Command in the Terminus sector sent a fleet after Abraham Kepler in an attempt to capture General Tennant. They were rumored to have met with Reaver Mecha of an unknown pattern, larger than the Crusader-class Mecha. We took it to mean they had obtained Cygnus heavy Mecha due to the described height, but the Reavers scrambled all of the footage before the fleet could transmit it home. A rebel assistant commented, pulling up the data for everyone to look at. Terminus Trading Company, both there and here. The Reavers have had super heavy mecha for months, and nobody noticed. No wonder they got so cocky with the Tapani fleet. Someone commented. We only lost because they allied with the loyalist border guards and baited us into a trap. A Tapani commander whined, and Max sensed that a grand fight was about to break out in the room. Max leaned over to whisper to Lord General Kirkland as the shouts got louder and the pushing started. "Stand behind us when it gets nasty. Our whole escort team has force fields, so you'll be safe from stray gunfire." The warning was just in time, as the gunfire started seconds later, with the Tapani turning on the force that insulted them, calling them a waste of space now that their fleet had been annihilated. The Archangel exoskeleton that Max was wearing under his outfit was fully weaponized, with lasers in the wings, but Max kept them folded tight to his back and inactive. He would let the idiots here fight it out without involving them for as long as necessary. If they gave up on the secrecy and broke off the meeting, all the better for him. The organized attack would fall to chaos, and the Loyalist fleet would have an easier time getting things under control. This wasn't the first gunfight of the meeting, though, and after a half-dozen were killed, the other representatives got the situation. Calmed down. Only a single ship left orbit with the remains of its representative team. A half-dozen followed soon after, as their fleets were lost to the Loyalists, and they no longer had a chance to claim much of anything. All they could do was return home and face the repercussions of their failures. General Kirkland retook his seat while Nico stood hers and Max's back on their feet with a mechanical dendrite from the Tech Adept harness. Request for you to either return or turn off the live feed. The Innu videographers are annoying the staff to no end with their requests to get better footage of what happens when human negotiations go wrong. One of the staffers from the cruise ship section asked, making both Max and Nico laugh. Denied. They will pout more with no footage, and we can't leave just yet. Tell the 3rd Battalion they can go back inside. It looks like nobody will be attacking Cygnus or us for the moment. Max responded as the meeting was brought back to order. The two mecha that tore up the invading fleets didn't seem to be expanding their area of operations, though, and instead focused on stabilizing what they already held in conjunction with the main force of the Kepler fleet in the region. It led to an odd stalemate. The Loyalist fleet held half of the border. Only a small section had fallen to invaders. If you didn't count the section that the Cygnus fleet had taken without a battle, and the three princes held the center of the empire. Looking at it on the map, it looked like the Loyalists and Cygnus were about to crush the three princes while a number of the outlying systems had splintered off to independence. The layout of the current situation definitely didn't appear to be to their advantage the way it would if they held a border and could freely move goods in and out. Comor had officially removed itself from the Empire and returned to neutral nation status, awaiting the outcome, and no ship had dared to attack them, as the Comor fleet remained intact and at home. The strangest part of it all was that the Crown Prince held the Kepler homeworld, essentially succeeding as emperor while being despised by the locals as a traitor, where only days before, he had been hailed as a war hero and the next emperor, destined to lead Kepler to glory. Chapter 397. Hoodwinked and bamboozled. It didn't take long before the Allied nations began to suspect that this had been a setup from the start. The Kepler loyalists had used the hidden strength that the rebels assured them was secured under their control, leading to the Kepler royal family holding almost everything. At the same time, Cygnus got a nice handout for their trouble and a free shot at their weakened neighbors. It was just after midnight, station time, when news came through that the section taken by the two mighty Mecha had declared itself the Inner Rim Federation, under the control of Empress Nobu, the Emperor's niece, daughter of the Emperor's sister, who was best known for her work in designing the MKX standard-issue infantry laser rifle. Nobody had thought she had larger business or political aspirations. However, at the key moment, it was found that she had managed to take a controlling interest in the major businesses on over 400 planets all along the borders of the Kepler Empire. Through her shell companies, she was making a truly fantastical amount of money thanks to her position along the border and aggressive trade negotiations. Max was impressed. The self-appointed Empress would have made a better Reaver commander than any Reaver he knew. The Allied nations were shouting and screaming about the fact that the Kepler royal family now held everything that Cygnus did not, and Max was certain that there would be no stopping the violence this time. Then, a message arrived on his wrist device, tagged as having been sent from Ray 5. Commander Karras, Lady Mary Tereth would like to inform you that a trade agreement between the Reaver Empire and the Inner Rim Federation, as prepared in advance by herself and Empress Nobu. Sneaky. Max approved. The Inner Rim Federation has completed trade negotiations with the Reaver Empire. The Reavers stand with the new Empress and will be supplying them with goods as approved in our agreement. Max informed the room, and chaos broke out. It was impossible to say who fired the first shot, but within seconds, energy beams and bullets were flying in every direction, and Nico was herding their delegation and Cygnus back toward the only exit to the room while their team laid down suppressive fire from the Archangel exoskeletons. The advantage was overwhelming. By the time they managed to blast the locked doors open, there was very little resistance still standing. Get to the shuttles and back to your command ships. It was a pleasure seeing you again, General, and I suspect that we will see you again very soon. There are a lot of weakened and angry nations gathered here, and the Reavers are always up for mercenary contracts if the odds are good and the price is right. Max told the Cygnus Lord with a sly wink. Wait for our message. I suspect that the Cygnus Council will have a job for you within the next few minutes, and if your words about the firepower aboard Terminus are correct, the odds should be heavily in your favor. Lord General Kirkland replied with a slight bow, then led his team at a run toward their shuttle bay. Let's get out of here before we have to shoot our way out, Max ordered his security detail. Shoot our way out more, you mean? These suits are phenomenal. We should really start stocking them inside the heavy mecha in case we need to bail out. The firepower keeps up with a line mecha, and the shields didn't go down at all during that firefight. One of the pilots in the bodyguard detail replied while running toward the bay. The shuttle was powered up and ready when they arrived, thanks to Nico, and they were exiting the station by the time everyone was seated. Terminus, to battle stations. I don't know who is going to be the first to attack, but the Allied nations think they have been betrayed. Max informed the regiment. We saw it on the live feed. Excellent shooting, Commander. All mecha battalions are ready to launch. Take your shuttle straight to the secure hangar. I am informed by Inquisitor Ming that the Shattered Pride has been repaired and is ready to go. Admiral Drake replied. This might be just the moment to reveal the fact that they had a Titan-class mecha of their own, but if the resistance were light, Max would hold off and only take Cleansing Light out when they made it to a larger battle. Terminus, this is Cygnus Command. We have an official request for the Reavers. The compliance of Topani has been sanctioned, and a battle fleet has been dispatched to ensure the compliance of the nations from Cygnus to Topani. Will the Reavers be available to assist? Now that was the sort of insanity that Max should have expected. The section of space from Cygnus to Topani comprised half of the nations in the Alliance, and Cygnus intended to take them all into their fold by force. Hold for an official response. Max sent his response back, then relayed the request to Ray 5 so that they could see how the other Reaver companies felt about the matter. There was a 10-minute pause as all of the Reaver company commanders who were in the main council came to a decision, and then the decision was returned. The Reavers can send 20 mechanized regiments, led by Thunder Pattern Super Heavy Mecha, to the compliance of the smaller nations, but Cygnus must take Topani and maintain the border against the Clem threat. Standard intervention fees, with double penalties for lost forces. Max relayed the message and got an almost immediate confirmation, with a declaration that Cygnus had dispatched an envoy to Ray 5 for the official signing of the agreement. They also sent a list of planetary targets, all of them single-system nations that had joined the fight against Kepler and had been left very short on defensive capabilities. That was ideal for the Reavers and would save Cygnus a significant amount of resources in penalty. Max might have to apologize to the Innu, though. They weren't going to get to the next vacation destination before they had to go home. The battles would take too long. Chapter 398. Grax, Commander, how about this one? Nobody has claimed it yet, and I really wouldn't mind shooting those jerks. One of the pilots in the escort suggested. Nico had brought up the map in the shuttle so that everyone could better visualize the situation. The sight of the map and the details of the request from Cygnus had led the pilots in the escort to immediately request vengeance on the factions that had been rude to them at the meeting. The target looked decent from a military standpoint, but Max wasn't sure about the morality of inflicting that much damage on them at first. Then he saw the details of the 2 inhabited planets. Population 17 billion consisting of 32 million Grax and the remainder hereditary human slaves. That was more than enough of a detail for him and any other Reaver commander to take up the job. Cygnus Command, Terminus Trading Company officially requests to take on the compliance of the Grax. Max informed their contact as the shuttle entered the secure bay. The gasps of the security detail reminded him that only 3 people on the entire vessel knew that Cleansing Light existed. He could make that 23 now since all the guards in the patrol knew, but soon enough, the entire regiment would be aware of their newest addition. Meet Cleansing Light, the latest and likely the only Titan-class mecha in service to the Reavers. I know many among the regiment are loyalists to the very core, but the old Kepler Empire has fallen. We don't know who the ideological inheritor will be for the moment, so I am taking the regiment with me in joining the Reavers. If there are issues with that, we will deal with them later, but I am sure that not a single pilot will complain about freeing a system full of slaves. Max told the security escort. We came to grips with the fact that the Empire had cut ties with us long ago. The chances that a unit ordered to go dark and leave Kepler territory would ever return to the light were slim at best, and we have done very well as Reavers. I mean, look at how we lived as soldiers, and look at us now. I don't think the regiment would have agreed to return to active duty even if they were asked. The head of the team replied, shaking his head at the thought of going back to living in a tiny officer's bunk aboard a transport ship. All hands and guests, we are now departing the system and headed for the Grax system, where Terminus will be involved in a pacification action against a culture that still holds sentient slaves. Please prepare for the transition to faster than light travel. Admiral Drake informed the ship as he received the orders. That didn't mean as much anymore, with the smooth transitions of Terminus, but those who were relaxing did at least keep a hand on their drinks so they didn't spill or fall off of tables. This thing is glorious. Why did they name it Cleansing Light, though? It's not even shiny. One of the pilots asked. The forearm-mounted disruptors can be linked to create an orbital lance-level single-strike weapon. That is the Cleansing Light that gave the mecha its name. We might even get the chance to see it here. The majority of the Grax live in a single city on one planet, with the last million or so spread among the slaves that make up the rest of the population. Nico explained. A mecha that can deploy an orbital lance. Oh, you do know what the ladies like. One of the pilots joked, then winked at Nico. Enough jokes. Head back to your unit, and let's get ready to make planetfall. Nico, you will remain in charge of the drone fighter battalion aboard Terminus while I am in Cleansing Light for the battle. When we arrive, I will deploy at the same time that the cutters are launched. Cleansing Light will make short work of the defensive ships, and I will take care of the orbital defenses while the cutters make planetfall. I don't know if they are using technology to control the masses, but if they are, that will be on you to disable Nico, so prepare something that can link you to the surface. We don't want to kill the humans if possible, so I need that done the moment you find out if it is necessary. Max's orders were simple, and everyone rushed to their stations, even if Nico was clearly pouting about not getting to drop in and chop things up. You got to fight alone when we met the hunters. You can do technical work this time. Life is all about balance. Max told her as Nico left the bay. If there isn't at least a boarding attempt, I am totally turning up my shell temperature while you try to sleep. Nico responded, making Max laugh, despite the serious nature of the situation. The meeting was being held near the border, to begin with, and they only had to move 3 star systems over to begin their work, with an estimated travel time of 2 hours at maximum warp. They could be there even faster by sending only the cutters and Cleansing Light, but it was better to take Terminus, as a colony ship was taken much more seriously than a collection of smaller vessels. The remains of their delegation were still fighting at the station, where the Cygnus fleet had sent ships in to rescue their own delegation and had been ambushed by the nations that felt betrayed by the way that the attempted coup in Kepler had played out. That left only a handful of cutter-class and smaller ships in orbit, according to their scanners, and Terminus had detected only a single orbital battery on the surface, in the middle of the major city, which already had its battle shield up. This might not be as easy as he had hoped, but according to Uncle Lou, the disruptors could fire every 3 seconds at orbital lance output, so it wouldn't take him long to take out a city shield, even if it withstood the first blast. Dropping out of warp in 10 seconds. All vessels, prepare to launch. Admiral Drake's order brought everyone to full attention, nervously grasping their mecha controls in anticipation of their first combat landing in a while. Chapter 399. Combat landing. As soon as Terminus dropped out of warp, in orbit around the Grox homeworld, Max began an all-frequencies broadcast from the cockpit of Cleansing Light. This is the Terminus Trading Company, under contract to the Cygnus Empire. The compliance of your nation has been sanctioned. Please disable your shields and prepare for the peaceful reorganization of your political leadership. Max informed them, hearing the laughter in Nico's thoughts from the other side of the bay where she was preparing to launch the orbital drone fighters. The Grox answer to no human empire. Leave now, and we will forgive this transgression for a nominal penalty. The response from the planet arrived almost immediately. You heard the man. All units launch, Max ordered, then jumped out of the open bay door so that Cleansing Light could face the Grox capital. Barriers were going up all over the planet, as expected, but they wouldn't last long against the firepower of the cutters, and if they were smart, they wouldn't fight back at all after Max dealt with the capital. There would be a lot of collateral damage from this plan, but it was the best way that he had come up with to end the fighting before it started, so Max began to charge the disruptors on his mecha for one concentrated burst. The Groks must have detected the power surge with their sensors because they sent a volley of fire from their capital defenses straight at him, flickering harmlessly against the shielding of Terminus. Max moved forward out of the protection of the colony ship and let loose the first volley, faintly greenish light from the disruptors forming a pillar through the atmosphere for the entire second that the weapon took to discharge. Then an immense explosion came from the ground, blinding every sensor that Max had. Nico's evaluation came in even before Max's sensors had recovered. The variable frequency disruptor entirely bypassed their shielding, annihilating the city and causing the 4 fusion power plants below the capital to go critical at once, with the blast partially contained by the city's defenses. The chances of survival are less than 1 in a billion. Chances of salvageable technology, less than 1 in 10 million. While the capsule burned, the cutters made landfall near the 5 largest work centers in the system, dropping their battalions, which immediately split into companies to secure their assigned zones. Mecha surged out of the cities to meet them, shouting and chanting litanies that made no sense to the regiment. They were all in a foreign language that the Kepler computer systems didn't automatically translate but seemed to be some religious litany by the assortment of banners and gilded leadership Mecha. Commander, the first translations are in. It appears they are calling us God Killers. The Groks have set themselves up as deities to the enslaved human population. Nico reported. Seconds later, the orbital fighters were launched, a wave of drones meant to reduce the casualties taken by their mecha in the first wave of an enemy counterattack. Just great, now we have to deal with 2 worlds full of religious zealots. I don't intend to kill every soul in this system, so someone needs to come up with a plan in the next 5 minutes before the engagement starts. Max ordered. They had a staff aboard Terminus that was just for logistics, planning, and data analysis. Hopefully, they could come up with something quickly, or Max was going to have to do this the hard way. Plan H is to inundate them with propaganda touting us as the saviors who are here to overthrow the deceivers. We could modify it to call them false gods. Every Groks that we kill will reinforce our message that they aren't deities. The planning staff suggested. That's not the worst plan I've heard today. Get on it. I want it on every television and every radio on both planets. Bombard them with the message that their overlords are usurpers, claiming something that they have no right to. Max ordered. All units target their leaders. Every signal you get that suggests a Grok's life form, take it out with extreme prejudice. The loss of leadership will enrage them but also demoralize them and break the chain of command. Aboard Terminus, the Innu and Illithid were watching the battle play out with a mixture of horror and rapt attention. Like a live train wreck, they were unable to look away. War might be anathema to their cultures at this point, but the thought that people had been manipulated into accepting their slave masters as deities they needed to worship was equally terrifying, especially once Nico started playing the footage from the planet for them, as the Groks who were stationed outside the main city rallied their forces to move out against the invaders. They clearly weren't going to come out to fight themselves, so Nico started marking them with the sensors from the drones, giving the mecha more targeting solutions that would directly hit the Groks' leadership. Max's unified force, system talent and the computing power of cleansing light gave him plenty of options, fed to him from the entire regiment as he hovered in orbit around the main planet, so Max chose the most pertinent first. He ordered the cutters to take out the shields on the various cities and manufacturing areas. Then he obliterated the Groks' temples, where a large number of them were hiding and issuing orders to the human militaries under their command. That was all that he could do from orbit, so Max searched the combat logs for the company facing the direst situation and sent cleansing light hurtling through the atmosphere toward their position for some close fire support. The 2nd Company of the 4th Battalion had particularly bad luck with this landing. They had been assigned to what looked like a special forces training area and were outnumbered by heavy mecha at least 3 to 1, with more assembling in the city. The Groks didn't seem to have any super heavy mecha so that the thunder guns would help even out the numbers, but for the moment, the 2nd Company was pinned down and beginning to take casualties. 6 disruptor blasts turned 2 wings of heavy mecha into ashes as Max landed between the Groks' military and his own troops. His arrival brought cheers to his forces and panic to the enemy. A Titan-class mecha did not belong in a Reaver attack force, and they had no plans on how to counter such a devastating weapon. Chapter 400. Cleanse the Grax. The Grax military recovered quickly from the shock, returning to action with a vengeance. Zealous cries of outrage rang out as they concentrated fire on cleansing light, filling the air with bursts of light and explosions as their attacks detonated against its shielding. Shields at 50% and falling, the computer informed Max as he turned to place his shield between the main attacks and his mecha, then unleashed the defensive lasers and half the disruptors with reduced power so that he could increase his rate of fire. Explosions blossomed all through the Grax lines as cleansing light tore through their out-of-date mecha, with the second company rising up out of cover to join in the offensive. In under a minute, the Grax lines broke, and the mecha fled at full speed back into the city behind the reinforced rockcrete walls, which could take the sustained attack of a heavy mecha company for hours on end. Grax forces, you have been deceived. We have been sent to punish the false prophets for claiming divinity. Lay down your weapons, and the humans of this world will not be harmed. Max informed them, causing confusion among the defenders. They didn't know that the capital was gone yet, the news hadn't broadcast it, and the blast was out of sight from this location. So, naturally, they didn't believe Max at first, but when their commanders didn't respond to requests for updated orders, chaos began to take hold in their ranks. Much of that was Nico's doing, sending out encrypted messages suggesting that their commanders had fled to save their own lives and abandoned them here, and part of it was because so much of the command structure had already been destroyed by targeted strikes that there weren't enough coordinated officers to get timely messages to 1 billion soldiers. Under normal circumstances, a handful of officers could rally a dozen regiments, which is what the Grax had been doing so that they didn't have to send most of their species to work. But when Max began targeting them, the relatively small number of senior officers left everything to the human regimental commanders, who relied on the guidance of their divine leaders before making any large decisions. So, they held behind the walls, not retreating and not engaging the Terminus forces, as they waited for orders that weren't coming. Commander, I have infiltrated the computers of the city's primary landing bays. I am launching their ships into orbit now. They really should have updated their security. Nico informed Max, laughing as she worked. The sight of the holy relics, the colony ships that had brought the Grax to their world, rapidly departing the atmosphere without taking any of the humans with them crushed the Foss's morale. Max quickly jammed their standard long-range frequencies so that nobody outside the immediate area could contact them to see what was happening, reinforcing the idea that they had been abandoned here to their fate. This scene played out all over the planet, but not every regimental commander was gullible enough to fall for it. Some managed to scan the ships and found them nearly empty, while others relied on faith to decide that it was a trick and kept fighting. Over the course of an hour, the two sides dug in their positions, sending volleys of attacks back and forth with some restraint, with the goal of keeping their targets pinned down while they waited for the situation to change. The forces from Terminus knew that if it came to it, they couldn't take on a military 1 billion strong, even if 90% of it was infantry. But on the other hand, the Grax forces knew that most of their divinities were dead or gone, and they would need to sacrifice many lives to drive this invading force from the planet. So, the initial shock assault turned into a dozen entrenched battles, with a handful of roaming forces on the planet and sporadic bombing by the drone forces if anyone got ideas about trying to muster up a larger force. The Grax Air Force was laughably bad, intended as a civilian police force to keep the humans in line, and they didn't even have weapons capable of damaging the mecha or the drone fighters. After the first few minutes, they didn't even dare to launch a helicopter anymore for fear of losing the pilots needlessly. The only time that a Grax vehicle was seen in flight was when it was marked with the red circle that they used to denote their medical teams. On principle, the regiment left those alone, letting them evacuate the wounded, a tactic that was confusing the Grax forces even more. The Terminus forces weren't attacking, only holding their positions outside all the major cities on the planet, and no more orbital strikes had landed. However, they were clearly capable of them. Coupled with the propaganda that was being spread on every outlet, the sentiment of the civilians was quickly turning against their own defenders. The Illithid have analyzed your tactical decisions in this battle. Our collective estimates 7 more days before the population begins to abandon their alien religion and turn against the military, with a peaceful transition within another 4 days afterward. Nico informed Max as he reclined in cleansing light, searching every sensor feed he could for signs of an imminent attack. Thank them for that. I seriously hope that they are right, but I suspect that given human nature, there will be a last stand, as the most zealous attempt to regain control at the last moment. They won't simply accept that the population has turned against them, especially the ones that were granted a larger amount of power by the Grax. Max replied, if there was one thing Max could count on in human nature, it was that they would never simply give in and give up. A large portion of them would be willing to die for their beliefs, even if they were shown evidence to the contrary. It was fundamental to the human psyche.